take his or her seat? Good morning, everyone. This is the time and place for the State Member Workshop on proposed reforms of intercarrier compensation and the Federal Universal Service Fund. My name is Jim Cawley. I have my fellow joint board members with me this morning. On my right is Ann Boyle of the state of Nebraska. On my left is John Burke from the state of Vermont. To his left is Larry Landis of Indiana. And to his left is Simon Fitch of the state of Washington. We are also very fortunate to have with us this morning the federal chairman of the joint board, FCC Commissioner Mignon Clyburn, and FCC Commissioner Michael Copps. Commissioner Clyburn, would you like to begin, or am I going to put you on the spot right off the bat?
Yes, but that's never stopped you. Now, I want to thank all of you for joining us on this wonderful morning. You probably know if we look a little weary, we had a little exchange yesterday with our best friends down on the Hill. Very interesting series of encounters. So forgive us for that. But all of those things that sometimes that stress us out, so to speak, are all worth it when we come around the table like this to really look at and sincerely and seriously tackle some of the challenges and embrace some of the opportunities of the day. These two items, while most of our consumers and constituents could not tell you, they might know a little bit about USF and the benefits in which it's brought to America. But when you talk about intercarrier compensation, that's very much sort of particular to quite a few people, relatively speaking, in this nation. But it's so significant for us at this point in time to not only acknowledge, because we've done that, the issues and the challenges we have in terms of this front, but to be bold and to talk about, tackle, and really do something to increase efficiencies and make sure that the proper price signals and the proper allocation of funds are being targeted, and as a result of that, all of us are the beneficiaries. So I want to thank all of you for not running away from doing the work that needed to make a difference. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Clyburn. Commissioner Copps?
I just want to say welcome. I'm not going to take up valuable time this morning. Two things I've been trying to emphasize the last couple of days, both up on the Capitol Hill and in a speech I gave the day before that at the Federal Communications Bar Association, is I think really the time might be now and we can actually get this done. At least we've got a shot at it. That's not to minimize any of the obstacles and the steepness of the hills that we have to climb, but I think even though it's kind of a confused political environment in town, I think we can make these issues nonpartisan and bipartisan. I certainly hope so, and I think there's a shot. If we don't do it now, God knows when we're ever going to get this done. So I think we really have to do everything we can. It's going to take a lot of shared sacrifice. Before you get to shared sacrifice, you get to shared work, and that's what we're starting here today, and I'm so delighted to see the group of people we have here. The other theme I've tried to emphasize the last 2 days is the importance of federal and state cooperation. And I said very clearly I don't think we've achieved anything like the level of state-federal cooperation that was envisioned in the 1996 Act. This is our chance to finally do that. So, so I'm looking forward to it. I saw some fellow named Ray Baum, who some of you may have met before, up behind the dais yesterday. I think it's great having him up on the Hill. I think he brings a knowledge of the issues, but also the importance of that federal and state relationships. So, so I'm optimistic, not foolishly so, but I'm optimistic and hopeful that this discussion today can really add momentum to where we're going.
Thank you, Commissioner Copps. On behalf of my colleagues, thank you for the hospitality, not only providing these facilities today, but for the courtesies you've shown the joint board. You've demonstrated, and not merely with words, but by your actions, that you're willing to work with us on these issues as Congress intended in the 1996 Telecom Act. I can say personally, we've all received phone calls from you, Commissioner Clyburn, from Chairman Jenichowski, Sharon Gillette of the Wireline Bureau. Those courtesies are very much appreciated. We have in the audience today people who have been dealing with these issues for literally decades. In fact, I talked to one a few minutes ago who said he came out of retirement because he suspects that finally we might be reaching the end game on these issues which affect all Americans. We, meaning the Joint Board, the state members, have prepared, with the assistance of our staff, position papers which have been posted on the website, on the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners website. Copies are here available this morning for those in attendance. These position papers and proposed plans to address intercarrier compensation reform and universal service fund reform have been put forth in an effort to work with the FCC in its notice of proposed rulemaking that was issued on February 9th in an attempt to finally come to a resolution of these problems. The purpose of this workshop this morning is to discuss not only the plan proposals which the state members of the Joint Board have put forth, but to get the input of some of the finest minds in the country on these issues, all in an effort to work with the FCC to come to a resolution of this reform effort by the end of this year. So the first panel will discuss these plans which we have proposed and hopefully compare them to the notice of proposed rulemaking issued on February 9th. And to lead this panel, my colleague John Burke of Vermont will begin the festivities. Go ahead, John.
Festivities?
Yes.
I like that.
This is supposed to be a collegial, conversational, hopefully useful exchange of ideas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It feels good to say, Mr. Chairman, you know, Commissioner Copps mentioned Ray Baum and seeing him up and behind the subcommittee chairman as the chair of the staff. And as I looked at him, I realized that he was surrounded by staff that was about a third of his age. And he probably feels a little lost not sitting in a group like this where, you know, I will say, I actually welcome the chance to be able to begin today and look at what we have done to try to work collegially and cooperatively with our federal counterparts to try to solve this problem. And I want to thank them. And there's two of them here, and I'm sure they'll bring it to the other three. There has been a real belief on the state side that, in fact, this could not be done piecemeal. That, in fact, if you are going to correct a system that clearly is strained or broken, depending on your viewpoint, that, in fact, you really have to deal with intercarrier compensation and universal service at the same time. You can't possibly deal with them in a vacuum, because as soon as you fix a problem in one, some unintended consequence bubbles to the top in the other. And there's also even some acknowledgement of separations, and that in fact that may also be part of the ultimate solution here, and we'll talk a little bit about that in this panel, I think, as we move toward an ultimate attempt at solution. In order to do that, and before we had, and it depends on the format, 275, 280, 295, however many number of pages we had to read as a result of the NPRMs. And there was, what, 3 or 4 footnotes, I know that, right? we worked on putting together, through our staff, proposals. We can call them straw men, we can call them proposals, we can call them whatever we want to call them. But that's what this first panel is designed to talk about. And I'd like to acknowledge those that put those straw men together. The first straw man or proposal we have dubbed the Schiffman Plan. And that would be because Joel Schiffman put that together from the Maine PUC. I think most of you are familiar with Joel. He's worked on these issues for years and years and years. And it was wonderful to have him put out the effort to put one of these proposals together. The second proposal is known as the Omaha Plan. And that was primarily, the architect of that primarily was Earl Poucher, who is a public advocate in the state of Florida. And I know I'm going to give Earl a brief second here because I know that Earl had a lot of input from several other people. And Earl, if you would like to tell those assembled here who else was involved in helping you assemble the Omaha Plan.
We had, can you hear? Is that good?
Yep.
We had several of the staff members working to put the Omaha Plan together. The first decision was not to call it the Poucher Plan because it'd be dead in the water at that point. So we thought Omaha was a nice place, and that was before Ann was appointed to
I was
the
going to
board.
say that was just a real bad idea to try to drag Ann to support that, wasn't it?
Yes. So we're liking Omaha more and more. And Robert Haga from California, Kathy Hagens, and Jing Liu from our joint board staff helped put this plan together. I'm continually impressed by the expertise that the federal folks bring to the joint board staff and the states as well. Last time I said we go all the way back to the Telecommunications Act, and I'm not talking about the last one. So we have a lot of experience, and they did a great job on all of these plans, I think.
Thank you, Earl. And finally, and we were very clever with the name of this. We've called this the Consultants Plan, and that's because the consultants, thanks to NARUC, that we've been able to hire and have work with us, put this plan together. So you can see how clever we were in naming that one. And the consultants from that we have hired are known to many of you. Peter Blum and Bob Loeb have worked these particular issues along with separations, which I know has glazed my eyes several times over the years, and I'd like to thank them for putting the plan together for us as well, and that would be our third proposal, or straw man. So that I want you to realize a couple of things here. First of all, this isn't a competition. Second of all, obviously, these plans were put together prior in time to the NPRM coming out and being in our hands and being in our hearts and minds. We didn't have that at the time, and in fact, this panel is designed to speak about these particular proposals. Now, it's probably inevitable that thoughts will creep in the questions and in the descriptions of the plan to your minds relative to the NPRM and those portions, at least if you haven't managed to digest all of it yet, those portions that you have managed to grab onto will probably bring questions to mind. But this afternoon, we'll be talking about the NPRM and presumably, again, thinking about some of the portions of the proposals this morning. So I guess I'd look at this morning as the proposals with a little touch of the NPRM having to be mixed in here and there, and this afternoon is the NPRM with maybe a memory back to some of the things we've talked about this morning. In order to get a fair proposal overview without one of the authors actually being the person providing it, it's my pleasure to call on the first of our panelists. And we have panelists this morning that have worked this issue again for ages and ages. Well, I shouldn't say that. It makes you guys seem to be as old as Ray Baum if I say that, doesn't it? Glenn Brown, McLean and Brown Associates, Joe Gillan, Gillan Associates, Mike Romano, NTCA, Lee Selwyn of Economics Technology Incorporated, Jonathan Banks, USTA, and finally the one who's going to do the overview of the proposals, who sat with us for many years on the Universal Service Joint Board as the consumer advocate until he realized that it was time to make more money. And Billy Jack Gregg, one of my dear friends and one of the brightest people in this field, is going to give us an overview of these three proposals. Billy Jack.
Thank you, Commissioner Burke, and thank you, Commissioners. I'm going to ask Brad to hand out a one-page summary of the NPRM as well as the three plans, the three state plans. Feel it might provide a useful framework to see everything put together on one page. I'm going to kick this off by summarizing the three state alternatives for reforming USF and intercarrier comp. And I'm also going to compare and contrast the three plans with each other and with the FCC plan. My summary by necessity is going to be very high level, and I may omit or garble some of the important aspects of these plans, so I ask the author's indulgence. All of them are here today, and hopefully they can correct any errors or fill any gaps that I may create. Now, I want to give a incredible shout out to Glenn Brown for preparing this one-page summary. This was a tremendous step forward for all mankind, I would say. Yeah, Glenn is on this panel at the far end, and this is entirely his work. As soon as I saw it, I was smart enough to realize that it was a good thing, and it should be used and shared with the group as a whole. Now, all of y'all are intimately familiar with the FCC plan, right? It keeps the overall high-cost fund at around $4.5 billion. It creates two new funds, the Connect America Fund and the Mobility Fund, while it eliminates and phases down certain existing support. The FCC divides its plan into two phases, short-term and long-term. In the short term, it phases down and eliminates interstate access support. It phases out local switching support. It changes and caps high-cost loop support. It eliminates the equal support rule, and it phases out competitive eligible telecommunications carrier support. It starts the Connect America Fund in 2012 to explicitly support broadband capital expenditures, and it starts a mobility fund for towers and unserved areas. In the long run, all support is supposed to come from the Connect America Fund. The FCC has put forward three options for the long term: reverse auctions for all carriers, an ILEC right of first refusal with auctions in some areas, or model-based support for price cap carriers and enhanced rate of return support for non-price cap carriers. The FCC also proposes to reform intercarrier compensation by immediately addressing phantom traffic, traffic pumping, and VoIP classification. It gradually reduces and eliminates per-minute intercarrier charges and ultimately goes to a bill and keep or flat rate interconnection charge system of intercarrier payments. The three state alternatives we're going to discuss today, the consultants plan, the Omaha plan, and the Schiffman plan, have many similarities with the FCC proposal, but also many differences, not only with the FCC plan, but also with each other. There are several similarities. First of all of the plans cap the fund at approximately the same size it is today, about $4.5 billion. I've just learned this morning that may not be true with the Schiffman plan, and I'll discuss that a little bit later. All of the plans explicitly support broadband. All of the plans explicitly support mobility. All of the plans eliminate or consolidate existing high-cost support programs, and all of the plans eliminate the equal support rule. Now, on to the unique characteristics of each plan. I'm going to first discuss the consultants plan. The consultant's plan creates 3 new funds: a provider of last resort fund that would amount to about $3.5 billion, a broadband fund of $500 million, and a mobility fund of $500 million. Total $4.5 billion. All of this would be phased in over a 5-year period. The consultant's plan creates a 7-step support mechanism for the provider of last resort fund. In step 1, we would determine per location targeted support for high-cost segments, which they define as the donut portion of high-cost areas. The donut hole, the city center, would not receive support. Support would be concentrated in the donut or outlying rural area. You would compare the cost to serve these high-cost segments to a revenue benchmark, which they initially proposed to be $25. In step 2, you would determine a per subscriber intercarrier compensation revenue loss from reforming intercarrier compensation. And this is simply the per subscriber ICC revenue before and after intercarrier reform. In step 3, you would determine the total company earnings ceiling for each study area. This is looked at a larger area than determining support for high-cost segments. To do this, you would compare total company revenues to total company costs, including an 11.25% return. In step 4, you would limit the per location support to no more than $100 per month. Above that limit, the consultants assume that all support would default to satellite service. In step 5, you would determine the initial federal support by taking the greater of either step 1, which is determining the high-cost support for high-cost segments, or step 2, which is replacement of intercarrier revenue. Once you determine whichever is greater, you go forward and see if it is limited by the earnings ceiling in step 3. In other words, if the company is earning greater than 11.25% with support, support is backed off until you reach the 11.25% level or until support is eliminated entirely. Then you go to step 4, which is to limit extremely high cost support in certain areas to no more than $100 per month. Once that is done, you then adjust the finally determined federal support by subtracting $2 per location per month as the assumed state share of universal service funding. This $2 per month can be replaced on a 50% match basis by the state establishing a universal service fund. So, for example, if the state provides $4 per month in support, the $2 that had been taken out would be replaced under step 6. And finally, in step 7, you would adjust whatever support was going to a company for their actual broadband build-out progress and for their actual service quality. The matrix of service quality parameters is still to be determined. The consultant's plan would also create a broadband fund. It would be based on a broadband capital expenditure per line benchmark times 50% times a reasonable 10-year bond rate. Support would be provided after a project is complete, and support would under this fund would be allocated to 4 regions of the country so that all portions of the country would have a chance at the funding. In a similar vein, they create a mobility fund, which follows the same rationale. It's based on a benchmark tower capital expenditure. It's multiplied by 50% and then multiplied by a reasonable bond rate. Support under this fund would continue for 10 years, and once again, it would be allocated to 4 regions of the country and then allocated further to unserved areas in various states. The consultant's plan also calls for intercarrier compensation to be reformed. This is the portion that goes into step 2 of their polar fund. They would bring intercarrier rates together by lowering high rates and increasing low rates. The FCC would set a maximum intercarrier rate in 2012. There would be one rate per company per state, and there would be one rate per holding company over all states. Companies could recover the revenue losses through raising slicks up to the cap, and then ultimately from the provider of last resort fund. And carriers with a high traffic imbalance would have to reduce their rates to accommodate for this traffic imbalance as a way to address traffic pumping. The next plan is the Omaha plan. Like the consultant's plan, the Omaha plan also proposes to create three funds. The first is a legacy fund, which ultimately will contain about $1.1 billion, a broadband fund, which will contain $2 billion, and a mobility fund, which will contain $1.4 billion. These funds are also phased in over a 5-year period, during which the legacy fund will decline while the broadband fund and mobility funds will increase. The broadband fund is to provide broadband in unserved areas. The money is allocated to each state by the FCC, and the states would administer grants or auctions to fill in unserved areas. The fund would require contributions from all parties involved in building out broadband. 25% of the capital expenditures would come from the companies involved, 25% from the states, and up to a 50% match from the federal fund depending on the level of state funding of the broadband build-out. This fund would provide for both capital expenditures and operating expenditures, and operating expenditure support could continue for 3 or 4 years based on need. Broadband providers receiving support would also provide voice and assume provider of last resort responsibilities. It doesn't impose rate or service quality regulation on broadband. The mobility fund would provide mobility capability in unserved areas. It would operate the same as the broadband fund with the same matching requirements by the state and by carriers. The legacy fund would cap existing support on a company-by-company basis. Any support going forward would be based on a demonstration of need, and that demonstration would be based on comparing total revenues of a company as reported in documents such as an SEC 10-K to total expenses. Support would be given if total revenues less existing support would not produce an 8.625% return. And that return was derived by taking the 11.25% return currently in existence minus a 25% corporate contribution. Support would be given only if rates were above a national average basic rate. In other words, support would not be given if there were extremely low basic rates. It would require an annual petition for continued support based on the above procedure. And finally, the Schiffman Plan. The Schiffman Plan calls for 4 funds: a network access fund, an exceptional support fund, a broadband stimulus fund, and a mobility fund. The amount for each fund is not designated in the materials that have been provided, but in discussions with Joel, he says that his estimate of the fund would be approximately $15 billion. He proposes to eliminate separations and make everything interstate. He would eliminate all existing support mechanisms and combine it into a base level of support. There would only be one ETC allowed for each high-cost area. The existing high-cost fund would be replaced by a network access fund. The network access fund would take all of the funds previously provided by the federal USF, by state USFs, by the subscriber line charges, and by excess inter-carrier compensation revenue. This is where the $15 billion comes from. That total network access fund would then be divided by all telephone numbers and voice grade equivalents, producing a network access charge of approximately $6.50 per month. All slicks would be eliminated for all customers, and all carriers would be allowed to charge their local rate plus the network access charge, which, as Joel currently calculates, should be approximately $6.50. For the Exceptional Support Fund, it would provide a safety net for extremely high-cost areas. It would be funded through an additional percentage surcharge on the network access charge. A state must find that there are needs in the exceptionally high-cost areas that are not met with existing support under the Network Access Fund, and the fund would get, and it would then be allocated to that state based on a finding by the state. The Broadband Fund, the size of the fund would be based on a study of how much it would cost to serve all unserved areas. It too would be funded through a percentage surcharge on the national access charge. It would be provided only to broadband providers of last resort, and it would be awarded on a project-by-project basis as needed when the network access charge isn't sufficient to build out broadband. Once again, the Mobility Fund would be sized based on a study of how much it would cost to serve all unserved areas. It too would be funded through a percentage surcharge on the network access charge, and it would be for tower capital expenditures and operating expenditures that are 3 times higher than the national average. For intercarrier compensation, the Schiffman Plan proposes to unify all intercarrier rates into a single terminating rate for each carrier. Rates could range from ½ cent per minute to 5 cents per minute. There would be 4 rate zones for each state: urban, rural, very rural, and ISP and other. Any lost intercarrier revenues would be measured once for support purposes. The Schiffman Plan would address traffic pumping by updating minutes of use dynamically on a daily or hourly basis. Each carrier would have to justify any increase in traffic above 10%. CLECs would have to develop a low ISP bound rate. The mirror rule would be eliminated, and payments would be required for all terminating calls. If there was no identification on traffic, then the carrier handing off traffic would be responsible for making the payment. Now, there's a couple or 3 similarities between the state plans and the FCC plan that are not necessarily common to all of these. All of the state plans address the contribution base, while the FCC plan does not. All of the state plans use ILEC wire centers or study areas to determine support, while the FCC plan is based on census blocks. The FCC plan is explicitly based on competitive neutrality, while the state plans are not. There are also major differences between the state plans. The Omaha Plan and the Schiffman Plan provide support for broadband capital expenditures, while the Consultant's Plan does not. The Omaha Plan allows auctions, while the Consultant's Plan and the Schiffman Plan do not. The Omaha Plan and the Consultant's Plan expect the states will participate in support funding, while the Schiffman Plan does not. The Omaha Plan and the Consultant Plan limit support in extremely high-cost areas, while the Schiffman Plan creates a new explicit support mechanism for such areas. So, with that summary, I think we have quite enough on our plate to get started today and to discuss the differences and similarities. Thank you.
Now, as we move to our panelists, thank you, Billy Jack, for getting us started here and giving us a summary of these plans. Although the people that put these plans together are going to get the last word today. We're going to go through a series of questions first that are going to be proposed by the moderator here for our distinguished panel that involve the plans. And the hope is that we're able to shape some of the concerns or considerations that these plans have in common, and that those parts that where they differ. So let's start out by taking a look at fund size. Two of the plans propose to cap the fund, but the Schiffman plan doesn't. The Omaha plan additionally foresees shrinking that support over time. So, given the increasing line loss by incumbents, is the current fund size adequate to continue providing voice service? Is the job getting harder over time as competitors skim more cream from low-cost urban areas? So what do our panelists think? Have you got thoughts with regard to that, Glenn?
You know, the movie The Graduate, the word of the day was plastics. I think when we look at universal service, the word of the day has to be infrastructure, because it's not lines that are supported, it's not broadband that's supported, it's the infrastructure that enables that, and specifically the infrastructure in areas where the costs are so high that there's no rational business case for people to build. And this is why the Universal Service Fund exists. This is why intercarrier compensation exists. And rural carriers rely on these to build the network that exists today. In fact, about 70% on average of rural carriers' cash flow comes from universal service and intercarrier comp. So if we make any abrupt change in that, one of the things I fear most is that you risk carriers that have borrowed money in good faith to build this infrastructure not being able to meet their capital obligations and going broke. So I think we need to keep our eye on infrastructure in areas where it wouldn't exist otherwise. Lines are going down in part because people are moving to broadband. And if all of the good benefits of broadband that were envisioned in the National Broadband Plan are to occur, we've got to make sure that that infrastructure is there.
Well, it's interesting. Before I'd actually move to Joe in a minute, because I'm pretty sure he has an opinion on this. But before I do move to him, is it, if in fact that's the idea and the concern, and infrastructure is the driver here, the Omaha plan suggests a need for support will decline in the future. Is that because there's an assumption in the Omaha plan, from your perspective, that infrastructure will get built, so the need will decline? Is that?
Well, I think the need is going to change over time. And the 96 Act, even back then, envisioned that this will be an evolving progression. The broadband plan speaks of 100 megabits per service in urban areas, and if we're going to have comparability, we have to think about that in the rural infrastructure. So at least I don't foresee a decline. If anything, what we might have on the table is inadequate to build the kind of network that the plan envisioned to get service to everybody in this country.
Joe, you want to weigh in on this thought, on this question?
Yeah, let me answer your first question, which was, what do you do with line loss? I think it's very critical to understand that line loss is not a universal service problem. That's a success story. When people leave an incumbent and they go to another carrier, there's no threat to universal service. They're remaining connected, they're getting services that they want. One of the problems with universal service plans, when you really try to operationalize them, is you have to, I think, draw a line between revenue protection that we're going to engage in for purposes of making sure that infrastructure occurs, and revenue protection that we're engaging in to compensate somebody for being a less successful competitor. There's not enough money in the world, and it's inappropriate for the Universal Service Fund to try and be a revenue protection scheme for competitive loss. That just is, that you have to identify and take away, and people will suffer the consequences of choice. I mean, I'm a consultant. I would prefer that Lee Selwyn retire. He won't. Or perhaps when we get to him, I'll have good news. I don't know. And so part of the problem here is the systems we have in place today don't separately identify and allow people to face the consequences of competitive change, from the consequences of what you're really trying to accomplish, which is infrastructure. I think the Omaha plan, quite frankly, recognizes a declining base because it's based on a recognition that infrastructure has very long lives. The lives are much longer than the depreciation rates that people use today, that those assets, once paid for, will continue to provide service on an ongoing basis, and you should expect to see decline in support requirements if you're really narrowly targeted.
Mike, how about you? Is rural America really looking at just infrastructure?
I guess I actually, I think the focus on infrastructure is appropriate, actually. I think that this is one of the things that the consultants plan did that I thought was interesting, the transition from looking at it on a per line basis to a per location basis. And I think that helps to address the point that Joe just made as well, which is, you're not funding lines, you're funding a network. And that network is built, and there are ongoing operating expenses associated with that network over time. Even as the plant depreciates, you continue to have to operate that network. The other piece of the puzzle here, I think, is the carrier of last resort obligation. Universal service is intended to make sure that when a customer comes calling for service at a given location, that it's available there. I think that some of the line loss may be occurring at times because the customer is not necessarily moving to a competitor, but disconnecting from an access line and buying a broadband line, and then putting the purchasing interconnected VoIP over the top, whether it's from Aurora Lec or from a Vonage or somebody else. So I think the focus on infrastructure is appropriate. Turning universal service towards support of a network that offers both voice and broadband and is available and it's not just about getting networks to rural America or high cost areas, it's about keeping them there. Service quality could degrade to the extent that there's not ongoing support for that. So I think that the focus on a per location basis becomes more appropriate over time.
Lee.
I would anticipate that over time the size of the fund should decrease, and let me give you several reasons. First, we're no longer focusing on revenue sources that are limited to telephony. As broadband provides a much greater revenue opportunity for the service provider than did a legacy voice network. People are spending more money on services that broadband provides. They're spending money on internet access, they're spending money on over-the-top VoIP services, they're spending money on video. And for that reason, I would expect two things to happen. First, there are revenue opportunities that should reduce the need for subsidy. But it also suggests that by virtue of consumers' willingness to pay considerably more for all of the services combined that are potentially available over a broadband facility relative to what they might have been willing to pay for legacy phone service 15 or 20 years ago, the concern about cost to the consumer has to be reviewed. For example, FCC data suggests that just for telephone service alone, which is basically wireline plus wireless, as of 2006, which is the last year for which there's published data, average households were spending just under $90 a month. Even in the lowest quintile of income, it was close to $60 a month, and in the highest quintile is about $125. That does not include, apparently, from what best I can tell, that data does not include internet access payments or video services. If you start adding all of that together, and I haven't found a consistent data source that would let us do that on a per household basis, but my rough estimate is that we're probably looking at total expenditures in the $150 to $200 range, a lot more than the $25 or $30 or $40 that might have been spent on telephony. So we just don't need we don't have the same concern about what it would cost consumers to purchase these services, and we don't have the same level of concern about potential revenue sources that are available to providers as we did in the past.
Jonathan, the incumbents must have a thought on this question.
All too many. So I guess I'd just start with your first question about the line loss. And I think the line loss is an important issue because within the line revenue, there is a chunk of universal service subsidy, and we're not so good at exactly separating out how much of it is regular revenue and how much of it is subsidy. And the increasing line loss is what drives us to feel this great sense of urgency about the need to do something here, because we do have subsidies wrapped up in regular competitive revenue. That doesn't make sense. They need to be separated out. They need to be independently funded. And with the degree of competition there is now, I think we all use the word incumbent as a shorthand because we all know what it means. But in terms of market position, there are an awful lot of incumbents that don't feel like incumbents, that may have less than half the voice business in their area. And that really drives the need to do something, and to do something quickly, to start this process. I think the process has to have transitions, but they have to have transitions to something, and I think the something is the broadband world. And to talk about the broadband world in terms of revenue is very difficult. It's not clear that there's more revenue in providing broadband or broadband and video than in the old days of providing voice. Video revenue is there, but it can be over-the-top video. It can all be Netflix's video and not the network's revenue. The same with voice. You know, the network can be there, but all the voice revenue can go to Vonage or someone else. It's not clear that network providers can turn to anyone other than the consumer for revenue to support a more expensive network. The consumer in terms of the basic network charge, and the consumer in terms of USF, because the consumer pays for all that. So I think we need to be on this transition to a healthy environment for operating broadband networks, and that means USF in the outlying areas, not in the donut hole, but in the donuts. And it has to happen. It has to get underway pretty quickly. And finally, I think, you know, when we talk about all these models and total revenues and total costs, I think we all should think about simplicity and the virtues of that here. Those models can be very complicated, very difficult to allocate costs, very difficult to allocate revenues. And I think it is really worth thinking about simple models that are really based on the key things like density and topography to figure out where high-cost areas are and where the support needs to go.
You know, Billy, you had the first say here, but any thoughts on that question, or questions, I guess, by the time I got through with them?
Well, I agree with Joe. The fact that we have line loss, the fact that we have developments in telecommunications that were never foreseen when the Telecom Act of '96 was passed is an incredibly good thing. It means we have a dynamic and changing market that is producing greater and greater value for end users as the years go by. Our task as regulators is to get the incentives created by the systems we have for support of very high cost areas right, so that they don't distort the market and impede further developments. What is great about all of the plans, the FCC plan and the 3 state plans, is that all of them start with a clear description of the goals they want to achieve. They want to have high-quality telecommunications service in all areas of the country at comparable rates. They want to provide broadband in all areas of the country. They want to provide mobility in all areas of the country. They also recognize that we are starting with a limited budget that must be husbanded and allocated efficiently. They also realize in order to do that, that it has to be targeted just to the areas where there are no competitive options, where we're not going to worry about line loss because you're ultimately going to have one provider. And most importantly, they all agree that only one provider in those high-cost areas should be subsidized by the support mechanisms that we have. As far as when and if the support can actually go down, I'll believe it when I see it. I think the best analog is the Schools and Libraries Fund. It has always been a capped fund from the beginning at $2.25 billion. Initially, it supports both CapEx and OpEx. Initially, it was about a 70-30 split, 70% to CapEx, 30% to ongoing operation expenses. Over time, that has flipped so that now more of that fund is going to supporting the infrastructure that has already been put in place. And I can imagine a similar transition to a high-cost fund over the years as we finally fill in all those white areas that are going to be shown in the map that comes out today. And then we talk about how do we maintain that support in truly uneconomic areas long-term.
Well, you raised an interesting point. You really did, because you said, gee, we're going to keep this fund at this size, right? And then you sort of smiled. Well, all of these plans, express a lowering overall of intercarrier compensation and a more regularity, a purpose, and in matching intercarrier compensation, and as does the plan put forward by the FCC. And you know, if that's the case, is it really feasible to imagine that buying all that we're buying now, plus really a lot more by the time we're through, we all acknowledge that there's more implicit in all your comments, that there's more bang for the buck, and in the FCC's plan, more bang for the buck overall in a broadband application. But do we really think that we're going to buy all this and even more without increasing the fund size? Anybody got any thoughts on that? I mean, Joe, you admit that your view is usually. I'm going to try with you on this one first. What do you think?
I think it's a practical matter, given the way that the country's attitude about tax programs, and this is a tax program. The amount of money available to do this is relatively fixed. I also think, as a practical matter, the intercarrier compensation reform proceeding has to be more about decreasing carrier revenues for a service that is overpriced and providing carriers a time path to adjust their business model. And it can't be about pretending that you can reverse engineer universal service support out of the money that you're taking out of intercarrier compensation. I think it's a fool's errand to try and keep that revenue stream as though that revenue stream is a social revenue stream, as opposed to a revenue stream that all carriers that receive it, including my clients, CLEX, et cetera, fills a hole in an income statement, and they're going to have to adjust business plans. I think that part of the pain is going to have to be felt by carriers. I will make one other observation, if I can, and that is, all of these plans, I think, try to answer two questions with one answer, and I think that's part of the problem. Nobody really knows how to do this well. This isn't like telephone universal service, where you were trying to preserve something that already was. You're trying to go where nobody is, and nobody knows the best way to really do this. The one thing I think about the Omaha plan, I'd be interested what others think. If people step back and first answer the question, what is an equitable way to give some money to states to figure out what to try in their state, and then gave every state, within some federal boundaries, an opportunity to try variations of these things, I think 3 years from now, you will learn a lot more about how to solve this problem than if you try to solve it with one plan that you superimpose on every state.
That's an interesting thought. Mike, what do you think about the idea of the size of the fund and what we're trying to get out of this, and yet still try to use the same exact amount of fund?
Yeah, I wanted to respectfully challenge a few of the premises that Joe brought up. I think you mentioned that USF is not about trying to replace decreasing revenues, or that this is nothing more than filling a line on an income statement. I think if you look at what universal service is really about, and this is some of the things I think that get lost sometimes when people look at this as a budgetary exercise. I understand why we have to work with as a pragmatic approach. I think Joe's right. Look at the practical impact of the political climate, the budgetary constraints, and what we have to do with the money that we have. But I do think that USF, still, we have to look back to the statutory principles. It's got to be about specific, predictable, sufficient support, about ensuring affordability for consumers in high-cost areas who otherwise wouldn't have access to reasonably comparable services. So those are the principles that really have to guide this within the budgetary realities. Now I guess the other piece of this I want to sort of emphasize is that we keep talking about making sure that we're getting to unserved areas, that we're solving the problem in unserved areas. This needs to be about more than getting broadband to unserved areas. This needs to be about keeping broadband where it is so we don't have the unintended consequence of creating new unserved areas when you start shifting dollars around. This is why, to go back to the question now about the budget, an incremental approach is key. We've got to take Intercarrier comp a step at a time. We're playing three-dimensional chess as we start to move around Intercarrier compensation and universal service, shift it to broadband, pull it out of some areas, put it to another. I think this is one of the things that the FCC's noticed did very well. While we don't necessarily agree with all the details of how they're getting there, and we'll have the time for comments on that, I think the near-term approach is a very prudent approach to this to make sure that we're being careful about substantial shifts. The future of broadband is just a little bit too important for us to be visionary or experimental, as I think, frankly, the broadband plan more so was. So I'm happy we're beyond that. One last piece, and then contributions, and then I'll let others move on. We've been looking at contributions reform for a while. We wish the FCC would have moved forward on that. We understand why it did not, that it had a certain set of priorities and resources it had to devote attention to. But I guess the way I look at it in terms of should the fund remain the same size, that may be the budgetary decision for a year or two, but contributions reform can help to put it on a base where it can grow as you need over time. If you put it on an expanding revenue base instead of on a shrinking one, you might have it stay at $4.5 billion for a year or two, but at least you've got the wiggle room then, the latitude to move it over time as you need to do the job you need to do rather than setting an arbitrary cap. So, thanks.
So we move through the questions. I'd give you one. I'd give you one shot here, Jonathan, and I'd to respond from the ILAC's part, unless Lee wants to. Unless you want to give your time to Lee on that one. Lee, go ahead.
A couple of observations. The universal service funding system, including the use of above-cost intercarrier compensation rates, is replete with unintended consequences. A lot of the line loss, for example, that has arisen over the last decade or 2 decades, particularly from wireline to wireless, is a direct consequence of a disparate treatment of access charges as between wireline and wireless services, where wireless services don't pay access charges on intra-MTA non-local calls, whereas wireline does. This enabled wireless carriers to offer much more favorable long-distance rates and actually free long-distance services, which encouraged a lot of substitution. Now, some of that may be entirely legitimate and technologically based, but a lot of it was the result of this pecuniary distortion that was introduced in the system. A good deal of the in the specific case of unserved areas, focus on the following. If you're putting in broadband facilities in an unserved area, those facilities have the capability to provide, in addition to internet access and video type services, they can also provide wireless backhaul, which would then support an expansion of wireless, both narrowband and broadband services into those areas, as well as obviously voice telephony. All of these provide revenue to that rural provider. They may well provide revenue that is more than sufficient to support that type of infrastructure development. And if you adopt a reverse auction model, then obviously if potential bidders reach that conclusion, that will be reflected in their bids, and their bids should at that point be very low. The point is that we have to change the way we think about supporting these services if customers are now willing to pay $100 to $200 a month for all of the services that are potentially supportable from that infrastructure. We're not in the $25, $30, $40 range anymore, and what might not have been supportable in the past is potentially supportable now, and we need to adopt policies that will sort that out and not distort technological choices, not create more unintended consequences, but get to that principal objective. And the principal objective should be to serve unserved areas in the most efficient way, and the way to do that is to recognize all revenue sources and to use reverse auctions.
Well, let's talk about all revenue sources then, Lee. Let's move right to it. Each of these plans proposes to expand the financing base in one way or another. They all do. Some more than others, but they all do. And as you move forward and you look at that base and you're moving into a high-speed and IP world, what are the financial administrative benefits of expanding that base, and what are the risks associated with it? Obviously, there are downsides. You're dealing with a concept here in high speed and the internet that seems to, at least in the broad expanse, belong to the people. What do we do about that, Glenn?
Well, you know, I want to take my hat off to the staff for one of their white papers on intercarrier compensation, and I think they ask a question that people should be thinking about. Why do we want to take it to zero? There ought to be some role for it to play, and it makes solving the rest of the puzzle easier. So, you know, I think that's one. Two, if you read the broadband plan, it says that broadband is the great infrastructure challenge of the 21st century. Think back to what we did when we were looking in the last century about the interstate highway system. We put a very small transaction fee on people that use those highways, on motor fuels. Did it kill the trucking industry? No. It went through the roof. Did it kill the lodging industry? No. There's motels everywhere. Did it kill the... It provided the infrastructure that let the economy grow.
Well...
So, I'm offering this for a reason. And that is, if we can find an equitable way for the people that benefit from the infrastructure that we're putting in to help fund it, then we can start, I think, really carrying out the true vision of the broadband plan, which is marvelous. And the fact that it ought to go to everyone, including the most rural areas, is essential. So I think rather than thinking inside a small box, we need to make the box a little bigger.
Now, see, I knew you'd want a day. You said it before, but you're jumping now, Jonathan. How would you respond to that particular concern and that question? What about that base?
Glenn's is a fascinating thought in terms of all the plans do say let's expand the base, but none of them are really sort of stepping back and saying how do we really expand the base to get contributions from everyone who benefits from the internet to help get the broadband connections built. And I think that's going to be a really key issue because I do hear the discussions about if we fund a rural broadband provider to build a new broadband network in an unserved area, that they'll get lots of revenue from voice and video and data. But our smaller companies and our larger companies that build in rural areas don't see that because especially for the smaller companies, the costs of video acquisition are very high, as Commissioner Landis knows. Voice revenues often can end up with Vonage or someone else. These companies cannot compete with Netflix or YouTube for video revenue. So, and they can't charge for access to their networks. So, really their only source of funding is the end user, and to the extent that companies that send traffic over the internet and get subscribers and ad revenue were able to contribute to building those broadband networks that drive their businesses, I think that's really something worth exploring in terms of funding the broadband build-out. And on intercarrier comp, I just want to say that the whole intercarrier compensation system is a regulatorily created millstone around the neck of the industry. It creates costs, it drives complexity, it does the things that we all kind of talked about in terms of skewing choices and competition. I agree with Joe that a big chunk of it is revenue. Another chunk is USF. I think we just need to start as soon as possible transitioning off this system, and we need to identify the USF part that needs to get replaced, but we need to provide a glide path for carriers to move away from this system that just drives cost, complexity, and litigation in our industry that it doesn't drive in other industries and handicaps the entire wireline industry.
Billy, I thought you might want to weigh in on this one, Billy Jack.
Yeah, the plan that most explicitly addresses contributions is the Omaha plan. And it advocates spreading the base as broadly as possible to reduce the burden on any individual participant to the lowest possible level. They had proposed that all revenues from both telecom and information services be used as the base, which would expand the base from currently it's about $74 billion to $448 billion. The problem is that that's an apples and oranges type comparison because the 448 includes all interstate and intrastate. I think if they provided an analysis whereby if you back off all the intrastate revenue in that greater pot, you're still left with an assessment factor of approximately 3% compared to the 15.5% USF assessment factor we have today. Nevertheless, there's always a temptation if you lower the assessment factor, you then can lard up the demand on the fund because you have more space. So that's why I think it's important to establish your priorities and then your budget and then live within it. But getting back to your previous question on the cost of intercarrier compensation, I thought one of the most optimistic portions of the FCC's NPRM was, I believe, in paragraph 525. There was a footnote where they referenced a NECA letter of December 30th of 2010 that said moving all rate of return carriers to interstate rates from intrastate rates, which is the area of largest disparity in intercarrier comp rates, would cost $361 million. $361 million in the context of a $4.5 billion fund. That's chump change. Obviously, going forward to a lower target rate would cost some incremental amount above that. But while Intercarrier and USF is a huge amount for individual small rural companies, the aggregate amount, which all of us are being asked to carry the burden on, ends up not being that much simply because of the leverage which makes universal service work. There are a few very high cost areas which must be supported by the broad mass of everybody else who has reasonably cost telecom service. It's doable. We can do it.
Well, it's interesting because you kind of opened up where I was going to head next anyway, and that's, what about the states here? How do they play in this thing? And in fact, what about state matching funds? It's been proposed a couple of times. It was proposed in 2007 as potentially part of the answer here. The Omaha plan proposes FCC grants to states to be further allocated by those states, but with a required state match. Some skin in the game, as I think that my predecessor, telecom chairman Ray Baum, used to say, and as Larry Landis has said a lot of times. What about that? The consultant's plan proposes direct FCC support to carriers, but a reduction that can be restored by a state using its own USF. So there's a thought about some sort of matching fund or state USF fund support here. Does the law allow the FCC to establish any expectations regarding state financial participation in the USF and USF costs? Do you think that the laws that exist provides them that avenue?
Yes, in fact, the courts have already said that it does. In Quest 1 and Quest 2, the court specifically stated that universal service is intended to be a joint state-federal cooperative enterprise, that the FCC should induce state participation either by carrots or by sticks. And I was very, I thought it was great that the plans, at least a couple of them, had explicit state participation. This is a way to make universal service go further. Obviously, if the feds are not carrying all the weight, if there is a requirement that states pitch in as well, we're going to have more resources available. And it just makes sense. If a state has areas that are so high cost that it must draw down substantial amounts of federal high cost funding, let's just take a state, for example, Mississippi. Why should it not have its own state universal service fund to help with its own high-cost areas? If it's asking folks in Baltimore and Washington, D.C. and Boston and Illinois to contribute, why shouldn't the other folks in Mississippi contribute a portion as well?
Of course, I'd be the wrong one to talk to about Quest 2, but move on to... What about you, Michael?
I agree that the states should have several roles in this. The one role would be helping, as Billy Jack mentioned, to identify and help to support their most high-cost areas. The one concern I have on that, or question I have on that, is as folks, the FCC has indicated that it considers broadband to be an interstate service, and I don't want to delve into separations issues, but I start to wonder what revenues are left for a state to assess to set up its universal service fund if you think that ultimately over time you're moving to an all broadband network where VoIP's over the top of it or people are using wireless. I think it's essential that the states have a stake in this and that they have a role to play in terms of both funding and then in ensuring service quality as policing carrier of last resort. But I do get concerned about how in the end game or the long term what those do look like. That being said, in the near term, I think it's important that the states have a role. You may differ about whether it should be a stick, such as is in the consultant's plan, a little bit in terms of a reduction that then gets, bumped up, versus a carrot that might be essentially a pay down against a benchmark for how much support you would receive. So I think you could have that discussion, but I think there is an important role for state universal service funds to play. Less so as a grant that's then flowed through the states, but I think the state fund could make up against, say, a benchmark, a federal benchmark or something like that.
Joe, you got to have thoughts about this.
Well, yeah. I go back to a sort of a somewhat different model because I do believe that the best approach is for the FCC to create an environment where states have flexibility on how they identify these unserved areas, focus money, do testing. This is, give other competitors an opportunity to underbid, whatever. This is so granular that I think any effort to try and run it out of Washington is doomed to failure, personally. Now, and that was probably an overstatement. I apologize to my friends at the federal table, but I sort of make my living speaking plainly. But the flip side of that is if you're going to give states flexibility to now run the risk of insulting the rest of you, you also need to have the state put money in the game, I think, for there to be political skin in the game. Someone's going to hold state commissions or whatever state agency affects this in a particular state to some political review process of, okay, you're not just spending the Fed's money, but you're spending some of our money. I want to make sure you're doing it wisely. And I think that kind of balance is necessary for this to be run efficiently.
Thank you. Which approach, if you look at these particular plans, which approach to state funding would work better then? Would it be a two-step allocation through the states themselves, or a direct allocation from USAC to the carrier? Which way would work better if you're going to use that approach at all, Glenn?
I see a real problem in the Omaha plan, in that it assumes you can take the existing $4.5 billion and split it up among the states and then reallocate it. As I mentioned in my opening comment, you've got a lot of companies that have taken out loans to build the plant that's delivering voice and broadband service today. And if you take away the ability to recover that cost, you could bring down those networks with real unintended consequences. So I think that's something we have to keep mindful of. We've got to keep that base. I believe it's the consultant plan says, well, let's have some modest amount that at least gets some skin in the game. That's probably the better way to go. But I really think, and I'll go back to what Mike said, we're really losing in this new world what's an interstate service, what's an intrastate service. I think we need to think in terms of the services that benefit and then look to them to contribute to building the network out.
Well, that's probably true, because obviously if you got to the point of saying that everything is interstate, there'd be little or no state role. There'd be no real purpose, would there, for any state
there's an
universal
important
service fund?
state
The
role, a very
revenues,
important
there'd be
state
no
role.
revenue to in essence use for those purposes, would there?
Well, I think the state role is to identify the areas that do need service that don't have it, the areas that are so high cost they need ongoing support, and then to police to make sure that everybody's playing by the rules.
Well, you and Joe would agree that is at the very least then that as far as looking at those areas that most need, that have the most need, that the states have a role there, not only maybe with some skin in the game, but also identifying those areas that that are the hardest to serve and need the most care and careful planning.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's really true when you look at all the state mapping programs. States have done an awful lot, particular states, whether it's working with One Economy, Connected Nation, to do the broadband maps that have done a lot to identify areas and then to drive adoption in the low adoption and the other areas. So I think there's a big role for states here. I think, I think fundamentally this is a federal initiative to drive broadband as far out in the country as possible. But we do have a budget, and there's nothing that prevents states from contributing more and driving broadband faster in their states. But, it's not all about a state USF fund. I mean, driving adoption, doing the mapping, working with localities to reduce rights-of-way costs and to speed up the ability of people to drive broadband, that drops the cost. It makes broadband easier to build out. So there are a lot of things that states can do, vis-a-vis other states to drive broadband faster in their state.
Mr. Chairman, can
Yes.
I ask a question of the plan's authors, just on that issue?
You certainly can, and we said that the plan's authors would be sort of mutes today unless there was a direct question for them, and
There you go.
and here's one, so look out. All right, go ahead.
The issue has been raised a couple of times about the ability of small carriers to continue to pay off their existing loans, presumably from RUS and other sources. Would your plans, and specifically I guess I'll ask all three of you, would they be able to incorporate those debt payment obligations in considering how much support they would be able to receive under your plan?
Let's start with Earl and the Omaha plan. That seems where we kicked off. So.
Okay. The Omaha plan starts with the legacy fund. The legacy fund gives the carriers the right to come into the FCC and demonstrate that they need their existing funding in order to achieve at least 8.25% return on equity based on their total revenues and their total costs. Now, when you do that, you enable, and that would be a yearly proceeding, a demonstration that they need the money because they wouldn't have adequate earnings to survive and pay off their debt. That 8.25 includes the paying off of the debt. So if you start with giving them the opportunity to come in and demonstrate that they have to have it on an ongoing basis every year, the people who don't come in are the ones who don't deserve it today. And so that's how you take the existing USF and move it to the other funding, because we're going to find companies like Disney in Florida that are subsidized today that cannot demonstrate that they need it, but they're just following the rules. And those carriers that do not need the funding as legacy providers in the high-cost areas will have plenty of opportunities to go for broadband funding, for wireless funding, all with their integrated revenue streams, and that solves the problem. If you don't start by protecting those areas that have to have it, give them the opportunity to come in for it, then we have the dire results that everybody's worried about.
Joel, about the Schiffman plan in response to Billy Jack's question?
Specifically, under my plan, the Network Access Fund is based upon existing support levels and therefore covers, at least to the same extent as the existing USF, the obligations of the rural carriers. It recognizes that the existing wireline fund, even though it's called a voice grade fund, that it is in fact a broadband fund from the way that it operates, and that these carriers have invested their monies in broadband facilities, some ubiquitously providing broadband service. And it provides in two ways a guarantee that they'll be able to recover those funds. One, through the Network Access Fund, but secondly, to the extent the Network Access Fund does not provide sufficient funding to allow carriers to provide comparable service at comparable rates, it allows a surcharge on the NAF to provide sufficient support, and it delegates to the states, under what I envision federal guidelines, the authority to establish the Extraordinary Support Fund. One thing also I'd like to add is that Billy made one very minor error, but it has a lot of money involved, and that is when you talked about the unified plan, you said from a half a cent to 5 cents. You had the decimal point in the wrong place. It's from a 500th of a cent to 5 cents, so that I envision that the current .0007 rate, the ISP generation rate, that low-cost carriers and ISP interconnections would actually see a reduction in intercarrier compensation in a direction towards bill and keep. So I'm not raising everybody.
Okay, now for the consultants, who are we going to get here? Looks like Bob's grabbing the microphone. Go ahead.
Well, first off, Billy, the consultants plan doesn't make that much of a differential between existing debt and future debt. It looks more at the need for funding infrastructure in the very, very high-cost areas, so that if the debt is taken on to build the infrastructure in the donut, it would be protected under our plan. This gets back a little bit to Joe's idea, is that, you know, you're protecting infrastructure, but you shouldn't be protected from losses of competition. And we feel that in the town there's obviously more competition, so we're protecting the ability to maintain the infrastructure where there's only one provider being there. You also have the opportunity to get revenue that you might be losing from intercarrier comp for a period of time. And there's also the transition. Now, in the plan, the number is 5 years for a transition from your current out to the new system. But it's obviously, if people are worried more about the debt, each one of those, I think what people must look at when they look at our plan is that we give you a structure of how to bring everything together and how to look at everything in one comprehensive unit. If somebody wants a benchmark of $20 and we put in a $25 plan, I mean, those are practical considerations that mean a lot of money, I understand that, but that's second. What we're pushing is this comprehensive view of the plan to bring all the moving parts together so you can see how everything interacts and all the unintended consequences.
I had a question overall. I know I know I've got to take a little. I'm going to get a couple of other questions out here, and obviously I was a little too aggressive in putting out the questions I wanted to get answered. So let's cut to a couple that I really do want to have answered before our time runs out. I'm going to take to the fact it said 10:30, then it said 10:45. I'm going to live with 10:45 since we started a little late. With regard to duplicate subsidies, everybody, all three plans indicated, and Billy, Jack, and his description all indicated that, in fact, you're only looking to support a single carrier here. You're not looking to support competition. You're not trying to get multiples in here. But if you look at the potential for duplicate subsidies, all three plans contain a broadband grant and a provider of last resort grant. In these three plans, how can two grant programs like that operate simultaneously without running into and providing duplicate subsidies. Isn't that a danger here if in fact you have both of those operating like two satellites? Is there a possibility of duplication here? Do any of you see that? Joe?
I may have misunderstood the plans because I understood the broadband plan to fundamentally be founded on the proposition that there's no facilities in place. So you're going to craft for an applicant for a particular area an ongoing polar obligation coinciding with the grant of the money. But that the term polar fund really was intended more, as I understood it, to take care of the situation where carriers have already used USF money to develop broadband networks. They need that on an ongoing basis. Their argument fundamentally is that while they may face competition in certain portions of their service territory, they are in effect the only provider in some outlying area that they wouldn't have already started serving but for the polar obligation. And so you're actually funding two different types or two different geographic areas, and they both present different issues.
Is that the way everybody viewed that too? Is that just me off on a tangent here? I just want to make sure.
I think you have a good point, and I think that there is a possibility of overlap during the transition. I think from our perspective, that's one of the reasons to get this started and to get it over with as quickly as possible.
Just in case I'm right? Okay. Let me ask a question with regard to grants. While we're talking about funding, let's talk about grants. You know, NTIA and RUS have completed several rounds of broadband grants, mostly for construction costs. We're not going to get into questions of success on job creation, et cetera, but they are aimed, no matter how you cut this cake, they are aimed at infrastructure, and we certainly have heard the word enough today. How successful have these grants been, in your opinion? Well, let's ask that first. How successful do you believe the grants have been with regard to the infrastructure necessary to implement any of these plans?
Well, I think, for better or worse, there's very little that's happened in terms of construction, right? So it's early to say. I think the RUS grants have been more focused on building new facilities in unserved areas, and I think they hold sort of a substantial promise of reducing the USF burden over time. A lot of the NTIA money went into funding kind of overbuilt middle mile facilities. I don't see that as helpful in terms of reducing the USF burdens going forward. And to the extent, you know, that the government wants to contribute money to help build new broadband and bring new people on the market in a one-time way, I think that can help. But I think the USF problem is to keep the networks up and operating.
Mike or Glenn?
I'll just make one point on that, just a minor point of clarification to what Jonathan said. The RUS programs may help to reduce, or maybe it's just a clarification rather than correction, but to reduce the burden on universal service because the capital expenses were in part either covered through grants or maybe loans that stretch it out. But I believe that a lot of the applications for RUS, when you went in for stimulus money, you had to provide a business case, and that business case was built upon meeting tier ratios and other things, and oftentimes that included some assumption as to the continuation of universal service support. So even within the stimulus process, there essentially is an underlying foundation that says that there's some continuation of ongoing universal service, and there have been cases where providers have actually turned back RUS awards for fear that because of uncertainty about what would happen with universal service reform or intercarrier compensation, they would not be able to maintain the tier ratios and you know, pay out the loans over time.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that the NPRM and the broadband plan call on a lot of private capital coming in to help this. Well, private capital has track shoes, and it will run away if it senses that it's not going to get a fair return on that investment. And I think the uncertainty that we currently are facing is causing a lot of people to be hesitant to commit the kind of private capital we need. So certainty both as to past investment, certainty as to investment that's going to be made between now and when we do get the rules, and then when the rules are in, you know, certainly that there will be an expectation of return of capital. I think that those are all essential to get the private capital into the game that we're really going to need to make this plan work.
You know, I have one last area that I really like to get into here, and that's auctions. That's, if you've read my separate statements in the past, I've always had some concern about reverse auctions, whether they'd work and how the auction process works in general here. And I noted in the Omaha plan that it suggests that states might use auctions to allocate support. How would the auctions work in your estimation? And would the states first designate the service areas that the service would be auctioned, or would bidders be allowed to define their own service areas? Have any of you looked at the Omaha plan, and can you give me a thought on that? Yes, Lee.
Well, the NPRM seems to suggest that the bidder gets to define service area with the integral unit being a census block. Which struck me as being incredibly granular, and to a point where you could end up with a real patchwork of areas that are suitable for auctions and areas where nobody has any interest at all. And it seems to me that you know, we should learn a lesson from the wireless experience, where we started out with very small service areas, 700 some odd service areas, urban and rural, that ultimately got consolidated. I think we need to define larger service areas that contain more of a cost mix that would attract bidders who are able to achieve sufficient scale in order to come in with a realistic business model and a realistic bid. One of the concerns I had about the Omaha plan is that it suggests that carriers, bidders would be required, a successful bidder would be required to set its prices in the area that it is being subsidized under the auction process at the same level that it charges in unsubsidized areas. And that sounds very good, except that what it might end up doing is attracting bidders who simply don't serve unsubsidized areas, therefore they're not subject to that constraint, which would have the again, unintended consequence of eliminating that benchmark, and at the same time eliminating companies with larger scale that would be in a position to offer the service at a lower cost. So I think the auction concept is a good concept. It needs to be fleshed out in a lot more detail than even the NPRM, which devotes more pages to it than the Omaha plan. It needs a lot of work. The concept is good. It needs to be developed. Maybe the comments in the NPRM will help to accomplish that.
I think the most important thing is just to get it started. The NPRM calls for using pilots in the first go-round for the Connect America Fund in 2012, and I think that's the way to go. The only way we're going to get the bugs out of this is to actually take it out on a test rate.
Since I've heard Joe talk about auctions before, I'm not gonna cut him off. I gotta let him say something before we thank the panel. Go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say, first of all, again, I tend to favor an approach where the states have some flexibility, so you can try this, because it might work, but it also might not. I think that the likelihood of success where you have multiple parties bidding to bring service to the same geographic area, that kind of reverse auction, is overly optimistic. The NPRM seems to hint at a different concept where you have areas competing, recognizing that you have a limited amount of money. You compete not to serve the same area, but you compete by saying, I can bring this much broadband to this many people in Wyoming, and you're bidding against somebody who's trying to describe, I can bring this much broadband to an area in Pennsylvania, and you go sort of competing between people trying to get a higher priority in the queue for money. And that, I think, was a very fascinating change in how the debate has developed so far. Again, I would tend to favor someplace where Pennsylvania tries that before some other state, or states have an opportunity rather than just a federal model. But that type of reverse auction has, to me, a much more different likelihood of success.
All right. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our panelists for working with these programs and answering the questions we asked. I'd like to thank them first for their efforts on our behalf. I'd also like to thank from deep within my heart the consultants, the Schiffman plan and the Omaha plan, for all the hours that they put in to put these proposals forward and to give us a place to start from and a place to work from with regard to overall reform in these two incredibly important areas. And you know, finally, I'd like to thank the FCC. You know, no matter where this goes and how it goes, usually somebody remembers a quote on a criticism panel that I had when the FCC was turning over into what was then going to be called the new FCC, which is now the present FCC, and someday it could be the old FCC. But they asked me what my first thought was, and I said, well, the FCC has never been picked up for speeding on the telecommunications highway. And you know, this time they've got it, they're moving, and as Billy Jack says, you know, let's try to get something in place. And the efforts, whether we succeed or whether we don't, at least the efforts are there. The approach is the right holistic approach, and this time we seem to be moving forward. Thank the panelists, thank the proposers of the programs.
Take a short break. We'll take a 10-minute break, and we're going to begin again at 10 minutes to 12. 10 minutes to 11, sorry. 10 minutes to 11.
Don't tell Bob that.
Welcome to the second panel this morning. The first panel this morning was an overview of the state members' plans compared to the notice of proposed rulemaking that was issued on February 9th by the FCC. This panel is going to look specifically at the notice of proposed rulemaking. Now, we could do that for the next week, and we would just begin to scratch the surface. The notice of proposed rulemaking is a nearly 300-page document, including appendices, single-spaced, 11-point type. It is a remarkable achievement, and I don't say that lightly. Whether you agree with what's in it or not, it asks all the questions and is very comprehensive. We have with us this morning people who, like the previous panel, have volunteered their time. These are experts in their fields. They represent various industries. I would like to thank you in advance. We've got about an hour to deal with a document that it really deserves a lot more attention. Each of you and those you represent will have an opportunity to file comments. In fact, the FCC commissioners and their staff are going to be rewarded with their hard work, with the opportunity to deal with thousands of pages of comments that will come in the next couple months. And I know that they will give it just as much effort. So this morning, I'm going to ask a few questions, but we have this morning Dr. Mark Cooper from the Consumer Federation of America. We have Steve Morris from the National Cable and Telecommunications Association. We have a mid-size, or actually a rather large, incumbent local exchange carrier, Ken Mason of Frontier, Joel Lubin of AT&T, Dave Kahn of T-Mobile, so the wireless industry is represented, Steve Berry of the Rural Cellular Association, Ken Pfister, who heads the Great Plains Telecom Company in Nebraska, and he assures me they serve one Indian reservation in South Dakota as well. So we have the small incumbent local exchange carrier represented as well, and finally Erwin Hudson from Wild Blue Satellite will contribute the views of the satellite industry. Let me begin by asking a question or two. You'll all have an opportunity to file comments. So we're not here to necessarily give your complete views of the notice of proposed rulemaking. But if you think there is something particular about the proposed rulemaking that is particularly troubling or gratifying to your company or your industry, then speak up. Let me begin by asking this question, and it involves intercarrier compensation part of the rulemaking. In the near-term reforms for intercarrier compensation, the NPRM seeks comments on whether the proper regime for voice over internet protocol traffic is, number one, bill and keep, number two, a voice over the internet protocol specific intercarrier compensation rate, or should we just use conventional carrier access charges? Who'd like to start us off? Anybody have an idea whether any one of those is better than others? Ken? It'll
Okay.
When you speak, it'll pick it up.
That's what I hear. Certainly, there's going to be a disparity of views on how to treat VoIP, and I think the fact the Commission posed three very disparate approaches reflects that. From a company that relies on intercarrier compensation significantly for serving our customers and providing the broadband networks until and when and if we do move to a broadband-only USF, to our view, and I think probably the view of a lot of rurals and other companies that are looking to deploy more broadband, is to prematurely gut intercarrier comp by giving VoIP that terminates or originates vis-a-vis the PSTN and through the very same connections as the broadband, to give it a free pass or a close to zero pass will create chaos, turmoil, and we're behind the eight ball before we even reform the system. So I think at a minimum there needs to be a significantly a rate that is comparable to what the going rates, if you will, are out there. I think one place to maybe look at as an alternative might be an interstate rate, given some would argue that VoIP is an interstate-only service. Yeah, somewhere, but to go to a de minimis or zero rate will be, I don't want to say catastrophic, but dull darn close. It's going to lead to carriers really being incented just to declare everything VoIP, whether or not it is or isn't.
Mm-hmm. Ken?
Well, I would agree with what Ken was saying. One of the things we're seeing currently with somewhat chaos even in the current regime, with there not being a classification on how to treat IP-originated PSTN terminated traffic, is there's carriers out there, somewhat in a self-help mode, disputing, saying there's not a proper way to treat it and not paying charges. Sorry, is that better? So we are already seeing, with there not being a classification on how to treat IP-originated traffic, carriers out there that are disputing charges. And one of the things that we would struggle with if there was different treatment is you almost have to take the originating carrier at their word. The terminating records we get on our network don't differentiate whether it was originated on a PSTN or an IP network. We just see the terminating post-conversion to TDM terminating record that we receive on the network. So we believe, along with what Ken was saying, that there has to be some level of compensation and have it transition down with the intercarrier compensation charges over time, so that you don't have sort of a scenario where people can create new arbitrage opportunities by just saying it's IP originated, we don't need to pay, without there really being any way to validate that.
Dave Kahn, T-Mobile.
Thank you, Chairman Carley. And, not surprisingly, I probably have a little different view. It's one thing to say there's a problem with people declaring traffic to be VoIP when it's not, and there ought to be a solution to that problem, because that's not right, and nobody supports that, I don't think. But in terms of traffic that is indisputably VoIP, and trying to figure out what the termination rate should be for that, that's an entirely different question. You know, we all know the problems that exist with the current levels of termination rates for TDM traffic. And it doesn't seem to me to make any sense to all of a sudden say, all right, we want to export all those problems to VoIP traffic now while we're trying to solve them for TDM. It's much more sensible to me to say, let's go to VoIP where we know we need to be in the end anyway, while we transition TDM traffic to the same thing.
Steve?
Two things. One, in terms of where we end up, I think everyone is pretty much in agreement we should have a regime that treats all traffic the same. The idea of a VoIP-specific regime probably doesn't make sense, partly because everyone is moving to IP networks. I mean, our companies are primarily IP-based, but ILECs are also already well on their way to becoming IP-based networks. So that's not something that's sort of some distant event. That's in progress now. We're not far from a world where all traffic is going to be IP-based traffic. But the other thing is, as Ken said, there is real problems now with self-help, and it's not just IP-originated traffic, it's traffic that comes to IP carriers. There's a number of companies, including some very large companies, that have decided unilaterally that the access charge regime does not apply if there's IP involved in any way. So I guess just keep in mind that IP traffic goes both ways. There's issues today that go in both directions, and as I think John Banks said this morning, we just need to get this started as soon as possible and get it done as quickly as possible and get to a place where we have a set of rules that everyone's playing by, and I think that's what we're all trying to do.
Mark, I know you're chomping at the bit to say something.
Well, I mean, in 10 years, none of the distinctions on which this conversation has been predicated will have any meaning whatsoever. They will all just be gone as a result of the transition of this network. If you look back the last 10 years, it's absolutely remarkable what has happened, and it's going to exponentiate in the next 10 years. So all of this conversation is meaningless when we think about the end point. The end point will be a network in which bits are bits. The difference between intrastate and interstate is going to be ephemeral at best, much less significant than it is today. So to me, the key question is, one, establish that endpoint, which the FCC has done, and said, in 10 years, this is the space you will live in, where we're not going to make these distinctions anymore. The second, then, proposition would be, what we ought to do is structure the next 10 years to reward people who make the transition faster. And so I think one of the things we want to look at is that the quicker the states deal with these problems, the fatter their share of the transitional revenue should be. Because the quicker we make these transitions, the quicker we'll get all the irrationalities out of the network. Having said that, and it's a really important point, it's something of which I'm particularly proud. In 1996, the Consumer Federation of America supported the proposition that intrastate revenues should be included in the base for universal service. And at the time, that was not a very popular position among consumer advocates and those folks, because it meant that local bills would actually share some of the burden of the Universal Service Fund. The courts, of course, said we couldn't do that. The courts were wrong. We were right. And so the critical point here is to make sure that all communications, VoIP, wireless, wireline, contribute in a reasonable fashion to supporting the ubiquitous network that we all benefit from.
Well, let me follow Steve Berry.
Just to add, along the lines where Mark is coming from, technology gave us the death of long distance some time ago. And I think Mark is right that we really need a much more forward-looking approach to this now. Now, most of my small rural carriers all throughout the United States and regional carriers would go more with a bill and keep system. We know where we like to go. I think we don't like flesh cuts, and I don't think anyone here is arguing for that, but we do need to know where we're going to go. And the faster we get there, the better. And I do think that there's a need for some transition, but you know, until you classified VoIP, until you know what it is and you know where you're going to go, it's going to be very difficult getting there in the rapidity that we have to. I mean, VoLTE, Voice over Internet Protocol, LTE, is being deployed this year. We are already there. The future is here, and we don't have an answer, and we don't have a regime that are properly control. I don't think it's 10 years, Mark. I think it's 3 years.
Maybe
you know,
we ought to adjourn right now.
Well, if we're going to adjourn to restructure some of the forward-looking concepts in the NPRM, I would be for that. But you know, for the small and regional carrier out there, some certainty of where we're going to go would be very, very helpful as this processing.
But will bill and keep work if the traffic exchanged is roughly balanced? What happens to the rural carrier who's going to terminate a lot more than it's going to originate? Does bill and keep work under that circumstance?
Well, I'll let T-Mobile say. I think it does, especially if you're transitioning to an IP base. I mean, a lot of the distinctions we make right now. I mean, I don't want a program that encourages some of the small RLX and wireless carriers searching for old Nortel 100 switches because they don't want to be a not total IP-based switch, because they want to continue to take under the old construction here. I think we need to get out of that and encourage innovation sooner and quicker.
Ken, will bill and keep work for you?
No, big surprise there, but let me put it this way. If regulation has to intercede to mandate, let's say, a long-term, we'll call it no rate, which is what bill and keep is for all what circuit traffic, I find it real interesting. It's not, first, it's the market not giving any signals. It's the regulator saying these are the signals, and yet we'd be running a rural network, an IP-only network future. We don't have a bill and keep regime when it comes to the broadband traffic and the voice over the broadband traffic that we will be operating, because we have to lease long-haul facilities from the AT&Ts and so ons of the world at non-market-based rates. These are whatever they're their market rates, but they aren't what I guess I'd say they're not they're not necessarily cost-based in our area. So we don't have bill and keep in a broadband world when you're running a rural network. So I feel very strongly to intercede permanently with a zero rate on the per minute world, and not have a bill and keep conversely in a broadband world, which I'm sure folks are going to say who have big special access networks. I'm not taking zero for giving you guys access to my long haul facilities. Kind of interesting. It would be a bill and keep one way and not the other.
Joel?
So, with regard to the question of bill and keep, I think I'm going to start it this way. When it comes to intercarrier comp or universal service, the customer is paying everything. So this is really a question about if the customers pay for everything. When we have the old regime, current regime of intercarrier compensation, that defined which customers are going to pay for what. And the FCC has teed up that question by raising the terminating monopoly. The terminating monopoly, even though you have a choice of a cable party for a broadband and VoIP, you have a choice of a wired party for the same thing, or you have advanced mobility with voice. So you have choices, but by creating calling party network pays creates a terminating monopoly. That's how intercarrier comp was set up, and it was set up in an era where there basically was a monopoly. And so in that era, roughly 25 years ago, it worked. And policymakers could decide, how will I use calling party network pay and access charges, interstate, intrastate, to decide how to subsidize things? And they did a reasonable job. In fact, they were successful. Today, 25 years later, the beautiful question in my mind that they raised was, is calling party network pays the right model? Because again, remember, the customers are paying for everything. When there are access charges originating and terminating, you're basically defining who's going to pay what. This individual to my right observed that the LD business model is a dead model. Well, it's true. And that methodology of calling party network pays, how that works, they're raising the question, should I do that in this new world? And by the way, I agree with Mark. Amazing. I agree with him because he made the point, this is all going to go away, and in 10 years, now I agree with the other gentleman, 10 years is too darn long. But they raised the question, should we do bill and keep? And then that raises two other questions. It's a difficult issue for the rural guys. So I agree with Ken. There's a real hard issue here, is because if you go to bill and keep, there are areas that are high cost that you need an explicit fund. The FCC's raising that. How should we deal with that? The other thing it deals with is, well, if I'm going to go to the bill and keep where the end user pays everything, in high cost areas you got an issue. The NPRM also transitions up when we create a benchmark. They talked about a standalone voice benchmark. Should we be thinking of increasing it every year because it's all about getting to broadband? I think it's a great question, a rational question. And so if this is all about getting broadband, and in fact they had an illustrative voice benchmark of $30, if I remember correctly, and it's going to go up every year to broadband, and let's just hypothetically say broadband's $40 or $45 or more or less, that's going to generate another big question, Lifeline. Lifeline is going to be unequivocally more important tomorrow than it is today. And so this is all about customers, and it's all about which customers pay. And we're going to need a robust lifeline for broadband, and we're going to need a robust plan for high-cost areas where an unsubsidized competitor does not exist.
Dave?
Chairman Cawley, your question about traffic balance was really a great question, and it's important because I think it's a common fallacy that bill and keep is only appropriate where the traffic is roughly in balance, and I just don't think that's consistent with what customers purchase when they buy service. When a customer buys service from us, for example, or from any telephone company, the phone company doesn't go to them and say, I'm selling you the ability to make calls. Your ability to receive calls, I'm actually selling to the carriers that are originating the calls. Okay. The customer is buying the ability to make and receive calls, and it's appropriate that the carrier recover from their customer the amount of money it costs to originate those calls and to terminate them. Now, I've avoided the universal service question, which, as Joel said, is an important question. The carrier may not be able to recover all that money from their customers, and that's going to lead to the need for an explicit universal service fund, potentially in those cases. But the propriety of recovering the terminating costs from the customer to whom the traffic is terminating it's absolutely consistent with what the customer is buying from the company.
Well, as a state regulator, let me give you the dilemma that I face and my colleagues face when we deal with these issues. I hear that we've got to rebalance local rates because, as we all know, there's really only three sources of income for a local company: local rates, access charges, state or universal or federal universal service fund. In Pennsylvania, I've got a really unusual situation where the law requires me that if I lower access charges, I've got to make it up to the company in some other fashion. Now, I heard Joe Gillan say, I'm not supposed to be in the business of protecting entities. Customers will choose where they want to go, and we shouldn't be keeping people in business. Well, I don't have that luxury. But whether you've got a law like Pennsylvania has or not, you have to wonder how high can the local rates go before ubiquitous telephone service goes away. We've already lowered access charges in Pennsylvania. We created a USF fund to help out the local companies to support the high-cost areas. We've already raised local rates. But at what point do people start dropping off the line because it's just too expensive? Now, I really teed that up for you, Mark Cooper, didn't I?
Well, I want to go a different direction with that. So there. The fundamental problem that I'm a consumer advocate, so the fundamental problem that you face is that we have to put an end to the scam that the FCC has run on state regulators and intrastate companies. So for the past, certainly since the passage of the 96 Act, the FCC has pulled all sorts of potential revenue streams into the federal jurisdiction. And you heard this morning sort of everything is interstate. While they've been pulling all those revenue streams into the federal jurisdiction by defining broadband as an information service, etc., they have failed to pull costs with them. So they have stuck the states with the cost. We have the old formula with the costs, but the revenue streams have gone to the federal level. That is fundamentally incorrect. So the solution to your problem is to insist that they match the costs that they're pulling to the federal jurisdiction, or the revenues that they're pulling to the federal jurisdiction, with costs. So if VoIP is going to be a federal service because it uses Internet Protocol, then all of the costs associated that should go to the federal jurisdiction and let the FCC figure out how to recover those costs. They'll suddenly discover the heartburn you've had for the last 15 years. That's the fundamental proposition, is that we have not balanced, and Joel talked about, you know, cost causers, etc. Well, all this broadband traffic is a cost causer, and if 10 years ago I had told you this network would be moving that much traffic, you would have told me it ought to be free by that. The per minute charges ought to have disappeared. There's so much traffic here. The problem is we have a misfit from your point of view between where the costs are being recovered and where the revenue streams have migrated.
Joel?
Thank you. So with regard to the end game, because Mark alluded before to the end game and then he alluded now into this question in response, was we should be thinking about moving costs to the interstate jurisdiction. And so for the moment, let me just focus on the end game. And I believe the FCC's teed this question up as well. And that question is, well, if broadband's an interstate service or in the interstate jurisdiction, should 100% of the broadband pipe be assigned to the interstate? Some people would say the broadband loop, but should that be 100% in the interstate jurisdiction? And so they teed the question up. From our point of view, AT&T's point of view, yeah, we believe that the end game is all about broadband and it's in the interstate jurisdiction, so yes, it should be in the interstate jurisdiction. But it still goes back to the essence of your question, and the essence of your question to me is if we begin to rebalance, because they also said, hey, state, you have a big role here on the intrastate side, and intra should go to inter. And by the way, they didn't say stop at inter. You're going to ultimately go down probably to zero, and maybe it doesn't even matter, because as Mark says, in 10 years, how many access minutes are there going to be? It's going to be VoIP, and my guess is it's going to be a lot sooner than 10 years. And so why go through the pain? And to me, it's really, really important. It's important that, and one reason is because I don't think the FCC's got enough money on the table in USF to do it all. So that's one reason. But what's important is we're not doing a service to consumers if rates are low. Now, I realize in Pennsylvania and in Nebraska and in Indiana, I just don't know about Vermont. I just haven't looked at it.
Nobody does.
Is rates have been coming up. There's a lot of other places where that's not true. Should they come up more? In my humble opinion, yes. Why? Because this is about broadband. We're not doing a good deed if we see artificially low rates because there's this thing called access, and access is going away ultimately because the minutes are going away. And so we have a problem. And the problem is if you have rates that are lower than what the broadband price is, I think there's a certain constituent out there that says, you know what, I don't really see the value of broadband. Maybe we need to educate them a lot, but broadband's going to be their gateway to touching the government, getting jobs, getting better price points in shopping, you name it. Broadband is going to be your link. And so we need to make sure that there's no inherent barrier because you have an artificially low standalone price for voice. That's not a good thing. That, in my opinion, is ultimately a barrier for adoption for certain classes. The other problem we have, and to me it's Ken's problem, and it's a legitimate problem, is you got to figure out a way to address the high-cost areas. And to me, that's the other point you're making. And so the reason why it's so important to do it is you got to get the retail rate level up to a rational price point so that people can say, you know what, why should I stay in standalone voice? I should be going to broadband with VoIP over the top, and someday probably it'll be given away. And at the same time, you need to figure out a rational, robust CAF. And at the same time, you've got to figure out a lifeline, because when people are paying $40 instead of $10 in downtown DC for standalone voice, that's an inherent barrier for a certain segment of the population. And so when they now have a choice of $40, maybe some people can't afford that. And now I need a robust lifeline. And when you start putting that on the table, then I say to you, you know, there's not enough money between federal and state, and therefore somebody's got to think out of the box on the lifeline issue.
Well, on that issue, Mark, and just on that issue, I've been a regulator a long time. I've seen efforts to help people who really deserve it with everything from food stamps to LIHEAP to whatever. Many people will not do it. They view it as welfare. They won't take it. They deserve it. They ought to have it. We've already seen with the Lifeline take rate now that it's only, what, 30%? We can't get it up any higher, even though we know people deserve it. So as a state regulator, do I just keep rebalancing local rates until I force people to swallow their pride and apply for Lifeline? Is that the answer? Or go ahead.
To me, it's a great point for us to problem solve. And the reason I say it's a good point to problem solve, that broadband connection is going to add tremendous value to that individual. We've got to educate them of that. My guess is the federal government, if that person had a broadband connection and he or she understood the full value that could do either in educating their family, getting them a job, or how they deal with the federal government in terms of getting assistance plans or getting better health care, somehow we've got to educate them, and maybe there needs to be a compact with that individual, but that individual sees that, holy cow, by getting that broadband connection, and if I need a subsidy for some period of time, but I can enrich my life, somehow we got to educate people of that. And so that to me is the paradigm shift.
It is fundamentally incorrect to blame the lack of subscription among the vast majority of people who don't have broadband on ignorance. The vast majority of people who don't have broadband want it, and they can't afford it. There are a certain number who may not appreciate the value, but that is not the primary obstacle to broadband subscription. And the FCC data makes that clear. They either can't afford the monthly fee or they can't afford the computer. And so I just bristle when you hear the argument here that, well, just educate the people and they'll be willing to pay if they understood the value. No, the majority understand the value and they can't pay. So that it's a deeper problem than that. The question on why the Lifeline program doesn't work, have the same take rate as other public assistance programs. I think it's been a difficult program. There are all kinds of criteria, and we had argued for less onerous criteria. I also think I would like to see the Lifeline program support people, not companies. So we are advocates of a voucher approach, so that people will understand that they have the power to use those dollars to meet their needs as best as possible. So we think there are improvements you can make in the program, and we think if you get the cost down, subsidizing the cost, that will help people. Plus, you also need to figure out how to get the connectivity devices into their houses. But the marketplace is resolving that issue as well. The cost of owning CPE to get broadband has declined dramatically in these past 10 years, and it will continue to decline. So we think this is an economic problem that is solvable in the same time frame.
Let me make a statement and see if you agree with it. The end game will be that the wireline provider of broadband will be the only survivor. Not wireless, maybe not satellite. Do you agree with that? Are we all gonna come back to the end game? It's just gonna be the wireline provider?
Well, let me step in there and take the bull by the horns on that. No, I totally disagree with you. I think that's part of the problem with this approach we've had so far. It's not forward-looking enough, and it's biased to a wireline solution. I mean, you're telling me you don't believe that wireless is a substitute for wireline.
Only because of spectrum. So,
well, I disagree with that. Technology has brought us tenfold increase in capacity, not additional spectrum in the last 10 years. And we're going to see that continue to go. We've got software-defined radios, SDR. There's going to be enormous changes on the technology side that will increase the potential for increased speeds. And yes, we hope, and if the FCC is successful, we're going to see in this administration's efforts another 500 megahertz of spectrum made available hopefully in the next 10 years. But I think that's part of the problem I had with this entire process, or this entire NPRM, is I think it is very biased toward a wireline solution. I mean, look around the world. Look, every third world developing country in the world, how are they getting this capability to the last mile user? And it's not wireline. There's places in Africa where all the wireline has been dug up and sold for copper because it's more cost effective to sell it for something else instead of having a wireless connection. I just, I know you set it up. I have learned one thing. The one thing I don't want to be is a PUC commissioner in Pennsylvania with all the problems that you have. But I think we are on the precipice here of a unique solution that is ubiquitous high-speed broadband. And some of the test markets right now, some of the test beds right now are showing phenomenal speeds on wireless. So, I don't know. That's why if you look at the four goals, continue to provide voice service, deploy advanced networks that are capable of broadband, ensure reasonable comparable costs, which to me means some form of competitive process, and limit the burden on consumers. I believe that a success-based program is an answer to all four of those, and it's revenue and technology neutral. And I don't think it's wireline or wireless or fixed wireless or satellite or something else.
If one technology survives 50 years from now, it'll be wireless, not wireline. There is absolutely no doubt that mobility as a characteristic of a communications ecology is more valuable than functionality. The spread of wireless globally and in the U.S., in developed countries, is phenomenal. In 15 years, we have twice the penetration of wireless that it took wireline over 100 years to achieve. So mobility is an extremely valuable functionality for a communications network. I like to say fiber does everything almost nowhere, and 4G does lots of stuff everywhere. And it turns out that the wireless part is more valuable. Second of all, wireless is less expensive in low density and moderate density areas, and so it will be economically attractive. The third point is that the level of functionality that the next generation will provide meets most of the needs for the typical household in the U.S. The declining marginal value of bandwidth with respect to everyday functionality is dramatic. And so for those reasons, if I had to bet on a technology being future-proof, that was the big word when we were debating the National Broadband Plan, mobile computing is more future-proof than fiber optic cable. Now, let's be clear. We need an immense amount of infrastructure to support the wireless or the first mile. And that is why, in fact, the notion that we ought to put all of our money where we have common infrastructure to make sure that is robust throughout the country, that is absolutely the first thing you should do. But in the end, if I had to bet on the dominant technology, I believe people will choose good enough wireless over a gold-plated wireline at the end of the day.
Ken?
Being an rural ILEC provider, you might be surprised, but I agree with you to a large, almost extensive degree until you get out into areas such as some of us serve, good or bad, but it is their places and their people live there, and they choose to they have a right, apparently the government's deciding to have broadband. Mark mentioned one thing, I've got to say it, if we're going to have a bunch of, whoever the remaining wireless providers will be, AT&T and Verizon, I think, will be the two left, and the rest of us will remember the good old days, but maybe I'm wrong, but they better start building transport networks for all of this long haul that they'll be providing on their own when we're all out of business, if that's where we go to 50 years. But another thing in the shorter term, and I think we are talking about universal service here, let's flip back to what kind of the issues of the next 10 years and what's in the NPRM, and separately what's in the OBI technical paper, which really was kind of the first big thing that came out after the broadband plan and something that got a lot of reaction to. What we view is in the relatively near term, if in areas of, let's say, 5 density or less per square mile, which in Nebraska is dense, okay? That's real dense. But at 5, let's say nationwide 5 per square mile, to think that we're going to have towers put up to serve those people where they live in all of those kinds of places, it's just not feasible. And our group studied the OBI technical paper. What a marvelous effort they put in there, and yet a lot of the assumptions were they're just wrong. SF or otherwise in God's green earth, to be able to have that kind of tower coverage, first the performance is lacking, technology advances aside, and secondly, it's just not cost effective. Fiber ultimately in these areas for the next 50 years is the answer, and I'll leave it to my grandkids to kind of figure out 50 years afterward.
Irwin?
Thank you. I'd like to add the satellite perspective to this discussion a little bit. We do agree that I think the future is hybrid integrated networks. It's not wired only or wireless only. And we believe that satellite will remain a big part of that, a growing part of that. Today, satellite broadband serves over 1 million households in the United States, mostly in the more rural areas. Our systems are pretty much independent of, our cost is almost entirely independent of population density or location of the customer. So we can serve these most rural, lowest density areas quite effectively. As we mentioned, the growth of satellite technology is pretty impressive. It kind of follows the lines of some of the other technologies that are growing rapidly. Back in the 1990s when we started Wild Blue, a state-of-the-art satellite was about 1 gigabit of capacity. Our first satellite was about 10 gigabits of capacity. And in July of this year, we'll be launching a satellite with over 130 gigabits of capacity that can serve 1 million homes in the U.S., one satellite with a very high quality broadband service, and speeds, kilobit speeds that used to be associated with satellites are kind of a thing of the past now. our new satellites will be offering speeds at least a megabit, and on the higher end, probably 12 megabits or so, at prices that are quite comparable to what the wired systems offer. Performance, satellite performance has just improved just hugely in the past 5 years or so. We're investing in all kinds of latency improvements and web page rendering improvements. And I think over the next couple of years, we will be pretty much at the same level of performance that DSL can provide. So we're working on kind of next generation satellites beyond that. But we believe that satellite's going to remain a big part of the solution, part of a hybrid solution, and that we can serve not just the the lower end of the market, but we can serve quite a substantial fraction of the unserved throughout the U.S.
Anyone else, Mark?
This raised an interesting observation about existing technologies, because when I first started doing rate cases, and I hate to admit how long ago it was, but they told me copper was dead. This is 1984. I was looking at technology design graphs, and of course, and the companies eventually got accelerated depreciation, promising to build us networks that they never built. That's a separate story. But one of the reasons they never had to build those networks was because capitalism has this funny way of working, is that when capitalists apply their effort to the existing technology, suddenly they squeeze a tremendous amount more out of what was supposed to be dead, when they have an economic incentive to do so. The perverse incentive here was you gave the telephone companies all this money to replace the plant, and then they said, wait a minute, if I keep using the plant, I'll make more money instead of investing in new plant. So we make a mistake, and of course I'm told that copper in some Asian cities will get me 100 megabits. So we make a mistake by assuming that each of these technologies, whether it's satellite or spectrum, is exhausted. And they're not. We have barely begun to let the engine of capitalism figure out how to exploit and deliver functionality over the existing infrastructure. And so I think that's an important part. And I want to ask Ken a question, and I do not know. The question is, when you look at that 5 or less and reach your conclusion about wireless, does that assume you can use the best spectrum that might be available?
Spectrum's not a problem, and there's tons of spectrum in rural areas.
Yes.
There's just no people.
But coverage gets pretty broad when you have good spectrum.
Come to Nebraska and check out our hills.
I just wanted to ask the question.
And here we go. But our company, we've looked at wireless solutions, if you will, on a targeted basis, and they, when you get out in a lot of these areas, in a lot of our towns, we've got adequate coverage with what we have with our copper that's there. We're certainly looking at fiber, but you get out of town and you get 20 miles out of town and so on. By the way, we're big wild blue. We're big wild blue, and it's a better than nothing, certainly. But
and it will get better and better over time. He assures
and I didn't mean
that.
it that way. That was a malaproper, whatever they said.
I believe you'll be disconnecting wireless.
Yeah, excuse me, I had a phone call.
Let me raise an issue that Glenn Brown raised earlier, and that is your opinion of whether the proposed rulemaking adequately deals with the existing debt of rural carriers, and not just existing debt in my mind, it's whether it adequately accounts for the fact that they have to keep up their networks in the future. Is there going to be adequate revenue for that in this plan? Steve?
Well, one thing to just keep in mind, I mean, these are loans that you have sophisticated borrowers, sophisticated lenders. You have, I mean, we've been talking about these issues for a decade or more, so no one should have gone into those loans looking at government revenue or intercarrier comp revenue as something that's going to be there forever untouched. I mean, that was the suggestion that I think was part of what Glenn was saying, everyone should have understood that this is a regime in transition, and if you're going to loan money, you have to. That's a risk you have to be cognizant of.
Ken, did you want to say next?
I agree with that to a point, and I think this goes back to, we've spent a lot of time talking about what is the end point, when actually the very first question was on a short term and really what's the transition. And I think, again, that's where the transition becomes very important. You have companies that will have debt that comes due in the next couple of years, will look to refinance, and how the transition plays out will have some impact on their ability to do that. Interest rates are available and what the market is. So it's not just a where we're going, it's how we get there, what the steps are in the middle that will have some impact on that.
Steve?
I mean, you raise a good issue, at least for my members, not only on the debt, but the expectation of, for future investment. I mean, the uncertainty is so great with this transition, and the concept on the wireless side, the transition disparagement is so great that it creates so much uncertainty that you really wonder whether or not you're incentivizing anybody to build out, and in those areas where they are at the cutting edge of there's not a business model that actually covers it. I have a lot of members that are providing wireless service today where there was no wireless service 5 years ago, and part of their plan was a USF component. And that's why we're so against a flesh cut, and the transition we think should be the same for wireline and wireless, because those business plans probably have a 7 to 10 year transition component when they originally were designed. So that transition concept, it done properly, you could do two things. You could assure people that are out there now that are trying to pay not only those debts back, but to ensure that the service they have out there is not a stranded service. I mean, many of our carriers are saying, to your question, is there enough OpEx and CapEx in this plan? I don't know what it's going to be in the future, but most of the good business men and women expected USF at the rates that they were currently getting for a 5 to 7 year period. I think that is a transition period that gives everyone an opportunity to to be successful. But you really need to decide how much uncertainty can this market take. I mean, if you want to encourage build out of high-speed rural broadband at those areas that are currently not getting it, the five pops and below where they have more cows than people, you really have to ask that question, and I think that's something that this plan attempts to answer. I didn't see any good answers or suggestions, though. For us, at least on the wireless side, this 5-year and 10-year transition, 5 for wireless and 10 for 10-year, is not a good play, and I don't think it's a good play for wireless or RLEX, rural RLEX.
Commissioner Landis.
You raised, Steve, a question that really had not reached the threshold of awareness for me, in the sense that there may be considerably more similarities, between the rural incumbents and the rural wireless providers than I had previously realized. If, for example, there are two circumstances, if a significant portion of the outstanding loans are not even 10-year, but 15 or 20 years, does that not present a problem? And if that is a problem, then truly technologically neutral but rurally oriented is establishment of some sort of differential for wireless providers which are truly rural, as opposed to those that are incidentally serving rural areas because the interstates happen to go through those areas, is a different approach or a different glide path justifiable?
I think you may be correct. correct. When you get off that interstate that goes through that area and you get, a mile or 3 miles, there's probably only one provider on the wireless side and maybe one wireline. We wouldn't like to see the wireline, the rural wireline, let go out of business immediately anymore in ourselves, because that's our backhaul. And I think that the current programs address this issue a little. I think you may be onto something in those areas where there is not an economic business model. There may be an opportunity to address this in a sub unit or sub program of the high cost fund.
So is it possible that we've been looking at this in one sense in the wrong way altogether, that instead of looking at it from the perspective of incumbents, wireless, cable, and so on, we should be looking at it in terms of urban, rural, suburban, however that breaks down?
I guess you could do urban suburban in terms of the economic opportunity there. I think we have been looking at it a little skewed when you're looking at wireline and wireless and satellite. I think you need to be literally more technology neutral, and you look at anyone that's out there literally on that cutting edge providing that service has got to be concerned about their stranded costs and the return on investment, whether they're wireline or wireless.
This raises another point, and I want to go back to this 10-year transition, because 10 years, in one sense, is way too long, as people have argued. But on another sense, people have written loans and things against a longer than 10-year period. And so in the financial world, and especially given these kinds of assets, maybe it's not too long. But this 10-year period, at CFA, we work on the financial meltdown. I happen to own an asset-backed security from Lehman Brothers. It is still not resolved. I'm now 3 years out, and in theory, it was supposed to be backed by an identifiable asset, but it was so many times securitized that nobody can figure out who owns the darn thing. I thought I owned it, but now they tell me otherwise. The point here is that anybody who has loans written past this 10-year transition period has 10 years to resolve those. They should be resolved as financial instruments in this period. And in fact, maybe the FCC needs to look at its funds and say, wait, we have to take care of these areas, because those are exactly the areas that we want people to be writing loans for. They're the hardest part, and those are the last people we want to disadvantage in this transition. But 10 years is a long time, as long as people know they have to resolve them. Of course, that was the biggest failure in the meltdown, is nobody could resolve anything because they didn't know who owned what. We actually don't have that problem here. We just need the incentive to resolve them and realign them for the long term.
Well, and isn't, as a matter of fact, it's not just we look at financial institutions, but frankly, isn't our U.S. one of those institutions that in fact was given the requirement of looking at investing in this kind of infrastructure, did it? And aren't they out there as well if in fact we don't take them into account with regard to going forward?
Obviously, that is one of the sources of capital, and we need to align the RUS program with this new economic environment. And they've tried, and they're trying, and they're two federal agencies. They don't always, walk hand in hand, but they can, and they probably should. And the FCC, to its credit, has identified lots of other agencies that need to participate in this process. And RUS and FCC Universals Fund need to be coordinated, absolutely.
Ken? We were as a company unsuccessful in our round one RUS application, and it's the best decision that ever came our way. I'm really pleased we didn't win it. We didn't put enough matching up, and I'm not being facetious. It really, in lieu of all the uncertainty, this was an opportunity for us to get some fiber out to the node. It wasn't fiber to the home, but it was 8 exchanges, and we were unsuccessful, and others maybe will be more successful. But I wanted to double back to the original question real quickly. I think one of the salient things is, and it's not that rate of return companies have the FCC has teed up a variety of ideas, if you will, or proposals in the NPRM relative to the future of rate of return. I think the original question was on the debt burden of these kinds of companies, to make a case for them, and I'm not one of them, fortunately or unfortunately. We've been very conservative and really been buying down our debt. We just, we kind of saw this coming. But for those under a rate of return regime, which essentially was, I mean, we may not like it, but these places that they all serve, all of us rate of return serve, their rate of return largely for a reason, because there are no business cases for operating voice and future broadband in those areas. And I'm pleased to note and to give the FCC a plug that they apparently see a future for rate of return in a variety of ways in the long-term notice also. They've teed up a variety of ways to have it exist in these areas, and I think it's essential that it does.
Joel?
Two different facets I'd like to comment on. One is when someone has invested and sunk the cost, and I'm now focused on the very high cost areas, and let's say for the moment they got an RUS loan. So it seems to me there's a different question there versus new investment. And so when I say that is, when I read the NPRM and I read all the different things of adjustments, and I'm going to focus on the rate of return, I say, wow, there's a lot of potential things they've identified to lower the potential revenue, and they've also identified a series of things to, I'll talk about rate of return for the future, 21st century. And the point I want to try to highlight is I don't perceive at all when I read the NPRM or when we have meetings that anyone's trying to figure out, okay, these people really should be bankrupt. I mean, I just don't get that impression at all. What I get the impression of is we had a certain form of regulation called rate of return, and that worked in a certain way. And now people are saying we need to go down a broadband path, and we need to define it in a very different way, and they need to have a targeted speed. And all of a sudden, when you do that, when we created rate of return, it was in a monopoly era. So now I have rate of return in a quasi-monopoly and competitive. Now, clearly, for a rural telco, they have less competition, let's say, else than mid-size and large. But the dilemma is that there still is some competition. And so I make a distinction, at least when I listen to this discussion, between investments that they sunk under old rules versus going forward. And when I read what the FCC is attempting to do is, I think I agree with Ken. I think they're trying to figure out a way for people who want it, and I may be misreading it, to keep rate of return, but it's fundamentally a different rate of return. And by the way, I would also hope it creates the incentive for people to take a hard look at some point in time and say, well, maybe I need to move off of that into an incentive regulation, but I assume it would be an option. And so when I read it, even though it looks aggressive, it looks to me like they're trying to figure out how do you do the rate of return in a broadband world where you want investment, but you also have a donut in a hole and you have competition. And if you lose customers in the donut hole because of competition, does that mean the size of the fund will grow because you've lost due to competition? And that to me is the difficult question that I think is really, in a sense, being teed up. And I'm sure there's a solution, but that's what, at least how I read it, is what they're attempting to look at. But that's different question than what about sunk cost.
Let me follow up, though, for a minute, Joel. My understanding, not having been around at the point in time when there was the big move to an incentive form of regulation, price cap regulation, was that the theory behind that was that if you moved in that direction and gave companies more latitude with regard to how they run their business, less micromanagement, less oversight and economic control, that the incentive of profit would ultimately benefit both the company and the ratepayer. But if, in the absence of support, there's no profit to begin with, how is that model then applicable to the sort of situation that you're arguing?
Well, I believe if somebody were to move to incentive regulation, there still needs to be a robust universal service system. Our dilemma today is that the universal service system is just fundamentally broken on so many different levels. The question to me that you're probing, legitimately so, is, well, in that world where you want to give the party who's has incentive regulation, you want to give them the economic incentive to cut costs, create efficiencies, innovate, but, and here's the important but, is you need a robust universal service plan for the donut wherever there is truly high cost and there's only going to be one subsidized party. And by the way, if some point in time you lose lines in that particular donut because let's say people move out and don't come in, or let's say they found something else that intrigued them and they want to be on the newest gadget, you're supporting an infrastructure or a network, but that infrastructure network is in the donut, not in the donut hole. And that is the challenge that, to me, the FCC has teed up. And to me, there are many challenges they've teed up, and that's why I happen to like the NPRM, because it's not a series of Band-Aids. It's comprehensive, once and for all, and we've got to figure this out. And I feel that the rural guys have legitimate issues, but there are ways to problem solve them, but there are ways to do it for the 21st century, not for what we did 25 and 50 years ago.
The conversation, the debate over incentive regulation, having lived through them, I will simply remind that without good performance standards, the primary incentive regulation is to take the money and run. And they did. They did both with respect to the accelerated depletion of copper, they did with respect to the quality of service. And so it's all well and good to talk about the incentive regulation to innovate, et cetera, but capitalism is such a beast that if you can see easy money, you will take it. And so if we're going to talk about incentive regulation, you have to have the whips to make sure that they don't do what comes naturally.
Let's leave the last question to Commissioner Boyle.
I just have a question. This is to illustrate rural. In Nebraska, Ken mentioned a county that has 5 people per square mile. There is a county of 718 square miles, and this is according to census data from 2006. And so I understand the census concern about from the FCC, although I don't know that that can be the most accurate way to do things. In that county of 718 square miles, there are, assuming that no one is married and no child lives with its parent, 0.6 people per square mile. Who is going to serve them? And how do we, if we need towers for wireless, how much is that? And so is it just going to be satellite, and is it good enough to do that?
That might be our county. I think it is actually.
Arthur County.
Yeah, well, that would be my colleague in the audience. Here's where I go with this. I think I don't want to double back to Joel's comments, but sadly, it's bothering me. I agree with a lot today, and it's really bothering the heck out of me. But I think the FCC is teeing it up. There is a segment of the population living in areas that are so costly that and we serve some of them at Great Plains. We kind of look at it in terms of how far out from the CO are they.
Okay, just my question is just who's going to serve them?
Who's going to serve them? I believe that somebody has to serve them. That's the law, whether it's us for broadband or whether or not it's too expensive for us, determined by regulators. that doing 20, 30, 40,000 a subscriber or more
Let me
is
ask
too
you this,
much,
will
then
you serve
satellite
them?
might be the answer in some
That's
of
the
those.
longest, that's not the, who will serve them?
Again, I hate to
understand.
reveal my age, but in those early cases in the 80s, one of the issues that frequently came up was getting rid of party line service. It was a big issue in Mississippi and some of the states I appeared in. And in 1984 or 85, it clearly did seem that party line service had outlived its usefulness. But in 1960, people in those areas, you know, that was good enough. Getting the damn thing in there was worthwhile. And so I believe we have to keep our heads on about us when we talk about this good enough question. And clearly, satellite will come along and offer you 1 megabit, 4 megabits, promising 5. And you know what? For those people, that's going to be good enough. They'll be happy to get 5 megabit satellite if they can get it.
Irwin?
And so we need to keep perspective on the question of what's good enough.
In answer to Commissioner Bull's question, I think my guess today is that probably a number of those people living in these most rural counties do use Wild Blue as their primary source of broadband. And when our new satellite launches in July, by the end of the year, and we'll be able to offer those people's rates of 1 megabit, 2 megabits, all the way up to a 12 megabit service at prices that are comparable to what you know, the people in the cities are paying for comparable service. You know, and I also want to point out, back related to the technology, you know, neutral approach, you know, is that I think for many of those people, satellite is absolutely the right answer, and yet in the NPRM, we certainly appreciate the FCC recognizing satellite as a major player, you know, in future broadband, but we're the only technology that's actually called out as being somehow different and discriminated against. And for example, it's proposed that we not be allowed to bid in the reverse auctions, you know, and that only as a partner with others, you know, and we would like to point out that, you know, we believe we can offer a service that is price competitive and performance competitive with anything out there, you know, and we would like the opportunity to compete fair and square with everybody else on the same terms.
And I'd like to say that, you know, ancillary terrestrial capability, that FCC's made some very positive steps forward on making sure that we have you know, different choices out there in satellite and wireless. The teaming together will provide extraordinary capability in the years going forward. And the other thing that was mentioned with this, and I just can't help but get it on the record, that we're very much opposed to this reverse auction concept. And I think it's the wrong way to go, and especially in those areas that are the most difficult to serve. A reverse auction is not only a race to the bottom, but I think it's going to be detrimental to any provider that's taking the risk to provide that last you know, modicum of service in that area, because at some point in time, it is an invitation for the larger carrier to come in and literally blow them out of the water with a price that's under a national, a rational price. And I think that's something that hopefully we'll address in this NPRM.
Just a quick comment to...
Is there an alternative? Yes.
Yeah, I think the alternative is to use the modeling, and what the NPRM did here was they recognized that, finally, they recognized our argument that what you're really doing is giving an invitation to the large guys, and I hope that it's not just AT&T and Verizon standing at the end of 10 years. You're giving an invitation for them to come in at their will and bid down that to below what a small carrier could actually sustain. And that's why the FCC came up with this concept of having modeling to set the threshold. So which is the minimum cost of that you should provide in a service. And if you're going to use the model to provide minimum bid, then why use the reverse auction also? You can set a modeling that gives you a minimum bid and let everybody compete on quality of service and build out terms and conditions and how the speed to market.
Thank you, and I thought this was just going to be a one-word answer from all of you.
One more comment or question?
I just wanted to try to make one final comment here in a short. I was actually taken by your cow human being comment before, Steve, because, you know, it was the 1970 census when Vermont finally had more people than cows, which is why Joel didn't know what the dial tone amount was in Vermont. But I'll tell you, even with the cows today, we've gotten down to that level, because if they're going to effectively communicate their response to all those Chick-fil-A commercials we see on football games on the weekend, they may need broadband too.
Yeah, that's what they call M to M, yeah, moo to moo.
On that note, please, everyone, join me in thanking our panelists. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Well, welcome to this afternoon lengthy panel. Let me give you the design here. We have invited several individuals to join us, noted in their fields, knowledgeable of what the subject matter is, and we're going to deal with 4 different subjects for about an hour each. We're going to take turns moderating these panels, and we're going to give everyone here a chance to speak, however. The first discussion is on intercarrier compensation reform. You've all heard of that before. And Simon Fitch is going to be the moderator. Simon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to keep talking until I hear myself out. It seems like it's working. Good afternoon, everybody. If we haven't met, I'm Simon Fitch, Senior Assistant Attorney General with the Public Counsel Office in Washington State, and a member of the state side of the Joint Board. Our task today, this afternoon, the next 50 minutes or so, is to discuss what's been referred to earlier today as the regulatory millstone of this field, and hopefully find some kind of flotation to counteract that topic. I'd like to start out by just introducing the panel here, and partly for my own benefit, just to kind of identify, make eye contact with people. This is a pretty big group to moderate, so I'll start out, I think I'll just go down my list. David Bergman from the Ohio Consumer Council, Paul Cooper is over here, Joe, I'm gonna mispronounce it, Joe. Joe Gillan is not right, I have a feeling. John Jones, right across from me from CenturyLink. David LaFuria is here. David. Bob Loeb, consultant working with the Joint Board. And Joel Lubin, approximately where he was this morning. Charles McKee, Sprint. Steve Morris, NCTA, and Sarah Tyree to my far right, CoBank, and Jessica Zufalo to my immediate left with RUS. Again, thanks everybody for donating your time and being here. Boy, okay, and Lee Selwyn. Good afternoon, Lee. I apologize for that. And Joe Douglas. Boy, I'm already stumbling here. Okay. I'm going to, we have a big group, and the panel really is brought together to discuss a number of topics today, so don't feel compelled that you have to address every topic that comes up. Try to catch my eye if you do want to say something. I have a few questions here that I'm going to throw out for the panel, and we'll see how we do. First of all, I want to start off, obviously there's an FCC NPRM out there that we want to get to this afternoon, but we also have a staff white paper that was put out for consideration for this workshop, and I wanted to start off and give people a chance to comment or react to the staff white paper recommendations on intercarrier compensation. That's the paper prepared by Dr. Bob Loeb and Mr. Palalis of the Pennsylvania Commission. And some of the high points of that are that you would reduce the high access charge rates and increase low rates. You would set a maximum termination rate, and that maximum would be set at either the lower of the interstate rate or the average of all of the termination rates of the company. There would be no increase allowed to the SLIC above caps, existing caps, and there would be an annual downward adjustment to deal with traffic pumping where it's identified. There's some other components to the plan too. I just identified those to sort of highlight. So would anybody like to give some reactions or comments? And I'll skip over you, Bob, to the staff paper. Any takers on that? Okay. Paul?
All right. Actually, I think it reads quite well. It identifies a number of issues that, in a fairly brief period of time, that are pretty good. I mean, it discusses the problem well. One thing I will say, I think I agree with the fact that it needs to be dealt with both jurisdictions. I mean, the rates, the intrastate rates do need to come down, probably to interstate levels. That involves you and the states. Frankly speaking, I think they probably should have been referred to a joint board, but that's my opinion. If you go to the average of the rates, that would mean the 0007 rate probably would need to come up to the average, and that involves the FCC. So, but you know, I think from a standpoint of the rate levels, they're probably in the right range, at least for a period of time. The recovery, I think it mentioned that if you had a shortfall from the Polar Fund, two things I think we probably ought to think about. Originating probably should be dealt with as well. It only deals with unifying terminating access rates. And secondly, transiting rates it doesn't deal with, and we need to talk about what levels of transiting rates carriers might have to pay when we go to a new unified regime. So my thoughts.
Right. Steve?
We need to think about with any proposal that would raise rates is that you are potentially inviting even more arbitrage activity than you already see in terms of things like traffic pumping. If people, I mean, I think one of the concerns that a lot of people have with the current regime is that almost all these rates are above what it costs to terminate a phone call. And if you're going to raise those rates, you're inviting people to sort of set up businesses that terminate where the cost is very little and they get paid for doing that. So it's, I mean, that's a factor that needs to be considered in any plan.
Even if you're essentially got one rate, you're bringing rates together, as I understand the proposal from the paper.
Well, if those rates are in excess of what it costs, that's an arbitrage opportunity.
All right, David.
Okay. The inter-carrier compensation rates, like all other services that the telephone companies offer, should not just cover the incremental cost of that service. They also have to make a contribution to the joint and common costs of the company, so that raising rates that are currently at the incremental cost shouldn't be a problem. And the traffic pumping issue is something that can be dealt with separately, as the FCC actually should have dealt with that a long time ago already. And it really has very little to do with access charge reform, which seems to be synonymous with access charge reductions, and that shouldn't be a given.
All right. Charles?
Well, first of all, thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk to you today. On the issue of rates, I would echo in part what Steve just said about the important issue is whether or not the rate is above cost. And the concern is whether or not the rates that are on the books today really bear any rational relationship to cost. One of the things that I noted in reading this paper as well as others is that there's been a tendency, I think, to not recognize some of the changes that have occurred in the industry. So specifically, we still are talking about this as if this is a wireline-centric world and a wireline-centric telecommunications network. That's no longer the case, of course. There are at least 100 million more wireless users than there are wireline users. And the vast majority of traffic today is exchanged between wireless carriers. And that traffic is generally always exchanged at bill and keep. There is no compensation that is exchanged between wireless carriers. And frankly, to an extent, it's an imbalance in that wireless carriers are not permitted to charge for access to their networks. So while they pay terminating access to other carriers, they're not permitted to charge terminating access. And yet, despite the fact that wireless is operating without that leg of the stool, they've in fact exploded and are offering services to consumers and recovering their costs through their consumers in a way that seems to be quite sustainable. So I guess to the extent that the paper is suggesting that bill and keep is a non-starter, I would suggest that perhaps the wireless experience demonstrates that's not necessarily the case, and that you can, in fact, operate a telecommunications network on a bill and keep basis.
Well, I'll take one more comment on the staff paper, maybe to Dr. Selwyn.
Thanks. You know, I think when you consider recommendations such as those in the staff paper that would call for some rate increases and even the suggestion that the rates might be set above marginal cost, it's important to look back, I think, at how these intercarrier compensation regimes were developed. Before 1984, we had an internal, essentially within the Bell system, a division of revenue arrangement that was negotiated among the various parts of the Bell system. These were intra-corporate events. When the Bell companies were separated from AT&T and were precluded from participating in the long-distance business, access charges became a sort of a neutral way of retaining contribution from long-distance services, and they benefited the ILECs, the RBOCs, and other ILECs at the time in terms of representing a source of that revenue, but because they were not themselves in that business, in the long-distance business, they were indifferent as to who paid them. That all changed beginning in the late 90s and early 2000s when the ILECs re-entered long distance, when wireless carriers became major players in the long distance business, and with the introduction of competing technologies, because now access charges became a device for actually increasing the costs that rival non-ILEC providers were being subjected to in order to compete with the integrated firms. If you raise prices on intercarrier compensation, whether it be access charges or some son of access charges that is heading toward a more unified level, if you maintain prices above cost, you're disadvantaging non-integrated providers. And the integrated provider is in a position effectively to absorb whatever access charges are. In theory, it's subjected to imputation tests and no longer really applied. And the more you move in the direction of maintaining above cost prices, the more you undermine competition, both within the same technology and certainly across technologies. I also just want to comment briefly on Charles's point about bill and keep. The bill and keep works when there is no inherent reason why traffic would be out of balance. At the same time, there's no particular reason why traffic needs to be in balance. There were suggestions in some of the plans that we looked at this morning that traffic somehow needed to be in balance and it should be penalized if it was out of balance. And certainly the FCC's reciprocal compensation regime takes that attitude. But there's no actual good and valid reason for that. There's no reason why firms can't specialize in originating outbound traffic or in terminating inbound traffic. If prices are set correctly at long-run incremental cost, then it really doesn't matter whether traffic is in balance. And the problem with bill and keep is that it somehow creates the perception that unbalanced traffic is somehow immoral, and it's not. And we have to get past that notion. The correct solution is economically based prices and not to worry about balance or out of balance. If traffic is in balance, then a uniform termination charge basically washes out. If the wireless carriers were paying each other the same rate and their traffic was in balance, at the end of the day, it would be just the same as bill and keep. But if someone wants to specialize in either originating traffic or terminating traffic, they should have the ability to do so without being penalized.
Well, this gives me an opportunity maybe to segue into some questions about the NPRM. Kind of jumping in a little earlier to this topic than I was planning to, but there's been a lot of comments about basing intercarrier compensation charges on cost. And obviously the NPRM kind of sets up this question of whether you base them on costs. Well, I guess you start with the question of, are they zero, and should we just make them all zero? But so that's one option. But then there's the question of basing them on costs or on revenues. And that's what I wanted to focus on as my next question is, maybe phrasing it this way, why would we base any kind of intercarrier compensation regime on revenues rather than simply on costs? Joe?
I'm going to answer it and your last one at the same time so that I might as well warn you, witness prerogative.
You only have 2 minutes, but...
Whatever you do for intercarrier comp, your starting point, and I don't know why I'm the lawyer or the economist pointing out the law, it has to be grounded back into the statute. And when I look at the problem with the plan that we were just talking about, the different options, is there's no statutory basis to just sort of blend all this stuff together. Now there is a statutory basis to bring all the traffic under 251 and treat all of it in the framework of the statute, which answers your second question. The statute is clear that the standard is supposed to be some cost standard. Now, everyone can start arguing about what that means, but when I look at each and every one of the intercarrier comp proposals, at the end of the day, for me at least, the end point has to be, is this compatible with carriers exchanging packets instead of connecting circuit switches? Can the packets carry the right class of service marking to make sure we have quality of service? And can they all come into not just a single rate, but a coherent regulatory framework that identifies, in the case of 251, federal rules implemented by the states? To me, that's what is lacking in the proposal that was distributed by the Joint Board staff. It doesn't link back to something in the statute that gives you a stable, logical, coherent, and long-lasting framework for pricing.
Joel?
When one asks the question about what should the basis for a charge be, to me there's a question that precedes that. And the question is, and the NPRM raises that question, is are you going to use calling party network pays? If you use calling party network pays, then you have a terminating monopoly problem. And then you have this question in spades. To me, the cleverness of the NPRM is saying, do we want to continue calling party network pays, or do we want to change that? And if you change it, then you don't have this terminating monopoly, then you don't have this question to debate. And then the other part of it is, well, you know, if you went to bill and keep, which by the way is another variation of saying I'm not going to have calling party network pays, then I believe the issue of are you in balance or not is an irrelevant question. Again, whether you're in balance or not is irrelevant if I'm in a calling part, if I don't do a calling party network pays. And so when Charles makes his point that, hey, he's in a bill and keep world, well, what that's really saying, in a sense, they don't have calling party network pays for access. As much as Sprint tried over the years to get an agreement to have a mandatory tariffing process so that they can utilize their terminating monopoly, the FCC kept rejecting it, and finally they said after several years, okay, you can do it, but you have to get the buyer and the seller to agree, and it will be in a contract. Well, the person who was going to pay it never agreed with the person who wanted to charge it, and so it never happened. Well, how does the wireless entity recover its money? It's recovering all of its money from its end user. And so we're back into this catch-22. Well, could you recover all your money from the end user? And by the way, they do it because all I want to highlight is originally, if I remember correctly, in the wireless world, you got a bucket of minutes, and whether you originated a minute or terminated a minute, that counted in your bucket. It counted in your bucket because they needed to have a rational price point so that the customer would see it. This is, again, all about what customers pay, and an access regime is basically saying, you know what, I'm going to have somebody else pay it, and their customer's going to pay for it because I use calling party network pays. And so to me, there's a fundamental question. The paper didn't ask the question, it assumed an answer, and it assumed a backward-looking answer. And if we're going to a broadband world in which, in the internet space, you don't see carriers utilizing a terminating monopoly. Now, maybe we're going to end up debating that point, but I'm saying is we have an internet world. There isn't access charges in that internet world. There isn't a terminating monopoly through a regulatory process.
So you're saying then you don't even have to decide if you are using a revenue basis or a cost basis for designing intercarrier.
I'm glad you asked the question. To me, the first question is, do you use calling party network pays? The FCC teed it up. If the answer is no, you have to define what your end game is. And if your end game is the internet model, which is what they're basically teeing up, then the end point, you don't have any of this. You have a very critical set of questions. How do I transition to that world? And that is absolutely critical. And so what, from my point of view, is you have to define your end game unequivocally so everyone in the industry knows it. People who are lending money, people who are investing, you know what the end game is. And if it's going to be, I don't use calling party network pays. And by the way, if you did, I guarantee you somebody will come along and say you're taxing the internet. I guarantee somebody's going to come along and nobody's going to want to tax the internet. And so all of a sudden, you've got a different paradigm. And what then becomes critically important is how do I figure out a transition from the calling party network pays model, which is an access model, to a different model. My last point is, and if you want to get into the game of what cost standard do I use, the FCC teed that question up by saying the law talks about 252D2, which says what's the cost of the additional minute as you terminate. And I'm saying, you know what, that's an interesting question. That's a really small incremental number, cost number. But the reality is if you don't go down a calling party network pays, you never have to answer the question. You do have to answer the question in the context of the transition.
I'm going to go to Lee. And Lee, just give me 1 second to kind of reformulate the question, because I think in fairness to the NPRM, the Commission lays out 4 options for recovery. And you, of course, have to assume that there even has to be recovery. That's an assumption that's actually also put up for discussion in the NPRM. But assuming we're talking about recovery of some sort, you've got no recovery, you've got cost-based, you've got revenue-based, and you've got both cost and revenue-based. So now I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. One of the issues, and I think Joel got us part of the way there, but unfortunately not all the way there. We need to conform the intercarrier compensation regime with the retail regime. In the PSTN world, we generally use a sender-paid retail pricing model. So I originate a call, I pay for the entire call. which means that the originating carrier, whether it's the local carrier or the long-distance carrier, receives revenue from me and then is responsible for compensating the parties that participate in the call, in case the terminating carrier. Wireless is kind of interesting because it's a hybrid. As far as wireless airtime is concerned, it uses the internet model. In other words, I call you, I pay my carrier for airtime, you pay your carrier for airtime. We don't have to have the same carrier, and we don't have to have the same deal. And there's no terminating monopoly, at least with respect to airtime, because you're paying for your airtime. If your carrier wants to charge too much for airtime, you can switch to a different carrier. In the case of the non-airtime component of wireless services, that's sort of a hybrid, as Charles pointed out. Wireless carriers have to pay terminating access charges on calls they originate to wireline carriers, but wireline carriers don't reciprocate by paying terminating access charges to calls that they originate to wireless carriers, even though they get exactly the same revenue from their end user. There's a disparity in treatment, and it's partially because the retail model, the retail regime does not conform with the wholesale regime. The internet model is actually a very good model because you decide who you want to buy your broadband service from, what sort of bandwidth you want, and you pay for it. And basically, when I buy broadband service, that's to get my traffic to and from some peering point in the cloud where it's going to interconnect and be handed off or to or from somebody else who is paying that entity's ISP for whatever bandwidth and quantity it needs to get to that same peering point. We can go all the way to that regime in the more conventional retail market. As we move away from the PSTN, there's really no particular reason why we can't get there. And by the way, if we went in that direction, among the problem things that would go away totally is traffic pumping, because the traffic pumper at that point would have to pay the bill himself, because the traffic pumper in that situation, if he wants to set up a conference bridge in that county in Nebraska that has 0.6 people per square mile with a 20-cent access charge or whatever it happens to be, he's going to have to pay it. So he's not going to place his call center there. And that problem goes away. The issue is this stuff has to be rationalized, it has to be made technology neutral. Joe's point about packets as opposed to a TDM world where it doesn't matter whether or not you're still using up time slots. These things have to be addressed, and they have to be conformed. But the key point is, whatever we end up with has got to be technology neutral. It's got to be competitively neutral. It can't favor integrated firms over non-integrated firms. It can't favor one technology over another. It can't penalize technologies, and it can't be used as a club by integrated firms to prevent competitors from competing in those segments of the market in which they operate.
Well, we've just heard reference to technological neutrality, and we were talking about recovery. Does anybody want to advocate for revenue-neutral recovery approaches to intercarrier comp? That's a question teed up in the NPRM. Is there an advocate for that position?
There is.
Paul? All right.
Very much like Joe said, I'm going to take a little latitude as well. Having been around Intercarrier Comp for probably most of my career, we've called it lots of different things. But a few comments. I mean, I've heard a lot of these arguments before about what the right cost basis should be, how should we recover it, should we recover it on a revenue neutral basis. The fact is there's a near-term problem. It was set up actually after divestiture so that carriers would pay that had services for the use of the network. And there's a revenue stream built into that, not end users that you had, but the carriers that had services, toll services, ESP services, and wireless services. The way the regime has been set up recently, or in the last few years, because of all the different rate levels set up by Congress, by the FCC, the ESP exemption, the ISP bound rate, interstate and state access rates, there's a problem. There's a near-term arbitrage problem. That could be fixed with a unified rate. I don't know if it's particularly relevant at this point to try and figure out what the ultimate right in-term answer is, but some near-term solutions where there's plenty of information filed at the Commission could be adopted. We could unify rates at the interstate level, or frankly, we could unify rates at the average level as talked about in this state paper. That may not be perfect, but if you unify rates, you charge everybody the same rate, you don't allow people not to pay, and you enforce that, then you can maintain some revenues that you don't have to then try and recover, back to your question a minute ago, from universal service. Yes, I think, you know, the rates that we have for rural carriers recover, those are part of our network cost recovery. And if those rates aren't there, then we do believe that some other mechanism, universal service fund, should be set up to recover those costs. To the extent you can retain some of these revenues, you have less of an effect on the universal service fund. Now, I'll leave it to another day for those that want to debate what the ultimate right interim solution is, but there are some things that could be done now to fix some of these problems.
Steve?
One question with revenue neutrality is it just for ILECs, or is it revenue neutral for everyone who imposes access charges? Do CLECs get revenue neutrality? I mean, that's, you know, I'm guessing you might say no, but.
No, I wouldn't say no. I think fair is fair. If those revenues are part of the recovery of a CLECs network, there should be some consideration about what to do with them if they're taken away.
Bob?
I had a couple things that I wanted to point out.
I think you have to bring it closer to beat the feedback.
If all rates are set at incremental cost, most of the telephone companies would be out of business. And then the question is fairness. Which groups of people get the right to pay incremental cost and which groups don't? I haven't heard anybody around the table say special access should go down to TELRIC. That would be substantial reductions in revenues for many carriers. I haven't seen anybody say that SLICs should go down to TELRIC. We've shown in other dockets that over 70% of residential customers' SLICs are above 25% of the forward-looking cost. I say 25% because that's the amount of the forward-looking cost of the loop that is supposed to be recovered by the SLIC. So the SLICs for 70% of the people in the United States are way too high if you use the incremental cost standard. So it just can't happen that everybody can get that rate. It's an unfair rate if you want to keep the telephone companies in business. The second thing is about the terminating monopoly. The terminating monopoly does exist. However, when you regulate the rate, you offset that terminating monopoly power. It's still there as a terminating monopoly, but the power to raise your own rate is what you're afraid of. And when the regulators make a settlement deal, as in calls or whatever it is, you do make an impact on that terminating monopoly power. That's what you're afraid of. And so it's within the game to do that. So you don't need to get rid of the cent paid responsibility in order to eliminate that. And the final reason, the major reason why the paper calls for some kind of increase for the low rates and decrease for the high rates is the idea that we have a limited budget for universal service. The major goal on universal service is to make sure that there's a broadband infrastructure out there, not only to build it, but also to maintain it. And if we use the money that we want to have to build and maintain that broadband network to solve these intercarrier compensation problems, then we're just not going to get there. We're not going to get the broadband network. And thus, in order to get the broadband network, I think it's necessary to increase somebody's rates somewhere.
We've got a lot of interest in this topic. I'm going to start down at this end. Charles.
Well, thanks. I couldn't let the comment pass with respect to special access. I don't know if anybody knows, but that's an issue that Sprint cares a lot about, and we have said a few things to say about the importance of bringing special access more closely aligned with real cost, relating to some of the things that Lee had mentioned with respect to input costs to the operation of our business. But I won't dwell on that one. The thing that I wanted to emphasize, though, was the question of revenue neutrality. I mean, Steve alluded to the CLEC. Well, does he get revenue neutrality? You know, does the wireless carrier get revenue neutrality? And what does that mean in a world where I don't charge access today? And what that really highlights is competition, right? So all of these discussions begin with the premise that, well, our first goal is to preserve the business model of incumbent local exchange carriers that were deployed in the 1960s or earlier. And that the first thing we must do is ensure that that business model never changes. And even regardless of the fact that the technology has completely changed, regardless of the fact that consumer expectations of what they get from their telephone company has completely changed, no, our goal should be to preserve that specific business model. And I don't think that's realistic and is never going to fly. The reality is both technology, the market, and consumers have moved way beyond the old traditional ILEC business model. And we've got to recognize that, and we've got to move away from an artificial governmental construct that's designed for no purpose other than to ensure that specific business model continues to be profitable. And I also challenge the claim that these companies are going to go out of business if they only recover their costs. Most of these companies are fabulously profitable. I think the highest dividend-paying companies in the United States of America are all telephone companies. Top 3 out of 5 dividend-paying companies in the United States are mid-sized telephone carriers. There's not a lack of profit in this situation. There needs to be some rationalization that there's no way for a carrier to enter in this market and offer a competitive alternative to the consumer if our only goal is to subsidize the incumbent local exchange carrier's business plan.
David?
At this point, I guess I'm kind of torn between two fronts here. First of all, of course, is that, you know, the one thing that the gentleman from Sprint did not acknowledge in his remarks was the carrier of last resort responsibility, which we have a separate panel or discussion on later. But that aside, the idea that there is an entitlement to revenue neutrality, to complete recovery of lost access charge revenues is, it's not in the law, and it doesn't make any public purpose sense. In fact, those who remember the Missoula plan may remember that one of the things that Nasuka pointed out was that plan actually over-recovered lost revenues. Certainly, there need not be any global revenue neutrality principle for access charge reductions.
Okay. John.
Thank you very much. On the issue of revenue neutrality, I think Paul carried the water there pretty well, but I think, after listening to what Charles said and what Paul said, the real issue is not as much about preserving the ILEC or RLEC business model. It's more of a fact that I think the states have recognized that it's how you get there. And we've seen examples in other states like Michigan and others where they've passed funding bridges, so to speak, or mechanisms that don't last forever, and they decline with access line loss, but it allows carriers. I mean, I think everybody recognizes it's a very difficult transition point, and the real goal is not so much to protect the carriers as most of us are arguing that we protect our customers, because you've still got 3 funding sources. If one of them pretty much goes away, then you've only got 2 sources for that. One of them is being debated nationally as we speak, and the other is back to the consumer. So in terms of viewing revenue neutrality, I view it as more of a matter of transitioning in a rational manner that protects the end users in any given state, allows them to embrace that change and whatever that may be. The other issue is unified rates. Ray Baum's got a slide at the front of his deck that looks like a bad EKG with all the lines. It's before you get to the Alfred E. Newman slide at the back. But that makes, I think, a very telling point, is then what Paul started saying was that if we could get to a unified rate structure, even if it's inter, that does a lot of things to resolve a lot of problems, including the arbitrage issue, the avoidance, the non-payment, all the things that are taking place today. And then, you know, in the world that Joel and Lee were describing, which is coming, we all know that, but that we still have that interim period to get there. And that's the part that probably the companies who are publicly traded are most concerned about, from the standpoint of showing that we can navigate there and be ready for that, rather than literally yanking the tablecloth out from under the china and hoping it all lands on the table properly. So that would be our view, is getting back to the transitional approach, getting the rates unified, and then going to the next level from there. Yes, ma'am.
Whatever it might be, to determine the difference, or what is intra and what is interstate. You just mentioned intra and interstate. Well, it seems there's a lot of discussion right now about how you're going to pay things, and if you know what's going to be paid by the FCC. And this may be off the subject, Simon, excuse me. But I'm always interested in this because in Nebraska we deregulated a long time ago in our state and set up a state fund, and we do have a cost model that determines intrastate costs, and we bring in $50 million a year for intrastate costs. But I don't know that all states do that, and I don't know that all carriers are ready to do something like that. But it seems to me it would be a fair way of doing it, doing a lot of what we're discussing today, even as it applies to broadband. So, have an answer?
I'm not sure. Go ahead, Paul. I think Paul may have it. Go ahead.
I mean, I think I know what you've done in Nebraska. You unified rates, set up a cost model, and set up a state universal service fund. You know, I guess my reaction is a lot of some states to your south, Kansas did it a slightly different way. Maybe more like Maine. They didn't use a model. They evaluated they mirrored interstate rates and set up their own universal service fund. And you know, to the extent that states can do that and recover those shortfalls from end users or end users across the state, that's a good thing. There are some states that don't want to, and that's part of, I think, why we're having this debate here federally. That probably doesn't answer your question very well, but it could be done in the states if some states had the will to do it. I mean, some have done it and some have not.
It's troubling because to me, it comes down to a basic, you know, right now there are complaints about donor states who provide more to people like, or states like Nebraska, but at the same time, we've picked up part of our costs, and we frankly are taking a load off the federal fund, and so are all the other states who have a state fund. So if there was some kind of a determination that all states had to be responsible for their intrastate costs and come up with a formula that works. In ours, we have a cost model, and so we are fairly sure that that works. It only provides funding for the donut, not the whole. But still, it's $50 million a year from a fairly small state with 1.8 million people in it. So what would it take to get the attention of those states that don't do that, so that we can ensure that we have fairness? Because those states, I am paying for their intrastate costs.
Well, I have to admit that's an interesting question that a number of us around the table have struggled with a number of times. I mean, in Missoula, there were incentives that were put in for states to try and deal with states that had already unified rates and dealt with it in their own state, and try and incent other states to do the same thing. Quite honestly, I don't have a good answer for you. Wish I did.
If I might, we also have a discussion on the subject of separations a little later this afternoon.
Right.
And if you're going to be talking about the intrastate and interstate costs, you've obviously got to know which is which. And my guess is that your Nebraska cost model is based on the current separations factors, which probably put a lot more cost on the intrastate jurisdiction than they should.
In the interest of time, we can reserve further discussion on that until then.
David, so we can get around to you yet on an earlier question that we had.
Yes.
So.
All right. I don't have that much to add on this discussion, but it seems going back to the statute, I think as Joe did earlier, is useful. You know, the statute asks the FCC and by extension the Joint Board to move all support out of implicit rate structures and into explicit mechanisms. There's nothing in the statute that mandates what the fund size should be. And so from the wireless industry's perspective, I think the feeling is that if rates are set above cost, whether you know, holding arbitrage aside, when rates are above cost, if that incremental amount represents support to that carrier to cover its network costs, then the Joint Board and the Commission should do everything it can to move those dollars into an explicit support mechanism and drive rates for intercarrier comp down to cost or as close to zero as possible. And in that regard, you know, I echo Charles's comments in terms of the competitive side. I'm not going to repeat what he said. This is a huge political problem because we're all talking about the fund can't get any bigger, and yet, in some respects, if there are excess costs inside these rates, you have a statutory responsibility to identify them and to move them into an explicit program. And if the fund gets bigger as a result, then we all need to deal with that. What I would say also is that the moving of these access dollars into an explicit program has had enormous consumer benefit that far outweigh the dollars that are being contributed into the fund today. For example, between 2000 and 2008, the price of a wireless minute for a consumer has gone from 30 cents down to 6 cents. And that's even counting the 15% contribution factor onto a minute of wireless use. A good piece of that drop has to do with the Commission's movement of interstate access and interstate common line support into an explicit mechanism. The reduction in access that wireless carriers have been paying over the last number of years has greatly fueled their ability to compete, to enter markets, to offer consumers much more than they ever were able to offer back in 2000. And so I think that's a goal that you really ought to be chasing after.
David, is your sign up there on purpose?
Yeah. If I might briefly point out, what the Quest cases decided was that mandate in Section 254 is for interstate explicit support. There, in fact, the court specifically found that there is no mandate for intrastate explicit support.
Dr. Selwyn?
I wanted to focus on the term arbitrage, which we keep hearing so much about. Most economists actually view arbitrage as a good thing. It's a method of conforming markets. So I can buy shares of a company in Europe, and at a little bit less than in New York. And if I buy and I sell, we end up keeping those prices in conformity. The term in the context of intercarrier compensation has been used in a very pejorative way, and I think unfairly. It has been used as an excuse for basically protecting incumbent technologies, legacy technologies, incumbent carriers, and for really frustrating innovation. And you don't get rid of arbitrage merely by adopting a uniform price, because you still provide an enormous benefit to the integrated firm, which effectively doesn't have to pay these prices to itself. And the correct solution, and certainly the forward-looking solution that gets us past a lot of the unintended consequences that have been crippling this whole field for the last 10, 15 years is to adopt a uniform cost-based rate. We've given advantages, access charge advantages to the wireless to wireless by adopting local calling areas, non-access charge areas that were much larger than for wireline. It's been argued that VoIP services benefit because they're not terminating, because they're not being subject to access charges. There are disparities between state and interstate that create. There are stories, anecdotes about that going back 40, 50 years about rusty switches and things like that to jurisdiction shopping. All of these issues go away if you adopt uniform cost-based treatment. You protect competition, you protect innovation, you protect you encourage use of the most efficient technology. The Commission addressed a number of these issues in the NPRM, and most important of all, you allow the industry to develop in specialized ways without having to basically force everybody to become simply small versions of incumbent carriers, of integrated incumbent carriers, which is not a realistic outcome. We have to get past this notion of arbitrage as being a bad thing. If this were really arbitrage, then when somebody comes in with a technology that is not subject to high access charges, what should be happening in the market, which doesn't happen, is that should sort of mechanically and automatically force access charges down. That's not happening. In fact, the very fact that we're talking about protecting access revenue streams simply preserves archaic business models at this point, and it really needs to. We need to get past that. As long as we stay there, we're not going to make progress.
Well, we are coming up to the end of our time. I want to risk the wrath of the chair here and just ask one more question of my own. I realize I'm cutting off a couple of answers here. Just kind of a wrap-up question of my own. In order to solve all these problems, of course, we're going to need good, up-to-date, comprehensive information from the industry. And the FCC has, fortunately, issued a very direct and detailed data request in its NPRM and provided a template for the use of carriers to provide that information. I believe they've asked for it to be provided with the initial comments that come in. So my final question for the panelists, particularly the industry panelists, whether trade associations or carriers, is A, what are your plans for responding to the data request? And B, if the FCC doesn't receive a comprehensive response to this request in its NPRM, will the Commission be able to make an informed decision, an adequate decision on intercarrier compensation reform? So, who wants to go first on that? Any volunteers? Joe?
Okay. Is this working?
If you just start talking,
okay.
It picks you up.
Okay. First, I'll just say briefly, I finally get a chance to talk about something here. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an economist, I'm just a Joe that works at NECA. But I've been there for 26 years, and I know a little bit about how the intercarrier compensation mechanism works and how it intersperses with USF, and there's a lot that I would like to say on the policy things that were discussed here, but I'll refrain. What I will say is it has worked very well for a very long time for a lot of very small companies, and has made it possible for them to begin delivering broadband services to rural customers. On the issue of the data, NECA, of course, collects lots of data from its members. We did a fairly comprehensive data request last year and provided a summary of that data request to the Commission and to the joint boards in December. In fact, Billy Jack Gregg this morning quoted from that submission. Our members, of course, provide data to us that is proprietary, and we have a responsibility to protect the confidentiality of that data. That said, a great deal of the data we provide to USAC for development of high-cost loop support is publicly available, and to the extent that we can provide that information in whatever format we can and will. I will also say that we're now working with the other rural associations, the trade associations, which NECA is not, to develop a more comprehensive response to the National Broadband Plan, and expect to be filing comments in the NPRM, joint comments, which I'm hopeful will include data. We're also working with the consultants that the Joint Board has hired, and because the nature of some of the data items are proprietary, what we're hoping is that we can get the template that the consultants are using, populate it with data, run analyses within NECA ourselves, and provide that data to the consultants. The issue of having to obtain releases from our many small carriers, some between 700 or 800, depending on how you count them, to release proprietary data is probably a non-starter at this point. I expect that if we went out to request release of that data, release of any data that they consider proprietary at this stage, would not be practical or productive. But running analyses that we think would be helpful to the Joint Board and to the Commission is something we would like to do. And so we're working with the consultants on that issue. Do you want to add anything, Paul?
Well, the only thing I'll add is I read the paragraph that asked for the information in the NPRM, and I suspect that's information provided. It's likely, as Joe said, not by company, but probably on a rolled-up basis, state, national, and I'm pretty sure that individual companies, when they file or they respond, they'll file their own data.
Going around, do you want to comment on this one, John?
I can. Unlike Paul, I have not read that paragraph of the NPRM, so I don't want to sign up for more than I can deliver. But
it's 572.
All right, thank you. Make a note of that. We are working, as you know, with the mid-sized companies now, with the Joint Board consultants to aggregate our data and submit that. And I would assume we would take a similar approach for the NPRM request.
Right. Any other people want to comment, respond to that question?
With regard to that data request, there's some data in there that is not readily available within our company. We are working to be in a position to provide some of that data. So that's work in progress. The other thing I would mention is we've been looking at the NPRM and looking at the various questions being asked, also the question that Commissioner Boyle has asked, and so we're attempting to expand upon that and see if there's additional quantification that we could bring to the record. And the answer to my first question was that would be confidential information. The answer that I'm giving you right now is that we would try to provide more industry data so that everyone can at least look at something and have the opportunity to comment and react to it.
Steve or Charles, you want to answer this one?
Well, I'm sorry. Well, we'll certainly, we haven't discussed with our members what we'll provide to that. We'll certainly, any data we can provide that will be helpful, you know, we'll try to find ways to do that. I think one thing that's important to think about is that it's really it's folks who are sort of trying to are either asking for subsidies or trying to preserve some revenue that I think the burden falls on to sort of demonstrate that there's some need for that subsidy, that there's costs that otherwise would not be recovered. I think for the most part our companies have not been the ones that are subsidized, but we would certainly hope that the Commission takes a good close look at cost data that comes in from those who are saying that they need those subsidies to continue operating.
I'd like to take mild exception to what you just said, Steve. It is not just those who are looking to receive subsidies that it's important that we have the data from. It's also important that we have data from those who stand to benefit if their costs are reduced. So with all due respect, it's not just the recipients that we need to see data from.
If I could add to that, I don't think it's any secret of what's happened in our country today, and especially with some members of the new Congress, that they are not going to take it lightly if we have to, at the end of the day, say we had to set our own figures because people who are receiving millions of dollars have decided that it is too proprietary for them to provide to the FCC under confidential proprietary funding. So I would encourage all of you who are, especially in this environment today, we ask more of somebody who wants LIHEAP, low-income heating assistance, or low-income phone services. We ask them to provide more information that you are today, who take millions of dollars, are willing to say we will provide under a confidential document that you, and from us, we have even provided a way for you to see it so we wouldn't really, that we would not be privy to it. So all doors are open to you to do what's in your own best interests.
You know, what Commissioner Boyle just said is incredibly true. Very frankly, the attitude of it's really not me you need it from really doesn't wash, because at the end of the day you really want to run data against each other to make sure it appears to be really data on all sectors that you can rely on. You sort of can check one against another to make sure you're getting the real bottom line. If you don't do that, then you haven't given us what we need. We hired consultants, at least from the Joint Board's point of view, to be able to get by the idea of proprietary and confidential information. We'll sign the agreement, send it to us, and take a look at it. If it makes any sense, we'll sign it. At the end of the day, if the data doesn't come through, what choice do you leave in this kind of an economic time where we're really looking at the dollars that are coming out of the public in general and the taxes or subsidy that they're paying? If, in fact, we don't get the data, do we have a choice except to default into the worst-case scenario for probably all of you? It makes no sense.
Charles, did you want to have a final shot at this?
Well, sure. I mean, what am I supposed to, what could I say after that? But of course, I'll produce all information. Actually, I was laughing. I hadn't focused on paragraph 572 yet. I've done my best to get through the whole thing, but I'll have to admit I kind of blew by that one. You know, I also chuckle when it says, well, report how much switched access revenue I have. I'll report it at 0. But you know, as far as providing this data, we've actually provided a lot of this data in a lot of different proceedings, the types of proceedings with respect to access charge proceedings, and you know, I'm sure that we'll try to find a way to provide the information the FCC needs to make a decision, because frankly, we need the FCC to make a decision. This is not just theoretical to us. This is a real problem that's causing us real issues in the marketplace.
Well, I think on this important note, we'll finish up this panel. I appreciate the indulgence of my colleagues in going a little bit over time, and I'd like to invite everybody to join me in thanking this panel. I guess they're going to get thanked several times here, but thank you for your intercarrier compensations parts.
Okay, thank you, Simon Fitch, for moderating that panel. I'm convinced we've got a stubborn enough bunch here. They're going to make their points no matter what questions we ask them. But we're gonna move on to the next topic, which is carrier of last resort, provider of last resort, and the state role. And this will be moderated by Commissioner Ann Boyle of the Nebraska Public Service Commission.
I will allow Commissioner Burke to make a few comments.
The reason I'm doing this is because despite the fact that I really enjoy Southwest because of putting all the charges out front, they'll let you switch without cost provided there's any seats on the later flight. And there weren't tonight to Albany, so I'm going to have to leave in a few minutes. I'd like to thank the participants, and I'd like to thank, I know that my message sometimes is fairly blunt, but I'd like to thank you for putting up with my comments as well. I can only tell you that, and of course the real reason I'm leaving is if I hadn't, the last panel of the day is separations. It's probably a good place to have separations. My 8 years on separations has meant that I can't even resign. Every time I submit my resignation, they refuse to accept it. That ought to tell you all you need to know about that joint board. One thing I would like to do, and it would be bad before I leave if I didn't do this, is I would like to thank very specifically the state chair. Chairman Cawley has been, although there are times where I didn't want to pick up the phone and it was him that was calling, I want to thank him for his tireless efforts on keeping us focused and getting us to this day and being able to put together this kind of a workshop. Our staff has done a great job to get us here. There's no doubt about that. But if we didn't have the driving force of Chairman Cawley and Labros calling us to remind us of all the things we haven't done that we had to do, it probably wouldn't have happened. So I'd be remiss if I didn't say that before I left.
Thank you, John. You can go now, John.
Where's the money for the cab?
Yeah,
You told me I had money. Okay.
you said that just the way I wrote it last night. Thank you.
Thank
Take
you.
over, Ann.
And thanks to all of you, and I would hope that everybody would be able to participate in this. I know a few of you have not been able to, and notably the two women on either end. So don't tell us that we talk too much. National Broadband Plan asserts that recipients of funding should be subject to a broadband provider of last resort. When and should polar obligations be required? And should polar obligations mirror COLAR obligations? Anyone? Joe?
Well, it would seem to me that since all you're trying to do with this is fund the expansion of broadband to some place that it is not already, then you're not going to want the broadband COLAR obligation to mirror the telephone COLAR obligation, because it's going to be for a much narrower, much different geographic region. And from my perspective, it's why I think it's so important for the state to be involved, because it would seem that that region is going to have to be very granularly defined, both in terms of confirming that nobody's already there, granting or at least considering an application for someone to provide service, and also giving other people who might be interested in that same area a meaningful opportunity to participate in trying to get that money. But to me, it has to come through that sort of negotiation at some point before the money gets wet. If we give you this, I mean, what is this really? You're going to bribe someone to do something with your money that they won't do with their own. And, you know, we've all had children. So you want to make clear going in exactly what you expect for the money that you're going to provide them.
All right. Anybody?
I also find it strange. I agree with Joe, but I think I do. I think, like the paper says, there needs to be a polar in areas, particularly where there's support. And I think, as the paper says it rather well, the least desirable areas at risk, or the customers won't be served. I mean, I firmly believe that. Otherwise, customers won't be served, I think. Clearly, you ought to have those duties when a carrier is receiving USF. They have to be enforced. And I'm not so sure that ETC requirements currently have been all that thoroughly enforced around the country. And personally, I believe that the states should define those polar requirements and enforce them. They're the ones that are close to the customers, and they're the ones that the customers call.
And you just bring up something else that I think you all of you know, that states are concerned about where we fall in this new regime. And you mentioned the states should be the ones who determine that. Are there any other obligations regarding this that states should be doing?
Are you asking me?
Yes. and everyone else?
Well, I believe in state jurisdictions. So, yes, I believe the states ought to have the authority to set rates over cost. I think the states, particularly with rate of return carriers, have the authority to look at those rate of return carriers if you feel like you should. Accountability, in other words, for the monies they receive. Clearly, polar responsibilities, customer service requirements, those sorts of things, I believe, are state responsibilities.
And so would that include the all compliance? Would it be all hearings if there was a problem?
Well, I don't see how the FCC can do nationwide compliance. So I think it's going to have to be the states that have those hearings if there are problems, and set ETC requirements for their state. ETC requirements, polar requirements, could potentially be different by state, depending on state conditions.
Okay. Joel?
I guess I see the world slightly differently. And that is, when I try to relate your question back to the notice of proposed rulemaking, and when it talks about, I'm going to say an end game for a moment, of the Connect America Fund, which all subsidies will be coming from the Connect America Fund, and it would be broadband based, that there needs to be a very clear set of obligations identified. And so I presume the FCC will identify the set of obligations. This NPRM also tees up a question: are there situations in which states should identify something in addition? This NPRM then goes and says, if that were to be the case, what is absolutely critical is all obligations have to be identified up front. Because to me, what this NPRM, again, another sea change, is basically saying, and I think Joe actually highlighted this point earlier today, is it's new investment that's going to be deployed, but it's not just new investment. There's going to be high-cost areas that still need the subsidy, and let's say they have deployed some form of broadband, and it's still going to have to be done. But the point to me that's being raised is it's really voluntary. You know what the obligations are, you know how much money is going to be on the table, you then make your decision whether to take it. And to me that's a very fundamentally different, but very fundamentally important, because the incentives have to be placed properly. You know what the obligation is, you know what the money is, you make your decision, you're going to do it, you're not going to do it. Which therefore means if you don't get the money, then you don't have the obligations. And so to me that's kind of the end game, that at least how I'm reading this. When I say reading it, they tee up the questions, right? They tee up several other sets of questions to look at variations of that. So it's critically important to understand the obligations, whatever they are, for the party who's going to make the investment or maintain that which has already been sunk. They make a rational decision so everyone knows what the compact is. And then you're going to have some tough questions, right? One tough question is, what happens if nobody wants it? What do you do? And the NPRM tees that question up. But all I'm really highlighting to you is this NPRM, and the reason I like the NPRM is basically doing what a lot of people ask for. Give me a comprehensive thing, once and for all, intercarrier comp, USF, to me, Kohler, ETC, it's all on the table, and figure out a rational way and a partnership between the FCC and ultimately the states so that this process can work and the incentives are placed properly.
Bob?
I'm happy that Joel put in that there could be places where there'll be nobody stepping up, because in that instance, it's not a voluntary deal, and somebody has to say, this is what's going to happen, and you volunteer. And if you're volunteered to do it, it's a little different than if you volunteer yourself. And I think that has to be examined closely. The other thing is that if the FCC does set its own POLR requirements related to the funding that it makes, I'm hoping that the FCC will understand that it does have some limits in its abilities, and that it would join and ask the states and help finance the states enforce those POLR rights and responsibilities. Because, well, just to give you an anecdotal incident, I was driving home from Harrisburg, where my partners live, to Silver Spring, Maryland, and I didn't have my cell phone with me. I stopped and made a collect call from a gas station, which I knew was a mistake. I figured that a 3-minute call would be $10, and it was. But what surprised me was the $10 universal service fee that was added on, so that it was a $20 3-minute call. And I asked my state commission, and they said, well, it's a federal charge. I asked the person who sent me the bill, and they said, well, it was that alternative operator service, and we're not responsible for it. And when I called the hotline at the FCC, it's been over 8 years, and I've never heard back. So I would think that the FCC should have a little bit of modesty and ask the state commissions who understand how to enforce consumer protection laws and other kinds of POLR and COLR responsibilities to help them out in this instance.
I guess I would like to build off of something that Bob just said about the difference between COLR and POLR. It may be, as Joel said, that when we get to this end state and we have a completely broadband network, that a carrier may decide not to accept the money and then should have no federally imposed responsibility. However, that does not mean that for the customers out there, it's unimportant that there be a carrier of last resort that has to provide that basic voice service to them. And I think it would be a very dangerous thing for the FCC to attempt to override state authority to impose COLR responsibilities on the carriers that have operated in their states.
Charles?
Well, I wanted to echo one thing that Joel said, and that was whatever the obligations are, they do need to be clearly defined up front so that carriers can make realistic assessments about how they're going to enter that market and what they can or cannot do in that market. But the other point I wanted to make was that whether there's a POLR or not, or specifically if there is a POLR in an area, that state commissions, the FCC, whoever's setting the rules, needs to look at those areas carefully and ensure that you are only addressing areas where there is no other alternative. And we need to remain cognizant of the fact that the world is not a static place. So a lot of places now that were considered rural, hard to serve, low population areas in 1980 are now dense bedroom communities that are very thriving and densely populated and are served by multiple carriers. So we need to be sensitive to not setting in place a situation where you choose a carrier and that's going to be the carrier for all time and eternity. And once again, we're going to ensure that that carrier never loses money and it's going to be there forever. and competitors not enter into the marketplace. Now, there probably are going to be areas where that's going to be de facto the case, but we do, I think that in doing these polar areas and in defining what the obligations are, we need to be cognizant of the fact that these things are going to change, and frankly, we're early in the rollout of broadband services. So the fact that you don't have service today doesn't mean that there aren't multiple companies working at expansion.
My travels around a number of states in ETC proceedings, one thing I've learned is that in each state there is a different polar requirement. Some are similar, some are quite different. I've even had one witness in one hearing testify that he was responsible for 13 states for his company, and he couldn't define the polar requirements in the 13 states. So it seems to me that I would echo those comments, which would say it would be great if we could have clear requirements up front, and it would be even better if we had one set of requirements up front. That implies that the federal government would decide them, but in the end, certainly the states have input. Moreover, the enforcement of such obligations probably rests more closely with the states, because as you all know, when you have a problem and it's in a particular part of East Nebraska, you probably know what needs to happen a little bit better than the FCC, and you can probably resolve it a little bit more quickly than they can. And so I think consistent requirements across the board would be a huge help in state enforcement.
Okay, if I hear you correctly, there should be, the FCC should establish probably, in working with states to determine what those problems might be, but that it should come down from them to the states. And I think, Bob, you said that the states should be provided funding for whatever they take on. Is that what you said? That's music to our ears.
I was suggesting something like what happens in the natural gas arrangement, where I believe it's the Department of Transportation pays for an engineer at each state commission, and in that way the state engineer who, I mean, we've been unlucky recently, but the state engineers got some responsibilities to go out and make sure that the gas pipelines are safe. That kind of model was what I was thinking about.
I understand.
Commissioner, I have just one last thought, and that was,
yes,
there already is a statutory underpinning in this in Section 214 of the Act for states and the FCC to order carriers to provide service where no carrier will step forward. So there clearly is statutory authority to get you there, and setting it up, I think, that's the trick. Get it done quickly.
One thing that the NPRM tees up in connection with the USF, but is also relevant in this discussion of broadband provider of last resort, is the role of satellite and how that fits. That's a difference from the voice context, and it's as we heard on the panel this morning, you've got providers that are, for the most part, ubiquitously available, and certainly the broadband plan found that at least for that last section of the most expensive to serve areas, that may be the best way to get broadband to those people, and that's a relevant consideration in this discussion as well.
Joe?
But it's not just, to me, broadband, it's also voice. And for me, this probably is one of the most difficult issues to try to get one's head around. You heard me identify a point, and Bob picked up on it, in terms of what happens if nobody's there or wants to be there. And I'm going to quote some FCC statistics that came out a couple of weeks ago, and so it's obviously public, and I'm giving it because for me it's just a profound point, and that is, roughly 1999, there were 180 million plus lines in this country for ILEC, switched lines. 10 years later, it's probably 107 million, a little over a 40% drop. That's the industry drop. If I look at households roughly over that same time frame grew by about 13%, plus or minus. So on one hand, we see the ILEC going down over 40%. My company was bigger than that 40%. That mid-sized rurals were below it, but you'll catch up. And why am I raising it is, as you see this huge decline, and I believe the decline in the last, you can go look at the data yourself, but the decline in the last few years has been significantly greater than the average decline, and the decline in the next 5 years, my guess will be more, significantly more. And so the dilemma here is that model is broken, the model we have today of POTS, LD, and in my opinion, intercarrier comp and universal service. And so how are we going to, whoever's going to make that decision, who should be the caller for the voice, who should it be for the broadband? And Steve raises a point. Well, maybe we should be looking at satellite, or you should look at satellite, or maybe the dominant player, maybe somebody 2 seats to my left, I don't know. But all I'm really saying is, when you see that type of erosion, when at the same time households are growing and the obligation under carrier of last resort and ETC is to build out to accommodate that growth, it's just not going to work, in my opinion. And so, again, I look at the NPRM and it's teeing up these very questions, and I think out of the box thinking, and maybe it's satellite, I don't know, but associated with every solution you come up with, it seems to me, what are the obligations? And when there is no one who's willing to step up to the plate with those obligations and the amount of money on the table, it's not clear to me you can just say, well, okay, go do it, because now, why are they going to have the wherewithal, the financial ability to do it? You know, maybe you have to raise the price, or maybe you think out of the box and maybe satellite is the solution. All I'm highlighting is, when you look at the data and you look at the facts, it seems to me what this NPRM is doing is giving us all the opportunity of saying, how are we going to do it? And ultimately, it's going to have to be a collaboration between the FCC and the state.
Well, if I could only add to that, I mentioned census earlier. I think in April, all of that is going to be available. And in my state, loss of population in rural areas has not been recent. It's been generational, and especially in the areas that I described earlier, where there's 0.6 person in a 718 square mile county. And so it brings me to, and I know that part of that is the elderly population is there, their children have left, and so in time that, regrettably, that county may hardly have anybody in it. So with that, and also because of the age of some of those populations, not saying that all the elderly don't want broadband or cell phones or anything like that, but there is some resistance among people who are older who say, no, it's too complicated, I don't want it. So what about the take rate? If you've got something that you're going to say you must have out there, but you don't know, you have to, is there a way to help determine by states probably what a take rate is before you start shoving something into an area where it is not going to even be taken? Just asking, if does that seem reasonable? Should it be government says, before we are going to require this, we need to explore the county, because we will know easily if that is something to be considered.
Maybe this answer is too simplistic, but at the edge, there's going to be a really difficult call in the most rural areas as to whether or not to bring broadband out there. For the next several years, you're going to run out of money way before you get to those points. And I think as a practical matter, the problems you're going to have on the front end of this are going to be closer to the edge of, wow, this guy's asking for money to extend his network. Looks like that was what he was going to do next year anyway. Why should I do that network extension as opposed to leapfrog out a little bit? So while it's not that your question isn't ultimately compelling, it's just I don't think you're going to see it in the next several years as you roll out this program, that it's going to be much more a question of how do I get the low-hanging fruit of where broadband isn't, but where broadband is achievable and business cases are close but not there yet, and that the government money or the opportunity for some additional support will get you that much further out. Ultimately, you know, the real question is going to be, what is the technology 5 years out when you get to that furthest point? Is it really going to be something wireline, or is it going to be wireless? Is there something, other solutions? So I guess my answer to you is, it's not that your question isn't relevant, I just don't think it's relevant for this round of creating this program, because I think it's too far out on where you are going to be on the curve of trying to move this forward.
But Joe, that's what I like to do.
Commissioner Boyle, thank you so much for teeing that up, and thank you for the Joint Board for inviting RUS to participate in this discussion. And I really appreciate everybody here, the comments, the discussion. The Joint Board staff has done a tremendous job in putting together some very comprehensive white papers. Economic development in rural America is important. It is a very high priority for this administration, and that is the focus of the RUS Telecommunications Infrastructure Loan Program, our broadband initiatives investments, of which there's $3.5 billion that we have awarded across 320 projects, 100 million of which went to satellite entities. The USDA, as many of you know, focuses on holistic economic development and ensuring that there's solid business plans in rural America that can repay their loan financing that is structured by a federal infrastructure finance lender like the RUS. All of the rigorous, very careful scrutiny that our underwriting process does takes into account the types of demographic challenges that rural America faces. Since 1993, the RUS has been financing broadband capable plant. We do not fund POTS. We finance primarily fiber-based systems that are the most cost-effective for the taxpayer. So it's important for this discussion to consider the broader economic development challenges that we face in rural America and to provide that kind of sustainable investment that can continue to make a return on capital, and that the projects that we as a federal financing lender provide continues to yield very real benefits to the customer, to anchor institutions, and to enterprise customers as well that may want to enter these markets and grow. So we really appreciate being part of this discussion, and we'll, I'll make sure that provide you a lot more information on kind of what all the things we're doing at RUS to support broadband investment, both today, over the 60-year period that we've been doing it, and well into the future. But another point in terms of data that we spoke about a little bit earlier, the RUS is so grateful for the opportunity to work closely with our partners at the FCC and the Joint Board in sharing as much information about our aggregated loan data and what the snapshot of the loan portfolio looks like. We think it's important. We think that kind of information can be very instructive, and we're pleased to work with our partners at the FCC to continue the analysis of costs and economic challenges that we're facing in a lot of high-cost, low-density markets.
Thank you, Jessica. For those, if she didn't introduce herself, I'm sure you know. Your tent's still up. Jessica Sofolo is from RUS. Sir, I saw your tent up earlier. Do you have some comment?
along the line that Jessica just did. Again, thank you very much for allowing CoBank to participate on this panel. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to come in. And for those around the table who maybe aren't familiar with CoBank, I just want to give a little bit of background. We're a cooperative bank, and we are chartered by Congress. We're part of the Farm Credit System, and we focus on rural utility lending. So we lend not only to the communications industry, but also electric and water. We also lend to farmer-owned cooperatives and provide financing to farm credit associations. So basically our mission is to serve rural America and also to provide financing for rural infrastructure. And one of the key things that we found throughout the years is that when you have less customers per mile, there's some areas where it's just not economically viable to bring services to the customers. And one of the great things that we've seen over the last, with the build out, especially under the current rate of return, is that our customer base that we've been able to serve has been able to bring out great services to rural America under the existing system. And when you start talking about the carrier of last resort and all that, you see where the folks who've been under that obligation have actually brought out those services. And it's not just, again, back to our portfolio, it's not just our communication customers that have benefited, but also the folks that the grain elevators, all the other industries in rural America have benefited. So that's kind of a little overview of CoBank and where we fit into this whole scheme. So thank you.
Thank you. It's nice to have you here, and I don't think we often hear from CoBank. Any other comments? Joe? Oh, no, you don't have to. Okay. No one?
I guess the one thing I would say at the end here is, of course, as I emphasized earlier, the carrier of last resort obligation is very important to customers. And we understand that it does impose financial obligations on the carriers that bear that responsibility. Unfortunately, in this whole debate, I think one of the things that we have not been presented with, have not seen, is any real data on what the actual cost of that obligation is to the carriers that bear it. And as with many of the other subjects that we've been talking about today, cost is key. And in order to know how much the carriers that bear the responsibility should be compensated for bearing that responsibility, we really need to know what the cost of that responsibility is, rather than substituting a blanket amount of revenue that somebody just pulls out of the air.
I neglected to introduce and tell Dietrich, who was one, and Peter, who was the other, who helped proffer the paper from the joint board on caller of last resort. But in closing, I would like to say that even in the cases where there is hardly anyone there, and the population erosion continues to occur, at the very minimum, it would seem that there has to be a caller of last resort, and somehow we have to get around, because many carriers today in rural areas know that the costs are extraordinarily high, and they would like to get out of that. But given the present environment, that is our network, their access to public safety. We cannot let them be out there by themselves. So if there are any other comments, if there are not, thank you all for your contributions to this forum, and we have finished early, and so we are making up for the time we lost earlier today.
Panelists and everyone, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back, and we will reconvene at 3 o'clock sharp. Our program, we may have to go with a limited number of panelists at this rate, but we'll try. The next topic that we're going to discuss is reform scenarios and potential financial impacts. And the moderator is Larry Landis, who is the Commissioner of the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. Larry.
Good afternoon. This is the time of the afternoon when the residual impact of lunch kind of sets in. So we've decided to put the exciting and high interest topic of financial matters here, just so that we can completely knock you out before the last session of the day. A couple of thoughts before we kind of get started that are to some extent random, but to some extent maybe not. The first is, in the course of the last panel, Jessica made some comments, and I want to make sure that we collectively acknowledge, our appreciation, both on behalf of the Joint Board, and I will even presume to speak also for our colleagues at the FCC, because RUS, unlike some parties, has been very eager to help to provide data which is critical, absolutely critical to this process. So at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I'm going to talk for a moment again about data. And one of the reasons why I'm going to talk about it is that I've had a number of discussions, particularly with the RLECs, and before I make a general statement, I want to say that some RLECs have been very forthcoming and very helpful to the state side of the Joint Board, I think to the FCC, but the problem with that is that it does not give us a comprehensive picture. It may give us a snapshot, it may give us anecdotal information, and while that information may be useful, particularly if, as seems to be the case, the companies that are willing to step forward seem to be among those that are exemplary of best practices, nonetheless, not having the data assures, underscore assures, that the FCC will get it wrong. And that's not a judgment against the FCC. If we were in their position and if we didn't have the data, I am equally sure that we would get it wrong. It's only if we have the sort of data that we've been talking about from all parties that we can be reasonably assured that we'll be able to understand and to take into account, and that ultimately the FCC will, the diversity that exists on all sorts of measures, whether it's geographic or demographic or what have you. So the train is about to leave the station. It's really just a matter of weeks, until it will be too late for the data to get in, and have an impact on this process. I want to make a couple of other comments, and one of the reasons why, from the state side in particular, we want to look at that data is that the intent was on the part of the consultants, I think, for one thing, to do some stress test analysis, of some of the circumstances that might obtain based on various alternative scenarios, and to actually test out the potential implications for various corporations that might be involved in this situation. Without the data, we can't do that. Without the data, the FCC is condemned to do their best guess in terms of policy making, and that's just not good enough. And that message is one, I think, that if they were sitting in this chair at this moment, they would tell you with equal emphasis. Another point that I think we've tended to gloss over, and that is there's a key issue that we need to get help from you on, and that is that unserved does not necessarily equate to uneconomic. unserved does not necessarily equate to uneconomic. If a provider makes a business decision that although at the margin it might be possible to build out to an area, but it's not going to be particularly profitable to do so, then they may make a business decision not to build out. And so that area is not necessarily uneconomic, but it will remain unserved. We need to get our arms around that and see the extent to which that may continue to be a problem at all levels, frankly. One last point, and that is a lot of what we're looking at and talking about is in reality accounting. We need also to look at the question of finance. And that's one of the things that I hope in the course of this next 50 minutes roughly to shed some light on. Because we as regulators, we as the regulatory community tend to get caught up in regulatories. We look at what is jurisdictional or what is non-jurisdictional, whether it's Title I or Title II, and so on and so forth. And at the end of the day, we also need to step back and take a look at the overall financial picture. And that's one of the reasons why in the data requests, our consultants have asked the questions in the way they have. It doesn't really matter, if a company is over-earning or under-earning or non-earning or what have you, if that company is a recipient of support in whatever form, if at the end of the day the company is going to go bankrupt, if you impose a certain type of approach or a certain formulation on it. That's why we've said, if you're selling popcorn in the lobby of your office, we need to know that as a part of the revenue, because there's been a tendency to look at the traditional resources rather than looking at the total resources, in particular but not exclusively of the rurals and others that are receiving support and that might or might not receive support based on whatever formulation might come out of this process, at the end of the day. I heard an allusion earlier to the wildly profitable corporations. If you look at this from a finance standpoint, the fact that a company pays a high dividend may or may not be critical to the overall decisions that we might make. Companies compete in the marketplace for capital, both in the form of equity and in the form of debt offerings. And to a lesser extent, this holds true even for the small companies. And so an investor is going to look at those companies based on the total return that they get. Both the growth in the value of the company and the return in the form of dividends. And so if that investor says, on the average, I'm expecting, for any investment that I might make in this sector broadly defined, I'm going to require a minimum total return of 10%. That 10% can be in the form of 2% growth and an 8% dividend, or 8% growth and a 2% dividend. So to simply look, as has been done at times in the past, within the confines of these walls, among others, to simply look at a dividend and say that's unconscionably high represents, to me, a significant misunderstanding of the basics of the market system. So, with those comments in mind, I think I'd like to go ahead and move.
Commissioner Landis, may I have
Yes, sir.
Just one brief comment. In my opinion, the FCC will not get it wrong. They'll get it right based on the information you provide to them. And if the information is not provided and you think that it's wrong, the finger is not going to be pointed at the FCC. It's going to be pointed at those who do not comply with a request that is reasonable and that is protected and that will help get the number right according to everybody. So please remember this. I will never say the FCC got it wrong because they've asked for the information. We've asked for the information. We are going to do what we have to do based on what you give to us, and be sure that you are willing to take the criticism if you don't provide the information to us, to those who refuse.
For the financial area, we really kind of have sort of a white paperette, a little bit more abbreviated than some of the other white papers that were distributed. But nonetheless, I think it provides a very useful springboard for discussion for this topic this afternoon. And so I want to hop through and in about 1 minute summarize some of the key points. A basic question, with regard to finance and the financial aspect of things is, which carriers, which providers, which technologies will really benefit? If there is, as has been alleged, an imbalance or an asymmetry with regard to how things are laid out, there's only one way we're going to know, and that's to look at the data. And so again, what we come back to is the necessity, of really pretty robust data. Second question is the mechanism by which, or the mechanism by which support will be provided, in a forward-looking fashion. A third basic question is whether the assumptions underlining the National Broadband Plan model lead to accurate estimates of the cost and the net present value of new broadband deployment. In other words, if we're looking in a given direction based on the guidance that the National Broadband Plan provides for the framework of what we're focusing on today, the NPRM, then we really need to know if you feel that the basic assumptions are correct or not. Fourth basic question is whether the assumptions about the amount of incremental revenues that might be generated from companies providing broadband in previously unsupported areas are realistic. So with that introduction in mind, let me start with a two-edged question. Number one, how large do you think is the aggregate debt of all mid-size and secondly all RLEC companies? And what do you think would be a typical portrait of the debt equity ratio for those types of companies? Is the silence confirming the need for data?
Never guess when the answer might appear within the memory span of the person asking.
I'll give you a small snapshot for the companies I have as clients. Their debt ranges from 50% to 100%. The 100% is a company that some of you may be familiar with in Michigan that Ron Schur and Paul Hartman started, Allband. They're 100% debt. They started Greenfield. They have about $6.5 million of debt with Russ. The FCC sent out a data request, so they have the information on Allband. And the proposal will put them out of business. If it's the proposal to limit the cap to 3,000 per line. So I don't, they did what was presumed to be efficient with the Russ loan. They built fiber to the home. It was greenfield. When you open up a trench, it's just as efficient to put in fiber all the way to the home as it is copper, but it's expensive in areas that were unserved, and that's what this was. So that's the 100%. The other companies are a blend of companies that have been in service for many years, but are beginning to upgrade their networks with grant loans, et cetera, that they did take over the last year.
Do you have any estimate, Paul, as to what the aggregate debt of the RLEC community might be?
No, I don't.
Jessica?
Excuse me, RUS certainly doesn't have the aggregate data for every RLEC in operation today, but the active loan portfolio of the RUS today, we have 487 active borrowers in the RUS telecommunications infrastructure program. We have the RUS cost of money, which is the one of our traditional programs. We have outstanding debt of $2.6 billion. We have the RUS Guaranteed Federal Financing Bank financing mechanism, which is $690 million, and the Rural Telephone Loan Bank of $445 million. So the total for the traditional program is $3.7 billion in outstanding principal today. And that does not include the Recovery Act financing, nor does it include the Title VI Broadband Loan Program financing that the agency also has under Title VI of the 2002 Farm Bill and then reauthorized in the 2008 Farm Bill. So the total debt outstanding principal for the RUS portfolio today is $4.2 billion in outstanding principal across our borrower base. And I'm happy to break down some of that, but I wanted to just make sure you had some useful data points to work with.
From CoBank, our loan portfolio for our communications division is $3.3 billion. But to break it down specifically by ILEX, RLEX, it's not as clear cut because how we categorize it is what portion of their business is dominant. Kind of broke it down. As far as that portfolio, 73% of that is wireline, 17% of that is cable, and 12% is wireless. And again,
would you do that again?
Oh, sure.
I was not writing that fast.
73% of that is wireline, cable TV 15%, and wireless is 12%. I just want to emphasize that sometimes is dynamic over time, because if you were, if they're a wireless business and ends up being larger, that's how we classify it, but it still may have some ILEC as well. And we also don't really necessarily categorize it by investment on whether or not it's going into, broadband or telephone line. I mean, if they're using copper to deliver DSL, we just don't break it down that way. So.
Actually, I have a couple more data points to provide you, because as we have $4.2 billion in outstanding principal in the RUS programs, we also have about $6 billion in unadvanced funds that are the bulk of the Recovery Act funds that we have not been able to push out, primarily because ground has not been broken on a number of our projects given the winter season. So we have a substantial amount of unadvanced funds that are in the queue to move out the door as a result of, all the investments that we've made under the Recovery Act, which includes the satellite portion and all the other projects across the 320 projects that we financed. But RUS is a technology neutral lender, so while on the broadband platform, the bulk of the awards and the projects are fiber-based projects. We have a number that are wireless, cable, and then on the Recovery Act side, we have satellite. And then when we open up Title VI, which is the broadband loan program, which was reauthorized in the 2008 Farm Bill, we are at the final stages of getting the regs completed on that, and that allows us to really target investments in truly the most unserved communities in a manner that I think is somewhat differentiated from the 2002 Farm Bill broadband rules, which, again, the rules that we are under are statutory. So So the criteria was outlined in the Farm Bill that we are operating under. So we have quite a bit of unadvanced funds that we're really hoping to move out the door as quickly as possible.
So just to make sure that I'm understanding correctly, those two numbers are additive, and once you have distributed all of the encumbered but not distributed funds, the portfolio will be over $10 billion?
A little bit shy of that.
Okay.
Because the way to think of it is the Recovery Act doubled the size of the RUS telecommunications portfolio substantially. So it expanded our investment pools substantially. Across RUS, we have an outstanding principal across the RUS programs of approximately $56 billion in rural infrastructure investments, and that covers the rural electric program, which is the flagship program of the RUS in providing infrastructure financing for electric distribution, generation, transmission. Then we have a rural water and environmental program that provides water and waste infrastructure, and then our broadband and telecommunications programs that also include the distance learning telemedicine grant program and the Community Connect grant program.
And this may be very difficult to answer, and I can appreciate that, but do you have a sense, Jessica, for what the debt equity ratio would be, or a representative debt equity ratio would be for your portfolio? And I would guess it might range even more widely than Paul's client base, but any ideas?
It's a difficult question to answer at this point. And we're happy to provide that information to the joint.
So that is something that could be, with hopefully not horrendous challenge, compiled. That would be very helpful.
We'll do everything we can to be as helpful as possible.
Okay, Sarah, how about your portfolio?
It just varies so much. I don't have an answer for you.
If you could take back with you the question, it would be helpful if we could get perhaps something like a quintile distribution or something like that would give us a sense for what the range is of the debt equity ratios.
Yeah, but I understand why y'all are needing that, but I just want to let you know from a lender's point of view of how we look at it, it really is based on the risk of each individual company. Mm-hmm. And so maybe some, less riskier, you have different leverage ratios. And the higher risk, the lower the leverage ratio. And so, as you asked, we can talk about later, be happy to provide information. But I just wanted you to be aware from a lender's point of view that it really depends on each business operation. And we have such a wide variety of customers deploying broadband in a wide variety of ways. And they're doing it, they have long-term plans, sometimes they're doing it to the last couple of customers with Wi-Fi. I mean, it's all very, very different. Sure. And so it's hard to talk in generalities.
The other piece to think about is, to follow on Sarah's point, we have a number of borrowers in the RUS programs that are borrowers of different programs. So we have rural electric co-ops that are building a smart grid system that may be also borrowing from the telecommunications program. So there's some leveraging there as well.
Okay. What's the duration of the loans that you make, and how might that be distributed? Is the average loan 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? Or maybe a representative loan?
I'll start anywhere from the range between 3 to 7. We usually don't go beyond 7 because technology is changing so drastically. It's hard to push it out further.
So you're doing more like intermediate term lending as opposed to long or short?
The RUS is a long-term investor in infrastructure, so the average maturity term for the loan on average is 21 years. In 2010, the average maturity rate for repayment was 20 years. In 2009, it was 19, and 2008, 19. So it's a we're over a long-term horizon to ensure that the plant is built specifically according to specs and to the engineering design that the agency has reviewed and worked with the company to come into, to marry up with the business plan that has been put forth for the application.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I'm just curious how that those loan durations compare with the depreciation life.
Oh, sorry.
I'm just curious how those loan durations compare with the depreciation lives of the plant that is being financed. They sound awfully long to me relative to the current depreciation rates.
I actually know the answer to that for my clients. They're the same, roughly. The depreciation for cable and wire facilities is roughly 20 years. The depreciation for COE is roughly 15. So, I mean, the loans, the latest loans out of Russ mature in 2021, 2023. The depreciation periods for new plant is roughly the same.
So, Dr. Selwyn, let me answer that. The agency evaluates the facilities that are part of the business plan according to the useful life of the asset. So the useful life of the asset typically that we're financing is primarily fiber-based, and the useful life is roughly in that ballpark, and that's how that is the term that we use to apply to the assets that are being built. Now, another piece I wanted to just also highlight, it's slightly different in the Broadband Initiatives Program. As Sarah said, the maturity terms are slightly shorter, more aggressive schedules, so the repayment rate is between 5 to 7 years.
John, Joel, I may be putting you guys on the spot, and in which case you're perfectly. You have the opportunity to demur on the question, but obviously you're involved in a little bit different type of funding, offering probably debt issues of bonds and that sort of thing. What might we be able to learn in terms of the average duration of your debt financing as a portion of your overall capitalization? What would be the duration of CenturyLink's or AT&T's debt offerings?
This is probably not the best year to ask me that question because we normally have a fairly conservative debt to equity ratio, and obviously within the last 19 months with 2 transactions, it's not where we normally are, but I can get you that information if you'd like it.
Well, in your case, I'm really interested more in the duration of the debt than I am in
the debt
itself. I mean, that's public record.
Right. I do not.
And duration maybe also.
Yeah, I do not know the exact duration, and rather than guess, I'd rather get you a more accurate answer if that's okay.
Fine. Joel?
In the same situation. I do not know offhand what that is, but I'm sure it's in our financial statements and 10Ks and so on and so forth. So we can get that information to you, if that be helpful.
Bob, what about your clients? Do you have any help for us here in that regard?
My clients are state agencies, so.
Oh, okay. So their debt is in perpetuity, right? What about cables, wireless? Can you help us in that regard, just to get an overall picture of debt financing in particular?
I don't have any information off the top of my head, but I'll take that back and we'll try to get you some information.
I mean, in particular with, I know every time we see Rick Zimmerman, he reminds us of how much more the cable industry has invested. So it'd be
we invest a lot.
A lot. It'd be helpful to get a picture for that to kind of compare with the ILEC side. Charles?
Sure. Well, and I apologize. I tried to do as much homework as I could before coming this afternoon, but that was not one that I asked somebody to
And
give me a
that's-
number for. I mean, all I can say is, I mean, I will, first of all of this is public information that's available in our 10Qs and 10Ks. We do carry substantial debt, unfortunately. There's no question about that. You know, for example, I know that we've invested over $8 billion in Clear and the investment in the 4G build-out. But as far as what our specific ratios are,
Okay.
I'll have to get back to you.
Yes.
Commissioner, on behalf of a number of wireless carriers, I can tell you that their debt ratios vary widely, from a small fraction to well up to the 100% level, and that all of them who are borrowing are on terms much closer to the co-bank terms, 3 to 7 year spans with rolling debt. The larger carriers that we represent, I don't have their information, but again, they're all in their 10Ks and 10Qs.
Now, do you represent any of the smaller rural wireless companies?
Mostly smaller rural wireless companies, yes. A couple of larger ones, 2 publicly traded, but mostly small ones, and that's the ones I'm speaking of in terms of their terms.
Is there a difference between the two? I'm kind of curious as to whether there's a longer duration or a shorter duration for the larger or the smaller ones.
The 2 larger publicly traded ones, I don't know their information, so I'm sorry, I can't answer.
For those of you who are closer to the company side of things, how does the financial, well, before I ask that question, are there any other sources of significant debt offerings other than RUS, CoBank? To what extent might rural or community banks be involved in providing debt financing, or even short-term loans? Anybody, Paul?
Community banks, small community banks are pretty heavily involved. It may not be, you know, for a company that may borrow $20 million from Russ, there's still loans that they likely have outstanding with their local community banks. Some fraction of that, 10–20%.
Is that going to be revolving credit for the most part, or is it going to be longer term?
It's longer term in some cases.
Anything that you can help us with? I mean, again, recognizing that that's going to be more anecdotal than it is, you know.
Well, I know what it is for my clients, but I mean, there's some fraction of the nationwide clients, and I can provide that to you.
That would be helpful.
Right, and also community banks work very closely with rural development across the programs, so there's a lot of activity and interplay between community lenders and many of our borrowers.
Okay.
Across all the programs, not just telecommunications.
Are there any patterns that you're able to discern in terms of those who are more aggressive borrowers? You know, we've all heard about you know, some rurals. I mean, there's if there's the urban myth, for example, of the welfare Cadillac, I think there's the rural myth of the small company that owns 5 corporate jets and all the fixtures in the headquarters, you know, are gold-plated and so on. Are those companies that are committing to broadband build-out in whatever form likely to have a heavier debt ratio? Are they likely to be more heavily leveraged than the ones that are less aggressive?
One of the things I want to focus on is, again, when CoBank looks at customers based on a variety of different business operations, business plans, you know, some folks may be incredibly diversified, and if that helps their cash flow to repay their loans, we look, you know, kindly on that as a lender. We want to get repaid.
Sure.
But I do want to say overall that we really see a large majority of folks that we would like to serve today but cannot because we don't see how the cash flow is there for them to repay their investment to upgrade. We wish that wasn't the case, but we see more and more of that. And I would say that that was probably more the general rule with the majority of the small entities out there than this myth that all of this is gold-plated and they all have their private jets.
Dr. Selwyn, are you debating?
No. You know, the long lives of plant and of loans that we're hearing about here, actually, I find very troubling in the context, particularly of proposals that would, for example, preserve revenue neutrality in some manner. Let's go back 20 years from today. 20 years ago, we were using analog cell phones. There were, you know, what, maybe 10, 15, 20 million of them around, if that. We were using basically first generation digital central office switches. There was, I'm not even sure there was very much fiber in the inter-office plant, but there was certainly very little fiber in the network at that point in time. The internet was just very sort of beginning to develop. We were looking at a world that by comparison to today was very, very different. And, you know, who knows where we're going to be in 20 years from now when we have carriers committing to these kinds of time frames. You know, and I'm not criticizing them. That may be the way you need to get plant and you need to get investment into rural markets, but it shouldn't be allowed to drag down the rest of the industry by having to maintain some level of funding for these decisions, many of which are going to suffer from technological obsolescence long before they physically wear out. We shouldn't be saddled with that as a country across the whole industry. And I think that, I mean, I express surprise at certainly, no, I can't imagine any competitive entrant making a 20-year commitment to infrastructure at this point. It's unthinkable. Sure.
Depreciation lives, I mean, the objective of those set by state commissions and the companies was primarily to ensure that when you recovered that plant, you could recover it with reasonable rates from consumers and not a huge burden on other services such as Universal Service Fund. I mean, you could increase the depreciation recovery, and simply what would happen is you'd have a larger requirement to recover sooner from customers. So that was the reason. Number two, the plant that's going in the ground now is fiber, primarily. That's what these costs are. That's what Russ and CoBank are loaning money for. And potentially that will be obsolescent. Who knows what's going to happen in the next 20 years, but seems to me fiber is probably what we want put in the ground over the long term. And personally, I'm not an economist, but I think we ought to be looking long term, not in 3 to 5 year segments like reverse auctions would do. So, my 2 cents.
Well, I mean, the short answer to that is it's simply another form of universal service support. Maybe not explicit, but you know, we have to in an industry that is subject to the kind of rapid technological change that this industry is subject to, we have to come up with economic lives that are realistic. Now, you may be absolutely right. We look at fiber today, and we say, you know, my God, this can handle, you know, almost unlimited bandwidth, and you know, that may well be the case, but I don't know for a fact that that's the case. We were not talking about, you know, IP telephony 20 years ago. We were investing in digital central office switches, which were also expected to have a very long duration because they were state of the art and they were going to do everything that anybody ever wanted. It's either pay now or pay later. We don't want to retard innovation by having embedded plant that we're somehow obligated to keep paying off. It seems to me part of this reform process has got to look at the way we finance, depreciate, and ascribe business lives to these assets. Because if we are creating artificially long lives and committing to excessive financing terms in terms of duration, we are imposing other economic costs that can't be directly assessed, but they're just as real and potentially far more costly.
Well, I'll just add that, I'm sorry. The default rate for our U.S. is less than 1%. So as a very conservative, prudent lender, and as the only infrastructure lender in the federal government, we take our responsibility that's been given to us by Congress and the President very seriously to build infrastructure. And to support that, our U.S. only finances infrastructure. We do not finance operational costs. So there's just some important pieces to this that I think is useful for the community to be aware of related to the RUS lending approach. In addition, we look at an applicant's total income and revenues from all sources. So it ranges from all revenue streams that come into that's presented in the loan package: universal service, access, end user revenues, and any other types of costs. So it's a whole package in terms of the financial feasibility of the borrower to meet its commitment. Furthermore, borrowers cannot needlessly draw from the program. They can only draw as they build. So it's continuously monitoring and constant oversight of the projects.
Steve.
One of the complications with broadband loans from the government is that if those loans are covering areas where competitors are already providing broadband, you set up a situation where the government is essentially taking a stake in the failure of private companies that have already invested. And that's obviously a big concern to those companies that are already there and providing broadband. I think that highlights one of the things that we really like about the NPRM that the FCC issued is that it asks a lot of questions about targeting support to the areas that are unserved, where there's no one providing service. And that sort of targeting, I think, should be a principle that all government subsidy programs are following.
Joe.
I was just going to make a brief comment on Dr. Selwyn's point, who is absolutely correct. Competitive firms tend to have much shorter depreciation lives for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is the desire of their capital lenders to get their money back as quickly as possible before there's a change. But in part that's being driven by the type of markets they tend to compete in and serve in and how rapidly those markets change. My experience looking at financial reports for smaller ILECs and mid-sized ILECs has been that the technology curve has been more kind to them over the years and their markets have been more stable. And you tend to see actually that the depreciation rates that regulators have used recovers the capital faster than the assets themselves actually need to be changed out. And you see that, I think, CenturyLink had actually made a note in one of their annual reports that when they went from rate of return regulation to price cap regulation, they went in and affirmatively extended their depreciation lives, recognizing the fact that some of these assets that they thought were going to need to be changed out more quickly, in fact, did have economic lives that were longer. So it's a very different phenomenon in different industry segments.
Sure, go ahead.
This is kind of a follow-up question to the
to this discussion. This morning there was a reference to the Omaha Plan's approach, which would, kind of in a summary form, require carriers who wanted universal service funding to demonstrate the need. And the question that I have for anyone to comment on is, does this particular question of basically the cost of debt financing get rolled up into the question of essentially a revenue or earnings analysis of any company that wants to come in and access whatever the surviving support fund is, the CAF fund or Universal Service Fund. When that carrier comes in, doesn't that carrier have to demonstrate that it's that it has a need, and part of that demonstration is its capital and debt costs? So doesn't that give you an avenue to get at that question?
And my answer would be absolutely, and it's actually one of the advantages that the Omaha Plan has over other proposals that try to do theoretical modeling as opposed to looking at the actual financial performance of a company. I mean, one of the problems we have here is if you try to create any fund where you just simply say, because you have this dollar today, you're entitled to it forever or in some way through a fund to have it be replaced. If you never have a sanity check to really say, all right, is this dollar really necessary to the overall profitability of the company? Many of the revenue stream, and I'm not saying that it might not be, but I'm also saying that it's a factual question. And the Omaha Plan was the only one that I recall that really had a sanity check that came back and said, when I really look at this company, and I recognize that these facilities are being used for DSL and other services that sort of fall off of regulated books but are very important for overall profitability, is this a necessary revenue stream that deserves protection, or is this something that can be put into competitive risk? And Commissioner Boyle made the point earlier about you have rural companies that are deregulated. I think that's part of what troubles cable companies and other entrants. In theory, you have universal service to establish a link between a price a customer pays and additional money that a company needs to be able to have that price exist in the market. If the company's totally deregulated, then the price that the customer's paying is the price that they're paying for market reasons, not the support reason. So what's the link? What is the reason? And it's almost more a question of having some faith in this system. Without some back-end check of the true financial need, judging by the actual financial performance of a company, you feel like you're just putting money into a black hole.
I've got a brief comment.
So you're saying trust but verify? Is that?
No, just verify.
Oh, okay. Paul.
Well, believe it or not, I think I agree. I mean, there needs to be accountability. I'm sorry, but I mean, there are a number of states that have state funds, and they require very much that kind of accountability to draw from those funds. And a number of those states take into account debt and equity.
Just to let you know that it's just not the Omaha Plan. In the consultant's plan, there's also a look at the total revenues and the total costs of the company, and a control so that there's no over earnings. And while I haven't read the Nebraska fund documents in a while, I believe you also, even though the rates for the most part are not regulated, you do have a check on the company's earnings against their draw from the Universal Service Fund. Yeah, and I know in Maine there's similar situations, so that most of the funds, well, not most, but there are a number of funds that do have this financial check that you think is important.
Commissioner, on behalf of companies who are not ILECs, it seems to me that the long loan term is not insurmountable, and one suggestion can be a combination of regulatory certainty and a long glide path to change. I mean, if you have a 20-year term or you still have 10 years left on your term of your loan, if there is a long glide path to a change and there is certainty that that change is coming, loans can be refinanced, changes in debt structure throughout your company can be made, changes in your business plan can be made, all sorts of actions can be taken to mitigate the problems at hand. And while I'm not a finance person, it seems to me that the biggest problems that our clients have right now are regulatory certainty. Those who've borrowed a lot of money to build out in rural areas on the thinking that support will be there for them are pretty nervous today. And those that have gone the other direction and only spent the dollars that come through the door are reluctant to invest now on the theory that, gee, in 2 years this goes away. So a longer glide path and some regulatory certainty would solve a lot of that for these companies, and I think also potentially for the ILECs.
Joel.
If you wanted to ask another question.
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
I just wanted to comment on the last round of give and take, and that is really teed off of, I think, Simon's question. And it's a difficult question because in the following sense is that if you have a competitive bid, then I would say, you know what, the question is kind of subsumed in the competitive bid process. And we can debate that, I'm sure we will. Secondarily, there is the possibility of a use of a model with the right of first refusal, and there a model is going to potentially address this question. And then the third option, which is a variation in the Omaha plan or the consultant's paper or the kind of thing that Joe is saying, is that, hey, there needs to be, at least how I'm interpreting this, is a check that says, hey, let's look at the earnings in some aggregate way and say, do you really need the money? And this is, to me, the dilemma. On one hand, you say, well, gee whiz, that just makes a lot of sense. On the other side of that coin is, how are you going to do it? And so I'm going to pose a couple of points. If I now start looking at an earnings, do I include everything, all revenues, all costs? And I keep hearing the FCC say, well, the supported service is going to be X down, X megs down, and Y megs up. How are you going to figure out if they put in 10 times X and 2 times Y? How do you figure that out? By the way, there's always a way. I've dealt a lot with Paul over the years, and he'll show me there's always a way, and I believe that. But my point is, you got to figure it out. Next question is, and I got a total of 3. The first one is the spigot. The second one is, well, you know, we have the donut and the hole, but apparently we're going to look at the earnings for the donut and the hole together. Well, now the issue is, well, I'm competing against that cable guy in the donut hole. He's an aggressive competitor. And so I start to lose lines in the donut hole. I haven't lost the lines in the donut because he's not there. But I'm losing lines. Are you going to now give me some extra money because I lost a lot of lines competing against him? So that's a question. By the way, for every question, you can figure out and brainstorm a solution. And the third one is, holy mackerel, I'm competing against that guy in the donut hole. And now, maybe I am making extra money in the donut hole. I'm losing a lot, so on one hand, I'm losing a lot. On the other hand, I'm trying to figure out how to survive, but that's my low-cost area. And to the degree you take earnings away in the donut hole, because I'm competing against him, and you're not taking away his earnings. Oh, wait, maybe we should take away his earnings and my earnings together. Maybe we could do that.
You're also not giving us any money.
Yeah, but you're not in the donut. You're only in the donut hole.
I think we both agree.
Yeah, I know. I'm just
figuring out.
Thank God you said there's a solution.
The donut.
The wireless people would probably suggest that you both ought to contribute to the wireless side.
Yeah, I'm sure of that. So all I'm saying really is it's a dilemma. And I think, at least how I read the NPRM, the NPRM is teeing this up and saying, my goodness gracious, how do I do it? Now, for example, I'm not interested, maybe I should be interested in stepping up to the plate and say, I want rate of return. Maybe I should go there. Because when I lost that X% of my lines, when I told you, and I had to deploy more investment because the households grew, maybe it's better, but I just don't see how that promotes the innovation and the driving out of the cost. On the other hand, the rural guys are in this dilemma because they heard me this when I talked about intercarrier comp to go to bill and keep, and they said, well, you know, you're taking away my money. That was because I was in an intercarrier compensation discussion. We weren't in the CAF discussion. And so when you bifurcate these things, it becomes really, really hard. And all I'm saying is, I'm not a proponent of taking away without telling you clearly, succinctly, how the CAF is going to work. All I'm really saying is you can gravitate to something that seems, wow, how can you disagree with looking at the earnings of the aggregate? And I'm saying, hey, there's a lot of unintended consequences. And maybe in very rural areas, maybe you need to have the option of, I'll call it, rate of return like going forward. And I can see why maybe that would be. But I can also understand that one has to cleverly think through how you address some of the issues that are in the NPRM that every time I go in there, we say, well, I mean, I hear on panels that here are the issues we need to solve. And I guess I was going to say this and then I wasn't, but I'll say it anyways. It's time to try to figure out how, you know, if there is a rate of return like for the 21st century, how do you operationalize it to address the three issues that are on the table? And if you want it to be the safety check, how do you do that? I don't want it to be the safety check for me, and the reason is because I'm competing against that guy, the cable guy to my left, and he made a powerful argument, don't subsidize me, meaning AT&T, in the donut hole if he isn't getting it. He made the point. Now, what's the rational way for the donut? And at least for me, I see a competitive bid, I see a model. I don't see an earnings review at the end of the day for a large company. I'll hear what the mid-sized guys have to say.
I want to just speak from a lender's point of view. We don't lend on hypotheticals. We won't lend on a hypothetical model. I mean, we won't lend on models. So, I mean, that's from CoBank.
Can I follow up? And my view is I don't invest on hypothetical models. Okay? I don't invest on hypothetical.
Yeah.
What I want to know is what are the obligations? If it's a competitive bid, I know what that is. If it's a model, show me the model. I'll do the calculation. You can do the calculation. Somebody does the calculation. I need to know what it is. It's theoretically only to the degree the FCC, have teed up a series of tough questions. They're trying to figure out how to operationalize it. I'm saying, I get it. There is a model that could do it. If that's the way you go, produce it, let the industry see it, you run it, and then I know how much I'm going to get. I know what the obligations, I make my decision. Competitive bid, again, I put it on the table, I win, I lose. If I win, I know what the obligations, I take it. So I agree totally with your point, but you need to operationalize something because what we have now just isn't going to work. And when we debated the intercarrier piece is I keep saying to myself, in an IP world, how many access minutes or intercarrier comp minutes am I going to have? And any way I do it, I come up with 0. So we can debate, is it 2 cents, 1 cent, a quarter of a cent, 0007 times 0 is 0. And so the value of what the NPRM is doing is saying, that's where we're going. Some people say 10 years. My personal view is it's less than 10, maybe significantly less than 10. How do we get there? Because I accept Paul and others, they got a legitimate issue. So when I was making the point of 0, It wasn't because I want to take something away. I'm saying, hey, we're on a trajectory for 0 minutes, and if we wait until we get 0 minutes, we've messed up. And so I give again the commission credit of saying, you got to figure it out now because we're getting 0 minutes, and how do we do it?
Jessica, David, and then I want to pose a very quick question to the panel, and that is, if your moderator were a little smarter, what question would he have asked that he hasn't? Jessica.
Yes, perfect.
I appreciate the dialogue here. I think it's great. I think that the questions that were teed up in the notice are very, very helpful to all of us across government and everyone else here. RUS definitely evaluates revenues. There's no question, as CoBank and other lenders in the rural infrastructure space do. We do not base our investment decisions on hypotheticals either, because that's not wise for the taxpayer dollar, no question. It's very, very important that we are very prudent, careful, and very conservative in our investment approach. So the focus for everyone across USDA rural development in financing primarily infrastructure investment based on the statute and the Rural Electrification Act, which is what RUS is to help rural communities get the infrastructure they need. So, so we're really grateful to have the opportunity to be here and to work with the FCC and continuously work with Commerce in overseeing and ensuring that the projects that we financed in the Recovery Act are truly successful in meeting the objectives outlined in the Recovery Act.
I understand that real-world lenders don't lend based on hypotheticals. I also understand that based on 5 or 6 minutes of Joel's last discourse, that operationalizing this thing is probably difficult. But the alternative is that you are asking if you're talking about support from the CAF, you're asking customers from around the country to support these operations based on nothing.
I didn't say that.
If we have to, that's, NASUCA has argued for years that there should be a rate of return test for the old USF, and there certainly should be for the new CAF.
Any questions we should have addressed that we didn't? Joe?
Only partially.
30 seconds.
Very simple. You've heard from all the people, quite frankly, who feel like intercarrier comp reform is going to make them a loser. I can tell you that for all of my clients, they're a loser. If there's all losers, who's the winner, and why can't they use that money to reduce special access prices?
Any other quick questions? Yes.
Yeah, from the discussion we've been having, it seems to me that there is a tension between the goal of providing universal service and universal broadband in particular, and the goal of having a competitive market. And maybe it's the elephant in the room that no one wants to focus on, but it may well be that in areas where the cost is so high that the only way you actually get to universal broadband is by taking advantage of the economy of scope associated with all of the services that would be supported by that infrastructure, and go back to a franchise model, a combination of a rate of return regulated franchise model for those areas that do not seem capable of supporting market-based prices based on the cost. And I think that this is a question that needs to be raised and discussed, even though it's not necessarily a solution, but it shouldn't be ignored.
And of course, as the colloquy between Joel and Steve suggests, where it's uneconomic is kind of at the heart of that question too, and how we define where we're going to be focused. Mr. Chairman, 5 minutes over. I'm sorry.
You're forgiven, Commissioner Landis. I know you're all excited to get to a discussion of separations. But while the moderator is making his way up here, let me ask a question that I neglected to ask earlier. The notice recognizes and proposes various public interest obligations for recipients of support. And it also asks the question of whether the FCC, quote, should forbear from requiring the recipients of universal service support to be designated as ETCs at all. Well, of course, the law requires that you be an ETC to receive funding. So, at the same time, the FCC for some time, of course, has allowed the states to be designating ETCs. And the FCC has delegated to the states to do such things as arbitrate interconnection agreements and using TELRIC to set uni unbundled rates and what have you. Is there still a place for the states in ETC designation? Should we be delegated the authority to oversee these public interest obligations, like coverage and service requirements, reasonably comparable rates? Or, tell me true, would you really prefer that the states really be out of this business and that the FCC oversee support and public interest obligations from Washington? David?
I think from the state utility consumer advocates perspective, the answer to your question is we think the responsibility lies with the states, and I think you can expect to see that our comments will oppose that FCC proposal for forbearance. I think this is one of those areas where forbearance doesn't get you anywhere. If you forbear from this particular statutory obligation, what's left? And the FCC has rejected a number of forbearance petitions in the past based on that very thought, that if you get rid of a rule, there is no rule to replace it.
Anybody else? Joe?
On the specific question of ETC, I'm not sure that process couldn't be improved in some way with the FCC probably providing more guidance. I am admittedly a state guy, and the reason is very simple. Any issue that requires factual analysis, in my experience, is better off addressed by state commissions. You have, perhaps it's because your focus is a smaller geographic area, and certainly because you use hearings with cross-examination and discovery, and so you can have some ability of leveling the field between adversarial parties and of information sets. Elements of this that require that kind of judgment, I believe the states are just fundamentally better positioned to do. The federal universal service system today is mechanized. USAC, who I believe is filled with very smart people, performs a set of sophisticated calculations, but it doesn't mean it's accurate, and it doesn't really mean it's useful. When you look at the types of things we've talked about today, the amount of judgment, the amount of discrete information, the amount of state-by-state focus it's going to require, I believe it's a mistake to try and mechanize that. And I don't believe the FCC can do this stuff at a national level unless it's something that can be mechanized. And I just don't see this as something that is conducive to mechanization, at least over the next several years. So to me, I think the states have to be involved.
David?
Having done ETC proceedings in 30-odd states, the range of how it's done, how long it takes, how much it costs, the quality of the results, it varies wildly. That said, I tend to agree with Joe that the states are better positioned to do the designation. And in fact, if you look at the statute, I don't think it's the commission who said that the states can do this. It's the statute. It's Congress which said states have first crack at this. Only if a state declares it doesn't have jurisdiction does it come back to the FCC. Now, I haven't formed a legal view yet since last week as to whether the Commission has the authority to forbear, but it responds directly to your question. I would say I don't know that the process should or could be mechanized, but it would be really helpful if the Commission here was more direct in what it expects in the designation process, and if the process could be either shot clocked or streamlined or in some way made more consistent throughout the states.
Good point. Anyone else? Joel?
When you say ETC, do you mean, I'm taking it literally to be who should be an eligible telecommunications carrier?
Yeah, and they've even suggested they might exercise forbearance to fund non-ETCs.
So the question if they fund non-ETCs, I don't have a good feel because when I say that to you, it gets complicated in the sense of who can be a lifeline provider. We think someone who takes money for, let's say, from the CAF shouldn't necessarily. If somebody else wanted to be a lifeline provider besides the party who's getting the CAF money, well, there may be a good reason for other parties to be, if you have to be an ETC for a lifeline. But what I wanted to also say is that, at least as I interpret what's going on, there's going to be a new set of rules in the context of what the obligations are for service, whether it be broadband or voice, that replaces the ETC and potentially replaces Kohler. Now the issue is there a clear role for a state regulator with the skill set that the state regulator has? And I would say in that context, there probably is a role. I can't say to you I know what that role is, but it seems that David and Joe are raising points for which there could be a role for a state regulator, but what I'm trying to highlight is in the context of how this whole thing gets revamped, which potentially impacts Kohler and ETC.
One more, and I'll hand it back. I'll hand it over to you, Peter. John?
I guess as a holding company, I have a chance to probably offend 33 states, but I do think we can learn a lot from the CETC process that we've seen recently and what took place there. I think I agree with Dave and Joe is that, again, we see 33 different types of responses on CETC designations, and that's the concern I have about this. That said, I think, and we had asked for this when the CETC process started, we would like to see stronger, more clear guidelines from the FCC that the states could apply. It's been a grab bag, in my opinion, and varies dramatically from state to state. I know Dave's clients have won in some states and lost in some states, I think. Yeah, well, maybe not you, but certain wireless providers have gotten it in one state and not another. So again, out of fairness to everyone, but I do think we should learn from the CETC process because at some point I think there's going to be a cash grab, and again, we're one of the companies that has 11 wireless providers in one small market drawing the same sport we draw. So again, I would hate to see it replicate itself for broadband in the same way, but federal guidelines, state application.
Okay, got it. Thank you all for that. Moving to our last topic.
I'd just like to thank the panel briefly for the financial discussion, and in particular for the offers that were made this afternoon to provide information where we asked questions that were a little bit out of the box and were not perhaps expected. So again, thank you very much, panel. You've been very responsive, and I appreciate it greatly.
Our next topic is separations. Our moderator is Peter Blum, who is a principal of Roca Loeb Salzer Associates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's 4:15, and we promised we would adjourn at 5, and everybody's energy is a little bit low, and this is the 6th panel of the day, and we had only 5 commissioners, so we're sort of fresh out of commissioners to moderate, and I'll get to do it. But the really good news is that the topic is so inherently fascinating that I'm sure you're all going to really just jump up and love it. So we provided you with a paper that described some of the interactions between separations and universal service. Bob Loeb and Lori Kenyon and I did the paper, and I just want to spend a minute summarizing those interactions. Perhaps most important, in the past we've had separations as a delivery vehicle for universal service. In the original DEM weighting program, the universal service was delivered by moving costs from state to interstate. I think everybody, at least everybody I know now, says, no, that's an implicit subsidy and we shouldn't do that kind of thing. But that doesn't make separations independent of universal service. Today, several of our universal service programs are dependent on categorizations that are found in the separations rules. Category 1.3 is how you define loop. That comes out of Part 36. Some of the separations factors affect universal service design. For example, the model-based support mechanism calculates the amount of difference between costs and a benchmark and then says, let's reduce that by 24% because that's the amount that's recovered in the interstate jurisdiction other ways. Today, state rate making still depends upon knowing which jurisdiction to book revenues that come in as universal service support. ICLS, for example, is interstate. High cost loop is after an expense transfer, which I won't bore you with, is essentially intrastate. And finally, state programs depend upon separations because often they're cost-based and they look only at the intrastate portion of costs post-separations. So the broad question I want to ask you today, and I'd like to, unlike some of the earlier panels, I just want to give you sort of a softball question and invite people who are interested in this, not everyone is, I recognize, to try and respond generally, or as Commissioner Landis did, if you think you have a better question, answer that one. We in the paper had two approaches to this. Let's just here, we didn't call it that in the paper, but let's call it here Plan A and Plan B. And Plan A is we start by adjusting separations. We fix the things that we think have gotten broken over the last decade under the freeze in particular, which involves special access and the categorization freeze, which has allowed interstate revenues to increase greatly from special access growth, while the categorization of costs has remained predominantly intrastate. So that's the first thing that the Separations Joint Board is recommending that the FCC look at, or I shouldn't say the Separations Joint Board, the state members of the Separations Joint Board. The second problem is the arrival of DSL and the age of our categories and the fact that they were all designed before DSL really was a product, and that separations essentially still assigns 75% of the costs of the loop to the state to recover from intrastate charges, even though loops are now multifunctional and generating a lot more revenue. So under Plan A, if you think of this universal service and separations as a kind of a dance, under Plan A, separations is leading and universal service is following. Plan B is the other extreme, and it would largely ignore separations. We would start designing universal service mechanisms based upon the overall financial situations of companies, looking at perhaps what we call the total company view, that all of the costs and all of the revenues. Now there's arguments about do you exclude video and that kind of thing, but I don't want to go into that. Once you've done that, if you take Plan B approach, then you have to, at some point, go back to separations, at least for one thing, and that is if you give money to carriers that are subject to rates and to separation, to intrastate rate making and separations, somebody at the State Commission is going to want to say, how much of that money can I count as an offset to local exchange rates? So even I recognize that you can't completely divorce under Plan B separations from universal service. But I guess the attitude in Plan B is let's minimize that interaction. So those are two extremes. Plan A starts with separations reform. Plan B starts with universal service reform and says, well, we have to recognize the separations is there, but let's minimize that interaction. Which of these is better? Is there some third option, perhaps between them, that works even better yet? Or is there a question I should have asked instead of this one? Anybody want to go first? Lee.
Well, yeah, there is at least one question you should have asked, because you raised the DSL issue, and you know, DSL in theory should have been removed. It's non-regulated service. It should have been removed from the regulated column under Part 64, and therefore essentially eliminated from the jurisdictional issue to begin with. So part of the problem, I think, that exists, and not just with DSL, exists with FiOS, with UVerse, with you know, with various services that are non-regulated services that have been growing very rapidly, while many regulated services have been on the decline, and that are using the same network infrastructure and platform. They're still treated above the line for nominally for separations and other purposes, and they shouldn't be. So that's if you're going to go with Plan A, it seems to me that even before we get to separations, we have to get rid of non-regulated. We have to allocate away from rate base non-regulated services, plant use for non-regulated services, and maybe that in and of itself, that the problems with doing that support adoption of Plan B, which is to throw the whole thing out and look at total revenues and total costs, because that removes the issue of what many have over the years claimed as arbitrary allocations, and it simply focuses on all of the revenues derived from the platform and the cost of running the platform. There are obviously issues that arise with that, but I think that unless someone is prepared to step up to coming up with a solid method of and to enforce a solid method of allocating as between regulated and non-regulated services, that Plan A doesn't work anymore. It's obsolete.
Thanks. Anyone else? I don't see any cards up. Dave?
Yeah. Let's take this in two separate pieces. First of all, if the issue is just reasonably comparable and affordable basic local service rates, then I think you do have to continue to work on separations. In fact, as we've recommended in our comments, you need to do reform separations, then reform intercarrier compensation, and then you will end up knowing how much money is needed in order to ensure that basic local service rates are reasonably comparable and affordable. On the other hand, if what you're looking at is support for broadband under the CAF, broadband, the FCC is essentially said that's an interstate service, but we're also looking at it to provide voice service. So in that respect, for the CAF approach, it seems that it's wiser, more wiseliest, more better, yes, to take the Plan B approach. So it really does depend on what you're looking at. On the other hand, of course, we can take a step back from where the FCC has gone and relook at the idea of whether broadband really is an interstate service. But I won't go there.
Lee, yeah.
Who's regulating basic local rates these days? I mean, it's pretty much deregulated. The support mechanisms, you know, if you go back not just we can go back way before the Bell system breakup. We had a variety of support mechanisms: the long-distance rates, yellow pages. Subsequent to that, things like premium services, call waiting, princess phones, trimline phones. I mean, go back as far as you want. We had a process of charging above cost, high margin rates for premium services for the express purpose of flowing that contribution back in a revenue requirement context to keep local rates affordable and low. And after the Bell system broke up and we lost the princess phones and long distance, we replaced it with access charges and with caller ID and other stuff like that. What's interesting today is that we've preserved these above cost services. We've preserved call waiting at $4, $5, $6 a month and caller ID at $7 a month. Services that cost nothing to provide. And yet, because we don't regulate basic rates in most places, or at least not enough of them to matter, we don't flow those revenues or access charge revenues back to support basic rates. So a lot of the purpose of this whole process, with respect specifically to assuring affordable and comparable basic rates, has been subverted by the deregulation of those services.
My name is Lori Kenyon, and I'm a staff member on the Alaska Regulatory Commission, and I'm also on the Joint Board for Universal Service staff. And there are states that do continue to regulate local rates. I grant you there is a lot of deregulation out there, and your point's well taken on that point, but I hate to say this, but our state universal service fund is going to raise to 10% in large part because of the way separations works and how much cost ends up on the state level. So I have to admit it's an issue that is very dear to our state.
Peter, if I may.
Paul?
We operate, apparently my clients operate in those states where maybe there aren't many, but where local rates are still regulated. The state universal service funds, by and large, are cost-based. I guess, one question I think you should have asked is some of the proposals in the NPRM, in fact, flow cost through separations back to the state. So potentially, I think that those proposals should have been referred to the joint board. Just my opinion. Again,
what would be an example, Paul?
The high cost loop fund reductions, caps. The effect of that is to flow. The high cost fund is an offset to the 75% that ends up in the state of the loop cost, and when you reduce the recovery of that, you have a larger cost to recover in the state jurisdiction. Dim weighting, unless a change is made, that's going to have some interesting effects on the NECA pool for rate of return carriers in terms of increased rates. And corporate operations expense will also, depending on how it's allocated, have an effect on intrastate as well. So, I mean, that's something to think about for you state members of the joint board. With regard to the proposals and the alternatives, frankly speaking, either one would work. I think I prefer the second one because, over time, in our portion of the industry, we've been having this debate about whether broadband costs, since the FCC seems to have asserted jurisdiction over them, should all be in interstate now or be transitioned to interstate over time. And for the states that still retain some rate-making universal service fund cost authority, it matters whether you do that or not to the state funds and what happens to them. So,
thank you. Ron?
Well, I guess one major reason for going for the combined approach is that the skill sets necessary to run Part 64 studies and Part 36 studies have been superannuated by most of the companies. So, retirement, Paul. And
What I'm going to do.
And so it's very hard, probably hard for some of them to actually implement those rules. I think that's one of the reasons why the state separation members' letters were basically putting in fixed allocation factors rather than doing any kind of studies. And then, I don't know if everybody followed Paul's statement about DEM weighting, but what happens is that if the FCC eliminates LSS support in Part 54 without eliminating DEM weighting in Part 36, then there will be an increase in the interstate access charges in the NECA pool, which would get us back to our earlier discussions about intercarrier comp, because the interstate rate would be going up if there isn't a coordination between those two reforms.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments on the question? There are a couple. Joel?
I guess just to be the contrarian, I guess. I'm struggling in the following senses, and it's probably not a surprise, is I focus on the end game. And when I continue to focus on the end game, I look at separations and I say, now how is that going to be used in the end game when I presume, and maybe I'm wrong, but I presume the interstate loop is going to be 100% assigned to the interstate jurisdiction. And at some point we're talking about figuring out a CAF when there is no jurisdiction. I guess the question ultimately is, where do you want to spend resources? There are finite resources here, and given their finite resources, what's the best use of resources when you're trying to figure out the broadband mechanism for the future? I'll talk about intercarrier comp for the future. So that's what I struggle with. By the way, I think you presented it in a very balanced way in terms of laying it out there in terms of, you know, the two options and then teeing up, is there any other way to look at it? It's just, that's the question I ask myself, and that's what I struggle with.
Until you complimented me, I thought you were going to be working yourself up to make a motion to adjourn. We don't want to allocate any more resources tonight to this topic.
It's always good to talk.
Anybody else? Joe?
Well, just because sometimes the impression is different than the reality. We did have people who use separated data still speak up, but as a counterpoint to that, to put it kind of in perspective, I probably do work in, I don't know, on a routine basis in 30 or more states. And in 15 years, I've never come across, in the last 15 years, anyone actually using the separated data for anything. Now, that doesn't mean it doesn't have these other uses that are, you know, shielded from my view. But it's, I have a general rule of thumb. What would Occam do? And Occam definitely would just pick the simplest of these two things, okay. Yeah.
But I have used them in a variety of A4 cases in several states recently, and people have been trying to get me testimony stricken too.
Joe?
Well, at NECA, separations is religion, and it used to be that if you wanted to get anywhere at NECA, you had to become a separations expert, and I haven't gotten anywhere at NECA. But I want to go back to Joel's point for a minute, because I think it's a really interesting question to think about separations in the end game, and most particularly what happens to rate of return in that world, and if, you know, we have some form of rate of return that continues, and what are we actually separating? And it begs, I think, questions that are underneath the broadband plan and in the NPRM as well. And I think the things we're struggling with here fundamentally are the collision of the existing rules, not just Part 36, but Part 64, Part 61, 36, 69, hike. The collision of those rules with new rules that we haven't figured out yet. So I think we probably need to spend a lot more time thinking about that world and not just the transition, because I think we need to figure out where is it we want to get to in order to figure out how to get there.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Chairman, I'll return the gavel to you.
Well, we are actually going to finish on time. On behalf of my colleagues, thank you, every one of you, for being with us today and this wonderful exchange of ideas. Now let us all prepare to preparing our comments, our written comments. We look forward to reading them. And for the good of the nation and for the good of each of our states, let's hope that this has been useful and that we all are indeed at the end game, that we can finally solve this conundrum. But again, thank you. Everyone travel safely.